Oh, were you now? Okay. Hello, good morning and welcome one and all to Inters, the British Universities Karting Championships, round 3. The intermediates live for the first time in a long time, a number of years, and we're glad to be bringing you the Intermediates Championship this afternoon. 6 races coming up this afternoon. Of course, we've had qualifying this morning, the results of which are available on results.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC, or you can follow the BUKC website to that. The racing is going to be entertaining, that's for sure. We had the mains yesterday there, rounds 5 and 6. Round 3 of the intermediates coming up this afternoon. I hope you're sitting back, relaxing and enjoying the coverage brought to you by Alpha Live today. That first race this afternoon will be coming up in about 5 or 10 minutes time. But in the meantime, we've got time to walk around and have a word with some of our intermediate drivers in the paddock who are getting ready for their first race this afternoon. The difference between the intermediates and the mains, of course, is at the start of the year we have the qualifiers, and then we have the top teams going into the mains and the clubmans, which we had yesterday. You can catch that full stream from the 12 races we had yesterday on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and then the bottom, the less experienced teams, shall we say, are moving on to the intermediate category, and that's what we're bringing you this afternoon. Let's have a word with Cardiff team. Cardiff. Hello, guys. How are we going today?
It's going okay. we feel like a lot of us kind of have some pace, but then qualifying we're just in a massive pack and you can't really go anywhere.
The pack's the good fun part though,
Yeah,
right?
it's lots of fun, but we're not doing very well on the leaderboard.
Are you driving today?
Yeah.
Which race are you going to be in?
Race 3.
How did you qualify?
Like 23rd, but I also spun under yellows, which isn't good, so I'm down to 28th.
Come on, guys.
I know. It was lap 1, so I'm letting myself off.
Okay, yeah, you let yourself off. The race directors won't, but hey, you've got a helmet on, so either you're really keen or you're up first.
Really keen, I'm out first.
Oh, okay, you're keen and you're out first.
Yeah,
brilliant.
Both.
Who are you?
I'm Dan from Cardiff B, highest qualifying position here, not to brag.
Are you? Where did you qualify?
11th, so not that great.
Guys, come on. How many of you here? 8?
We're pretty washed here at Cardiff, but you know, it's fine. We're going to see what I can do. Hopefully I'm not killed on the first lap, and we'll try and go from there.
Well, Cardiff had a very, very good day yesterday in the A's.
Yes, yeah.
Sounds like your talent drops off pretty quickly, right? Also, we've got a Matt. You've got a very good hat. Is this a branded hat?
Oh yeah, Cardiff Uni, mate.
Wow, look at that.
It's lovely, isn't it?
It is. What's
yesterday? For varsity.
Yes, you got it yesterday.
Yeah. Purchased yesterday.
Excellent. Well, you're not going to get sunburnt today.
Oh hell no, no. I'm going to put my helmet on in a minute as well. So.
Are you just because you want to?
First out as well. So yeah.
You're looking very relaxed compared to our man over there. Our man over there does need to do his helmet up though, otherwise that might fall off. Exactly. Right. What do we reckon would be a good result for Cardiff today? We've got 2 teams, right? B and C.
B and C, yeah. I'm not driving. I'm just here for the.
Oh, it's even better, right? How badly do you reckon these guys are going to do? Sorry, how well do you think these guys are going to do?
I think they're going to do all right. I think we've got the pace to go further up the field. So yeah.
Where do you think would be an on par for the course result for the B's and C's?
I'm expecting a top 10 from Dan. And then, I don't know. I just want to see how it goes. I guess. I mean, hopefully not too many incidents on the first lap. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the mains and clubmans were actually pretty good on the first lap yesterday.
Yes,
although
I was here for both, so I'll see. I'll compare the quality for.
You could do some coaching for the rest of your team then.
Well, I don't know how good I'd be at that, but
we'll see how you get on. Right, Cardiff University. Is it Cardiff University? Yeah, it's Cardiff University. Amazing. Of course, not mains. Let's wander on down here where we've got some matching suits for Team Surrey. Oh, it's Team Surrey again. Yeah. Team Surrey, right, if anyone was tuning in yesterday, I accidentally interviewed Team Surrey about 17 times.
Yes, we heard.
Definitely not accidental. I definitely do fancy Surrey A. Sorry, B, sorry, I'm getting a mistake. Surrey A is actually in the Inters today. So talk to us about that situation.
So I heard qualifiers didn't exactly go up to Tom Law standards. So I've been blessed in my race with Tom Law P1. I managed to qualify 31st.
So who were any of you driving in the team that actually qualified in the Surrey B in the qualifiers?
No,
Well, okay, come on in. What's your name?
Easter, racing for today Xavier, but back at Wilton Mill in qualifiers, my team, so I think it was me, Reese, who else did we have? My memory's not that good, but we qualified for mains, and the Surrey A team, who was faster than us, didn't, because our nice Tom Lord didn't do his helmet up, so...
Oh dear.
Black flagged.
And that was the difference, was it?
Yeah, if he had... I think he was on pole in that qualifiers, so that would have secured the mains position. So now you have just the one lonely team in the mains division, and then the 3 Inters teams here today.
We had a very successful day from Surrey B yesterday. They came, was it 4th overall in the morning? They won both of the clubmen, so that was good. Are we going to see an equal amount of success from our A and C team today?
We're hoping for it, but who knows?
Who knows indeed. Who else have we got? Remind us of your name.
I'm Liam.
Liam. I'm Matt. Matt. Will and Alan. Right, we'll keep an eye out for these guys. I don't know what's going on over there. Some serious warming up going on over there. I'm going to go and grab a word with this man. The man with the most energy in the paddock. Hello. Hello, how are you?
Not bad.
Oh, it's my mic. Hang on. It's my mic. What's your name? Who are you racing for?
So in BUKC,
Amazing. Which race are you in?
race 1,
Race 1. Where are you starting?
P3.
P3. So we're going to see you someone at the...
I'm quite surprised, to be honest.
You're quite surprised to be in P3?
Yeah.
So the pace was unexpected?
Because there's so much back markers on the track and the yellow flag waving out like for 5 minutes. So it's very hard to find a clean lap.
And we just saw you doing your warm up there.
Yeah.
Is that just what's with that?
Because it's kind of hurt here. It's too tight here. Sorry for that.
Your suit is a little small.
Yeah, it's too small. Yeah.
So warming up helps with the tight suit.
No, it's getting tighter.
I see. Right. Well, hopefully it doesn't get too tight on the circuit. Brilliant. Lovely. Looking like there's a lot of chilled drivers over here. Which team do we have down here? This looks like Coventry.
You were told not to interview us, but here we are.
I didn't agree to it.
Finley, you should have done better, mate.
Oh, it's Finn. Finn, right, so we spoke to Finn yesterday. Are you racing today as well?
Yeah, I'm racing a few ineligible races. So.
Okay, so we'll see you on circuit, but you don't count?
Yes, basically.
So just here to cause carnage?
Yeah, I'm just going to take everyone out and, see maybe some of the back markers.
JV, we got a... I'll show him that later on when you get your penalties. Who have we got here? Which team are you for?
Coventry H.
Coventry H? You've got an H team? How many teams do you have?
Too many.
How many drivers do you have?
A lot of them.
Coventry H, that would be, how many is that? Six teams, 7 teams, 8 teams. Which team today is going to do the best out of your 5?
Gov D.
Gov D. So you've ranked your drivers accurately. Apparently not after. Yeah, apparently I'm a bit of a bad luck charm for Coventry, right? Is that
a tad, from what I've heard. Yeah.
My season's been that bad. My season's been that bad since you've not been here that maybe this is the return.
Yeah, you never know. Which race are you in?
Race 1, this one coming up.
Oh, amazing. Where are you starting?
14th.
I'll come and interview you on the grid to make sure that either we can definitively say whether it's good luck or bad luck, because if I interview on the grid and it goes brilliantly, then I'm good luck charm. And if it goes badly, then hey, I'll interview every race. Yes, well, I won't repeat that. Anyway, who have we got here eating an athlete's meal before their race?
Zed from Holloway A.
Zed?
Yeah.
That's a cool name. What's the rating on the burger?
It's good. It's good.
Out of 10?
Give it a good 7.
7? That's not bad for a kart circuit.
We're not bad.
And the chips look crispy.
Chips are right, yeah.
Excellent. Right, which race are you in?
I'm in 4. We had a bit of a mare in qualifying.
Okay.
I can actually show you.
Please do show me. I want more information about this sort of thing.
At the very top, is it Spoon, no? Yeah.
Right at the top.
Right at the top.
Oh, I can see.
Guy pirouette.
Let's yeah.
There you go. That's my qualifying in a nutshell.
So basically, the circuit is supposed to go this way, and you went in the other field?
Yeah.
A long way off.
So there was a challenge at the beginning to see who would be the furthest to get up the hill.
And you're winning.
Oh yeah.
How did that happen? Was it deliberate or was it by accident? I'll give you a second to finish your mouthful of burger.
So essentially, I don't know who it was. Somebody did a little pirouette at the end.
Yeah.
And it's either I hit him, or I go up the hill.
You chose correctly. Congratulations, Ed. We'll see you in race number 4. For which, sorry, remind me which university?
Royal Holloway A.
Royal Holloway A. Right, we've got Leeds. We spoke to Leeds yesterday, but we've got a different crop of drivers today. Although I see that your cheerleaders have got slightly more clothes on today than you had yesterday. You were looking very cold. It was chilly. Right, who have we got here?
Simon.
Which race are you in, Simon?
I will be in race 6.
So we'll catch up with you later on. Who's in race 1? Who's in race 1? Come over, young man. Who are you?
I'm Daniel.
Which Leeds team?
Leeds B.
Leeds B. Daniel, talk to us about your season so far.
It's been good. I've had a couple of races so far. Buckmore was a bit of a poor race. I mean, I qualified pretty poorly. I got a couple of places extra in the race though, but yeah, I did qualifying as well. That went pretty well.
Let's talk about GY-G. A great circuit. Have you been here before?
No, I've not.
It's a great. I've driven here before. Brilliant circuit.
It's
Lovely.
It's really fun. Really fun circuit.
Really fun. In which case, you'll enjoy that. And who's in race 2? Who's in race 2? Race 2. Who are you?
Hello, I'm Luca, race 2.
Luca, Leeds B?
Leeds C.
Leeds C, okay. How did you qualify this morning?
It wasn't where I wanted to. It was very fun though. This track is amazing. It's great fun. But hopefully pull off a Max Verstappen in Brazil and climb up the order. Hopefully.
It's not raining.
No, true, no. But dry Max Verstappen. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. That analogy was a bit of a stretch, but we'll go.
Survive the chaos. Hopefully, don't bin it, and then just. Go.
You could have gone with Lewis Hamilton, at Brazil.
That's true, actually. Yeah, true. Yeah.
Anyway, we'll see you. Where's your helmet so we can spot you?
My helmet there.
Which one? The white one?
With the visor, yeah.
With the visor. Most helmets have a visor. Right, moving on. Leeds, clearly not very intelligent. Anyway, we'll move on. Who have we got here? Who are you?
Sorry?
Who are you?
York.
And what's your name?
Wu.
Excellent. Which race? I assume you're in race 1.
Yeah, race 1.
And where are you starting?
The rear end.
Rear of the back?
Yeah.
Are you going to go forward in the race?
Yeah.
How far?
Just probably 10 places.
10 places? That would be a good race.
Yeah.
We'll look forward to it.
So.
What number are you?
99.
99. That's a good, easy number to remember. We'll catch up with you later on, see how you get on. Oh, look at this. Look at this. I enjoy the dual visor action. Stop it. Stop it. Okay, that's enough. That's enough.
That's enough, is it? One more.
One more. Right, who are you?
Johnny, you've just.
Oh, I just spoke to you. I didn't recognise you when you looked so with your cool extra.
Better with a helmet.
I'd fair you without. Anyway, talk to us. Oh no, I already spoke to you. I've already spoken to you. We'll chat to you again later on. We'll see how you get on. I think everyone is starting to get our way towards being ready. I'm going to grab one more interview out here, I think, while the drivers are still in very much lunchtime mode. Everyone's very relaxed at the moment, chilling out, but the tensions will rise almost certainly as the racing gets closer and closer. Let's grab a word with this Warwick driver. Come this side for me. I've only got short arms. This side. Yep. Thank you. Who are you? Which Warwick team are you racing for?
I'm Hugo and I'm racing for Warwick B.
Warwick B. I can see you've got a GoPro there ready to film all of your sends.
Yeah, I want to record some nice overtakes, so I'm starting P15, so I guess I have a lot of ground to make up, so hopefully some nice overtakes.
Have you been racing in the Inters at the first 2 rounds?
The first round, actually, yeah.
The first one you missed Buckmore?
Yeah, no, I was in the pros for Buckmore.
Oh, you're in the Prems, and then you're back down to the Inters?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, why did you get demoted?
Well, I was promoted to mains because we had a few drivers missing, so that's why. I mean, I got humbled in mains, so...
Oh, really?
Yeah, made sense for me to come back to Inters.
It made sense. You're back down to the level that you know.
Exactly.
Right, so you're starting 15th in this one. How far up the field do you reckon you can make it in this first race of the afternoon?
I guess top 8 would be a good result for me. I think in qualifying I had time to find like some clean air, so I think like my raw pace is around P8, so
amazing.
I guess that'd be a great result for me.
We'll keep an eye. What number are you?
29.
29. We'll keep an eye out for Warwick. Warwick B?
Yeah.
Warwick B, number 29, and we'll see. And also, where will the footage be posted so we can see how that race goes from first person?
Probably on YouTube.
What's your YouTube channel? Just plug it for us so we can.
No, my name Hugo Kenya. Yeah.
Hugo Kenya.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go, Hugo Kenya. Don't do anything naughty, otherwise everyone will see it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Of course, of course. Brilliant. It sounds like we're about to head towards the grid, so let's wander on over there and we can see who's starting. Well, I'll do a bit of a rundown of the top few drivers on the grid when we get there as well. Of course, our commentators, John and Reeve, will be running you through the whole grid when we do get going in just a few minutes' time. But before then, we'll get some of the reaction and feelings and atmosphere here before we get going racing. Let's grab a word with this gentleman here. We'll do a walk and talk. We'll let Stuart, our camera operator, run in front of us, and then we can do a nice little walk and talk. Who do we have here, and who are you racing for?
You and again.
I just spoke to you.
Yeah.
I honestly, I really can't.
Interview on the grid.
Yeah, okay, I'll come talk to you in a few minutes. Yeah, I'll talk to you in a minute. We've already spoken to commentary drivers. I keep forgetting that drivers look different with a helmet on than when they don't. Who else is on the grid at the moment? Let's walk down and chat to the most keen drivers here at round number 3 of the intermediates for the British Universities Karting Championship in 2025. Great to have the live coverage here for Alpha Live at the intermediates. It's been missing the last few years. Of course, sometimes the intermediate driving isn't warrant exactly some live streaming, but they think they've decided that the driving this year has been good enough that the intermediates deserve it. Who do we? UA. Which university?
Oh, mate, Oxford Brookes.
What does UA stand for?
UWE, University of the West of England, representing, you know?
Well, I thought you said you're Oxford Brookes.
Oh, yeah, sorry, my bad. I'm Oxford Brookes, eh?
I'm very confused. Which university are you?
UE.
What's your name?
I don't know. Spot the helmet.
I don't know what to say. Moving on. Right, who do we have here? Young man, come over, chat to me, please. Please. I need some sanity on this live broadcast. What's your name?
Max McCabe.
Max McCabe. Max, were you racing yesterday?
I wasn't, no.
Oh. Just ignore that. Which position are you starting in? Which position did you qualify in this morning?
A bit low down. I think we're 24, 25.
It's not all the way at the back.
Oh, it's not right at the back, but it could be better.
It certainly could be about 24.
Turn 1.
Where are you gonna come out of Spoon on the first lap? Do you reckon?
Probably backwards, to be honest.
you reckon backwards?
Backwards or top 10. It's either or.
Okay, backwards or top 10. That would be impressive from 24th on the grid.
Yeah.
Well, do you have any experience of good first laps?
I had an alright one at Buckmore. I think I started 24th, ended up top 15 at the end. I went for it in a hairpin.
So. I love it. I mean,
we're going to replicate it today.
24th seems to be your qualifying pace then?
Yes, that's probably about.
Where did you finish in Buckmore?
17.
Oh, so you went forward?
I went forward. Yeah. We're going forward.
You're a Valentino Rossi. You know, you leave it all for the race.
Yeah. You don't want to put too much out there in qualifying. Give them a sense of, you know.
Yeah, lull them into a false sense of security from 25th place.
Yeah.
Anyway, Max, we'll see how you get on. What number are you? Sorry.
96.
96. Keep an eye out for Loughborough C. Loughborough E. We've got E teams. Wow. There's a lot of teams. If anyone is unfamiliar with the BUKC, the British Universities Karting Championship, each university can enter more than one team, and they will normally denote those teams by letters. So the best team generally will be the A team, and then B team, and C and D, and so on. Of course, a lot of the A teams race in the mains, which we saw yesterday, which you can watch back on the Alpha Live broadcast. Just go on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, click on live, and then you'll see yesterday's broadcast. And then the remaining teams, or if their A team isn't particularly experienced or fast or good, then you'll see them in the intermediate. So that's what the A, B, C, D in E teams represent. Let's walk up at the front of the grid and find out who is starting on pole position for this afternoon's first race for round number 3 of the British Universities Karting Championship Intermediates. It looks like someone who roughly knows what they're doing because they've got their own helmet and their own suit. I recognise this person. I think this person may have raced yesterday. Hello there. Is this our pole position driver? You did race yesterday, didn't you?
I did not race yesterday. No.
You didn't?
No, I'm not in mains.
Oh, you just look like someone who raced yesterday. Right, I'm going to come this side just so that Stuart can frame us up a little bit.
Hello.
So you're okay, mate. You're okay. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
I'm Alessandro, and I'm racing for Hertfordshire.
Alessandro. Alessandro Serenetti.
Yeah,
yes.
Famous one. Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't call you famous.
Well, within some BUKC context, somewhat.
Somewhat. Alessandro, you've had your fair share of good races in the BUKC. Haven't quite made it to mains this year, though.
Yeah, we lost mains by 1 point, which was
tough.
Yeah, I didn't do qualifiers, in all fairness, but in all honesty, it was like a combination of things. It was really, really bad when it happens. Like just 1 point. It's like
so close.
Yeah, it was a bit annoying.
It's tight because there's a lot of teams and a lot of competitive teams in the BUKC these days.
Yeah, 100%. Even in Inters, to be fair, like at the front, it's quite close, to be honest. So that should be a good race.
Pole position, good place to start this race. Do you know if anyone was close to you? Who's going to be your biggest challenger in this one?
I'm not sure. I don't think I've raced anyone here yet, but I mean, second place was only 2 tenths off of me. So, and I think like top 20 was like within a second.
Actually, that's a very good point. I was looking at the qualifying times actually, and a second would have taken you down to 20th place in the first qualifying session. So actually very competitive. I was also very impressed actually. The intermediates, the last, well, let's say second last. Second last was 2.6 seconds, which actually isn't that much. Last place, 5 seconds off the pace. We'll just skip over that. But yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, no, it's very competitive. So I'm looking forward to it. It won't be any like different to mains, I don't think. So no, it'll be good. It'll be good fun.
Alessandro, good luck in this one. We'll see how you get on from the first row of the grid. 1-1-3. And the outside of the front row, who do we have here? What's your name? Who are you racing for?
Hood, NTUB.
NTUB, Nottingham Trent University.
NTU Bandit, mate.
NTU Bandit, and that's not my words, that's yours.
That's my words, mate. That is my words.
How is your BUKC 2025 in the Inters going so far?
I think we're 7th overall.
And what about your personal results?
Too bad. I got a P2 at PF, and then I came 9th last time, I think. Bit shit, but...
You mean you got hit?
Yeah, I got.
Yeah, that's what you said.
So hopefully today, cook up a little podium.
Cook up a little podium. Do you reckon you can take it to Alessandro on the front row of the grid?
We'll have a go. We'll have a go. Just
give it a good go.
Try not to be on the outside turn 3 to get punted off, but so that's the plan. Try and cut in, get a good start, follow him through.
And we'll see how it goes from there. You're the number 63, right? NTU. B. Right, let's see how you get on. Right, I'm going to walk slightly towards the back of the grid as the drivers get in their carts. That was our driver from Imperial starting 3rd place we spoke to a few moments ago, the driver with the very tight suit in the groin region. We're moving towards the back of the grid because I wanted to grab a word with some drivers that, potentially they're not the most experienced, but they're still part of the grid. They deserve their place on this grid as much as any other driver, and those drivers, of course, reside towards the back of the grid. I'm going to grab a word with this wonderful helmet situation we've got going on here. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Georgia Rosie from MMUA.
MMU, what's that?
Met.
Sorry?
Manchester Met.
Manchester Metropolitan University. Have you raced at GYG before?
I haven't, no.
So this is your first experience of this GYG today?
Yes.
Good circuit so far? Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's lovely to be at home in Wales.
Oh, you're Welsh?
Yeah.
Are you from around these parts?
No, I'm from South Wales.
Ooh. Are you enjoying the circuit so far?
Yeah, it's very good.
It's a good one. How are you going to fare in this race? Are you going to go forwards?
Yeah, I'm hoping to get at least 12 in.
At least 12 places?
Yeah.
We'll look forward to that. That is the number 76 for Manchester Metropolitan University. And it's about time we get ready for the first race of the day in the intermediates, race number 1 this afternoon. And I'll hand over to our capable commentators of John Ratcliffe and Reeve Taylor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the stream for the intermediate class here for the British Universities Karting Championship, live from Glan-Y-Gors kart circuit in the north of Wales. Thank you for bringing us into the stream there, Piers. It was great to hear from lots of our drivers, and for the first time since 2018, we'll be seeing a live stream for the BUKC Inters. Super exciting to be here. My name is John Ratcliffe. Joining me in the commentary box, both for yesterday and today, is the fantastic Reeve Taylor.
Thank you very much, and thank you there, Piers. I don't know where you found these capable commentators, but do let us know when you found them. But yeah, great to be here back at GYG. And as you say, first Inters has been, I believe it's the first stream for Inters that isn't at a finals round as well. So this is pretty momentous today, and I think it's going to be an exciting day's worth of racing.
Yeah, serious, momentous occasion, like you say, as the drivers set off for their warm-up laps here for race number 1. Now, the key difference here for Inters compared to the mains that we saw yesterday, of course, each driver getting 2 races in mains, both random grids, whereas here in the intermediates in the morning, which we haven't covered on the live stream, the drivers have all been in a qualifying session along with a practice session as well. That's then set the grid here for these races, so we should see the drivers more generally in the order that we would expect them to be in, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we were just chatting then on the paddock with Piers there, we've got some very capable drivers at the front end of this first race, and we are ready to have a look at those grids that we've just had a chat about now. So before we head into race 1, here is our starting order.
Lovely, yeah. Looks like we're going around again, so we should have a little bit of time here to run through the grids for your first race of the day here for the intermediate class.
So it's Herefordshire A and Nottingham Trent B on the first row of the grid. Imperial C, Loughborough F, followed by Brighton A and Leicester B. Moving on to row 4, it will be Brighton B, Southampton D, Coventry E, Swansea B, Cardiff B, and Birmingham B, row 4, 5 and 6. Moving on to row 7, it's Surrey C, Coventry D, Warwick B, St Andrews A, Coventry G, and Nottingham Trent C. Moving on to row 10, then it's UWE B, Reading F, UWE C, Cardiff C, Manchester Met B, and Leeds B. Then we move on to row 13, Warwick C, Exeter B, Derby B, Cambridge C, Swansea C, Coventry H, and then row 16 is going to be Manchester Met A, Coventry F, York B, Loughborough E, Leeds Beckett B, University of something or other A for our 36 car grid for the start of this race.
That's the University of Wales Trinity St David,
Yes,
that is.
it
The
is,
A
of
team.
course. It's been a little while since I've seen...
They used to be in the mains a few
Yes.
years ago, but they dropped out of it, clearly back in the inters here, which is lovely to see, but starting right from the back of the grid. Less than ideal for them. Just quickly before we go to this first race start, teams to watch out for today. We've got Edinburgh B coming in today in the lead of the championship, UWE B in second, Coventry D in third, Surrey A in fourth, and Loughborough E in fifth. Those are a few of the teams that you want to be watching out for. But the drivers getting ready for racing action. Of course, they've already had 20 minutes on the track across their practice and qualifying session, but this is the first time that they'll be taking to the track in anger here for 25 minutes of sprint racing action. The BUKC Inters is back, live stream courtesy of Alpha Live for 2025. It looks as like we're underway in racing for race number 1 here in the Inters, and already the top groups starting to break away. It was much more relaxed than we saw in the mains yesterday as they head up the Dragon Straight towards Spoon. However, will it be quite as relaxed as they do head into the first big heavy braking zone of the circuit? I love that shot here at GYGs. They fly over the hill of 2 drivers, exit stage right already. One's up and out of the car, one managing to keep going.
Already a black flag being served there for Warwick C. That was Hertfordshire A though on the nice getaway there. Had a good run into that first corner. Move over to the left to make sure they can fend from both carts behind and they control this race now.
Impressive stuff here. 2 black flags, Warwick C and York B already on the first lap of the race. That's not how those teams wanted to start off the day.
It's not, but welcome back to Winters, everyone.
Oh, spin right on the apex there as we cut to another driver off down the bottom of the carousel. There was a spin right on the apex. I mean, well done to the drivers to avoid that one. That looks to be a Surrey suit, I think. It's the 87 who has gone for a spin. Is it the Surrey team, correct?
It is indeed. They come back down the order there, and it is worth noting the drivers as they go off the grass need to get the cars up as quickly as possible. We don't want to see the cars riding back, but then you have to get out of the cars and push it back towards that tarmac.
Exactly, yeah. If you can carry on and keep your foot in and get back on the black stuff, you're fine. If it comes to a full stop, you've got to get out of that car and push it back onto the black stuff, or you'll get an instant exclusion from the race. Right then, 1 lap already down. The driver's heading through lap number 2 here. We're looking at the number 33 in the middle of the battle. That's Brighton B. They have Loughborough F and Imperial C right around them in this squabble. Then just in behind, 2 drivers going side by side as they head through Compression Corner. But already, Herefordshire A leading from the front. And not too surprising, as we heard from Alessandro Serenetti on the grid, a name that is well known across BUKC in the last few years. Gutting for them, only missing out on the mains championship by 1 point, but clearly showing they've got the pace here in Inters.
Yeah, they absolutely do, but it must be said, Brighton A close to that gap as they go along. That gap is now standing at less than 1 second. Fastest lap of the race so far. We'll get some more representative times coming up here as we go side by side on the top end of the circuit and Spoon before we head down the drop towards Carousel once again.
It was a great move up the inside there from Brighton B, but they're going to be overtaken down into the carousel. Down the inside goes the 102 of Loughborough F, and they've got it done at the apex. Really well read there from Loughborough F, making use of the poor exit for the 33 of Brighton B, and through they slip into the top 5. Imperial C defending well despite the very tight racing.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd forgotten about that one. Some wonderful highlights from the paddock.
I've got to say, Piers' interviews were fantastic this morning. I hope that continues throughout the
Brighton still with that fastest lap.
They've half the gap.
Yeah, they're flying along at the moment, closing up to Hertfordshire A then. They're probably hoping to kind of walk off the top race of the leading driver, but Brighton A closing up that gap are going to be giving us a fight for the top end of the field here as we look a little bit further back, as we have a bit of a trade forming up once more. It was a bit of a tale of the racing yesterday. We saw plenty of trades in Super Bowl of the season once again.
Yeah, Imperial C, a bit of a cork in the bottle here at the moment, a 52.6 on the last lap, and that's pretty much identical to their fastest lap. Drivers all in behind, going a little bit faster and all nipping at the heels of the number 82 to try and find a way through. That has allowed for Herefordshire A, Brighton A and Nottingham Trent B to scamper off here. They're almost 2 seconds clear as we go on to lap number 5. However, potentially, pendulum swinging back the way of Herefordshire A. They set a new fastest lap of this race.
Yeah, beating Brighton A by a couple of tenths there, 51.340 on that last lap. So keeping some pretty decent paces. We've got our mains broken in the mid-50s in yesterday's racing, so we're not too far apart at all here in the Inters.
No, exactly. I'm very impressed by the pace across not only the difference between, like you say, the Inters today and the mains from yesterday, but also the spread amongst the field as well. Like Piers was mentioning in the interviews, very, very impressive. And I mean, I was having a little chat with JB in the cafe before we got everything underway, and he's sort of thinking it's mostly down to the fact that we don't have those provisional licenses anymore. If drivers want to get involved, even in the Inters, they've got to own both a Motorsport UK KX license and a BUKC race license, which you get at one of the test days. And rather than doing it previously how they did it on, you've got to get to a certain lap time. It's an average lap time across your session. So if you're making loads of mistakes going off those, you're not going to get to that average lap. You're not going to get a license to race in the BUKC. I think that's why we've seen such an improvement in Inters. Well, we're now bringing you the racing action here live, courtesy of Alpha Live.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, the field spread is so much better than how I remember it back in my Inters days a few years back when, as you alluded to, more sometimes you could see kind of moving chicane, shall we say.
Yes.
Out on track, you've got no such thing here in this field, though. Everyone running along very nicely indeed. Brighton A dropping into the 51.0 range now, so really is not much from running pace here.
Exactly about when we knew it, where you didn't really have to do too much. We sort of just jump in and go for it. We'd have drivers who have never driven a kart in their life coming and jumping in, being like 20 or 30 seconds off the pace. It's just dangerous. It is just dangerous out there when you've got drivers battling at full pace, suddenly coming on from such a slow driver. Anything can happen. But we cut back to the battle nearer the front of the order, and it looks as though Brighton A have gone onto the back of Herefordshire A.
They have indeed. This was a potential battle for the lead. It is now going to be a battle for the lead. What we'd like to see. We've got 20 minutes for this one to be settled. Both drivers push out a little bit wide through smoothly, and we drop down the mid part of the circuit. See Brighton having a brief glance down the inside. Can they get the nose in? No, they can't. Not from that far back. And have to wait until later on to do that. It was interesting to hear actually from some of the drivers yesterday. It was the front end that was starting to let go on these carts at various points throughout the day. It's quite a punishing track, shall we say, on both driver and kart. It is GYG. It requires a lot of energy from the front tyres, and it was the front left that was starting to creep in some understeers. We saw that in the afternoon as well, as drivers tried to work the axle to get the car to do what they wanted. So, not quite sure what work has been done to the cars. The fleet is maintained to a very high standard indeed. Drivers might have to negotiate that as well. Now, on this lap, we see Brighton A has built up a further decent gap to Herefordshire A once more. Is the separation between the two drivers now. So controlling the lead of this race quite nicely, despite the battle we've had so far.
Indeed, no, it's been very interesting to see how this all plays out. We've got two drivers going side by side there down into the carousel, following 2x2 formation like we saw at the race start, and trying to steal that apex line there, one of the drivers in the middle. This is sort of in the middle section of the top 10, isn't it? We've got Brighton B right involved with the squabble there in the red suit and white helmet. I say that, there's a couple of drivers in red suit and white helmet, black suit and white helmet. A little bit more difficult to pick them out, of course, in mains. We're so used to seeing so many different custom helmets that we can try and pick them out. A little bit more challenging for us here in the commentary box here for the intermediates, but as they come across the line to start a new lap, they follow on up the hill. So I think we've got Imperial C, Loughborough F, Cardiff B, Coventry D, Brighton B, Leicester B, St Andrews A, all in a train here. And I do want to highlight, as we see a driver exiting stage right there, trying to get their car back onto the black stuff. I wanted to highlight as well with Brighton. I'm a tad confused. So in 2024, Brighton A finished in, as we see the driver still trying to get their car off of the grass. Hopefully they'll be able to do so in a few laps' time. Brighton A finished 5th place in 2024. They're running 2nd place in this race, battling for the lead. However, it's Brighton B who are 13th place in the championship. Brighton A are down in 51st in Inters. So I'm not sure what they're doing with their team split there, but Brighton B well clear, but not in this race.
It can happen sometimes, as hopefully everyone can hear me now. I believe they can. Thank you to the production crew for sorting that one out. But we saw it with the Surrey guys as well, where they've had to effectively swap their teams around because they've got their A squad, or qualifying at least in the Inters, and the B squad were the ones who made it through. As we go pretty much 5 wide briefly, we're still 3 wide at the back here as we start the next lap of the race.
We need to be watching for those yellow flags. Drivers who are coming out of that section into the yellows, 3 wide there.
Yeah.
Need to be a little bit more careful there. You've got to get yourselves back in single file as we head into the yellow flag zone. Are you going to get yourself a penalty? You go straight back to green, though, up into Spoon. I think that's just a driver moving out of the way of the rest of the leaders coming on by. Up and under, tries the 52 there to the inside. It looks like they're going to make it work. 52 getting past the 22. So that's for 10th place. And that is a move through from UWEB on the 22 of Coventry E. They made a couple of places on this last lap. That was a little bit too late, though, to the inside. Big wallop to the inside right corner of the car, number 66. A wallop for St Andrews A there, but they managed to keep it on track, although maybe a couple of places lost because of that one.
Yeah, Southampton D there working their way through. Don't want to get two elbows out, of course. Still got 16 minutes worth of racing. Need to avoid those penalties if at all possible. Now, a reminder for those of you who weren't watching yesterday or those who aren't familiar, penalties, how they work here in the BUKC, they get added on as a position penalty post-race. We have a bit of an off here on the outside of the Dragon Straight by the looks of things.
It's the same person I think we've seen for the last 4 or 5 laps, I'm
I
afraid.
See. Okay.
So they're still trying their best to get it back onto the circuit, but their race is pretty much done now. I think the amount of laps they spent there on the grass on the outside. We did see, just exiting to the first corner there, a driver got a good run through and overtook someone, then tried to wave them back through, but I don't think the driver did go back through. So that kind of depends where the yellow flag zone starts as to whether they will get a penalty for that. I will say, though, I don't think I've seen, apart from those 2 we had on the first lap of the black flags, we haven't seen any penalties come through yet in this race.
No, we haven't. It's been a few warnings, but that is to be expected, I think. It's the first race of... Oh, you shouldn't have said that there, John. Pretty much on cue.
Brilliant.
St Andrews A with a penalty for contact. That's in the midst of this pack battle that we are watching on.
The commentary box curse cannon comes out for the first BUKC Inters race in about 8 years.
Yes. Now, I should add, Warwick probably still, I don't believe, currently in this race at the moment, but either way, they are still immune if they were to be... Oh, no, they are. They're in last and second to last. Okay, so I was about to say they're immune from the curse because they've still got some Jaffa Cakes left over.
Thank goodness.
Also, we have some Jaffa Cakes from Leeds, so thank you to the Leeds crew.
Thanks,
you are
Leeds.
immune from any type of commentary
The
curse.
comms box curse cannot get you. You are immune from all of this. It's just like a bus, though. I mean, I was getting frustrated that we didn't have any, and now 2 have come at once. We've got an advantage by contact, bump and pass penalty for Southampton D as well that have come through. So apologies to those 2 teams that I've just cursed there as we crack on through the next 15 minutes. Like we mentioned in mains yesterday, these are called sprint races, but they are 25 minutes in length, which is pretty long for a kart race.
It is indeed, especially for perhaps some of our lesser experienced drivers as well. You've really got to think about your racecraft, and that can be one of the bigger differences between the mains and the inters as we go and see a particularly brave move there.
Trying it around the outside. Yes. He might get this done. What a move, son. Brilliant move around the outside there. Is that Loughborough F getting the move done? Yes, it is. They'll have the inside line down into the carousel. The 55 of Coventry D sneak through as well. So 2 places lost in 2 corners there for Imperial C. But what a fantastic overtake there from Loughborough F around the outside at Spoon. We didn't even see that work in mains yesterday, but in the first race in Inters, Loughborough F show us how it's done.
Yeah, absolutely. It wasn't an ideal start for Loughborough. They started 3rd on the grid, tumbled back a couple of positions, but they're trying to make amends for that now. Still over half race distance to go, as well as they are promoted up into 4th place. Now, can they try and close upon Trent B, or are they going to enjoy a battle instead? I think we know the answer to this one, don't we, as we head down the Dragon Straight once more.
And they've got 12 seconds to try and catch up Nottingham Trent B. I think that's what we were expecting here in the intermediates, given that they've sort of qualified in the position that we expect them to be in. We'd see those gaps opening up a little bit earlier than we've seen in the mains, but still battles happening out on track.
Absolutely, and this is huge for the race as well. Nottingham Trent B, a penalty for racing under yellows there. So that is going to tumble them back a couple of positions after the race is said and done.
Late move to the inside there. I mean, Loughborough F did that incredible move a couple of laps ago. It seems to have worked out in the end, though, for them. I think that was just on a back marker, that one, but a bold attempt up the inside. But like you say, that penalty is really going to become a cropper there for Nottingham Trent B.
It will as well. Warnings for Trent C this time. But yeah, this promotes Loughborough F, potentially Coventry D as well, up a position. That's hugely helpful for their race. As I was saying before, penalties not done on time here in the BUKC. They are done on position after the race. Doesn't matter if you come first on the road by 30 seconds. If you've got a penalty to serve, you're going to tumble back. There. Still at the front end of the field, by the way. The gap no bigger than 0.7 of a second at any point. They are pushing each other along quite nicely.
They are indeed. Well, I've got on my penalties sheet, I've got overtaking under yellows, which is a +4. I've got spinning under yellows, which is a +4. And I've got speeding under yellows, which is a +2. But I've not got racing under yellows. What do you think it's going to be? +4, +2?
go in the middle. I'll say +3. There we go.
I don't think that's an option.
No.
Oh, we've had a change to the lead.
We have.
Brighton A are through into the lead, as you can see there on your timing tower on the left, and they've already gapped Herefordshire by half a second on that last lap. So change for the lead out there on circuit, as you can see, as they come up into Spoon Corner, the number 58 takes to the front of the field.
They do indeed, and back markers are going to be arguably even a bigger challenge here in the Inters than what we saw in the mains yesterday, and it was a proper challenge for our mains drivers yesterday, where we saw the likes of Coventry A in their final race, their final BUKC race as well, running in the lead by 8 seconds quite comfortably, and they come a cropper with some back markers through the S's at the final part of the lap. They end up spinning out, they lose that advantage. It's all over for them in that race. So you've got to be really careful about how you negotiate the back markers here, especially at GYG. Overtaking opportunities are few and far between in some parts of the circuit, and if you come across some back markers in the S's, it's not ideal.
It certainly isn't. There's some very difficult places to come up on back markers here at GYG. I mean, the first first half of this lap, he's got another spinner down at the carousel. The first half of this lap is really, really quick here in these BUKC karts, particularly if you've never taken to any owner driving before. If you're only done sort of rentals, this to be your first circuit is a properly quick one. And then you head into the second half of the lap. It's tight and it's twisty. You're right on the ragged edge of grip. And it's a really difficult one to get right. I feel like this is a circuit where you can get into a relatively similar pace to the front runners, but to find those last few tenths is really tricky at this track.
Yeah, absolutely. It's what we saw in the mains yesterday as well. I think that's why the field spread was so small, in fact, as we have a bit of a spin there running through the S. It's not an ideal place. You've got to wait for all the fleet of karts to come on past. It can be a little bit blind, so you've got to wait until you're absolutely certain that it is safe to rejoin. And you're facing them on a hill as well, so you might need some assistance from a marshal there to get the kart going once again.
Yeah, that was not ideal. I mean, they were still on the tarmac.
Yep.
So technically they could probably rejoin from there, but it's probably a little bit safer to hop on out and try and spin it round yourself. But yeah, that looks like they've already done so. So well done to that team that have managed to get themselves back going yet again. Around the final corner come a few more of our teams, as you were mentioning, them trying to get through on a few back markers, so it all gets a little bit confusing. Like you say, you've got to pick those moments well, or it can all go wrong pretty quickly. But I think I've opened the floodgates here in terms of penalties. We've had loads and loads coming through since that one for Nottingham Trent B, a contact penalty for Derby and a cone penalty for Warwick C, and a number of warnings coming through as well. Sorry, everyone.
Hashtag blame John. I think should be in our broadcast comments there. Hello to all of you watching along at home, by the way. I know we've got plenty of you watching at home, as well as people here at the track watching along, trying to get a better insight perhaps what's going on out on track. And also just staying for the memes as well. Plenty of memes so far today.
I'm sure there will be lots. Yeah, thank you all for joining us. Of course, like we say, the first live stream of the British University Karting Championship Intermediate Championship in a number of years. The last time we saw them on an Alpha live stream was back in 2018. It's now 2025. And welcome back to live stream action. Intermediates, we've seen some great racing so far in this one. We've got just less than 9 minutes left to go in this race. And after taking to the front, Brighton A have absolutely cleared off with this one. New fastest laps, 1.5 second gap over Herefordshire A now.
That is a little bit terrifying, actually. I was still doing my GCSEs the last time the Inters was streamed. As we see down the inside there, very nice move. Is it completed yet? No, still. No, we're through. In fact, 2 karts through there as we head through the carousel. And we look further back now. This is the battle involving the 22 number-plated kart here. That's Coventry E. We've got a couple of contact warnings coming in. This is the fight then over 16th and 17th place.
Indeed. I'm just reading a few of the chats. I've seen Red Panda Records saying, can you make sure that Warwick are immune from being 35th and 36th as well? I'm afraid we can't guarantee that. We can only guarantee no penalties.
Well, they have brought us Jaffa Cakes, so that's
that
really
only counts for penalties.
I see.
I'm not taking that.
Okay.
We'll need more Jaffa Cakes if you want us to get you immune from 35th and 36th.
Probably
as well.
more Jaffa Cakes anyway, just so that we can get through the day knowing my rate of inhaling them over the past couple of broadcasts.
Although I've got some lovely support from my own girlfriend in the chat as well, saying hashtag blame John. So you started a lovely trend there. Thank you very much for that, Reeve. We watch on though. 7.5 minutes left to go in this one as Brighton 8 continue to extend the gap at the front of the order. Nearly 2 seconds now as they set yet another fastest lap around this Glan-Y-Gors kart circuit here in North Wales. A 51, that was a 51.9 1:061. So we're only 600ths away from the 50s, only about half a second away from some of the fastest laps we saw in the mains yesterday. That is mighty impressive from kart number 58.
Yeah, this is really impressive stuff, and we're seeing this throughout the field as well, to be honest. Everyone else in the 52s, low 53s, there's still a very small field spread, which is really important. That's the most important bit about our racing here, really, isn't it? It just goes to show that we've got a competitive field. No matter how you feel like you are in terms of experience, you can jump in and you will have someone to run along with.
Indeed, indeed. It's been some fantastic racing that we've seen so far. I've just seen another offer in the chat from Red Panda Records again saying, how about some Stellas again? I mean, on the live stream, I must say no. But come and have a chat with us in the comms booth. We can have a little personal natter about that one. Contact warnings, more contact warnings coming through. This time for Cardiff B. They're having a decent race there in 7th place. And they seem to be in a little bit of a battle right on the rear end of Imperial C. They've been slightly, slowly but surely dropping back in this one. And that's what you can see there on your screen as they headed through Turner, combined corner and turn there. Through corner number 1, as again another penalty coming through, this time contact for Coventry E. As you see a few more drivers carving their way through Spoon Corner. That was Coventry D heading through to the exit. There is Imperial C and Cardiff B battling over 6th place.
Don't worry too much if you do see some Coventry penalties coming in, because they've got a few teams here over these days here
Just
at GYG, so I'm sure they're fine.
I thought they had 6 on my research before, but it's 8 teams. As we found out on the interviews at the start of the stream. That's unbelievable. I don't think I've ever heard of a university having 8 teams. That's just ridiculous, but fair play. I was going to say, it's impressive that they can fill all of the spaces, 24 drivers, but I think you're about to tell us that maybe they haven't been able to fill all of the spaces, and there are a few ineligibles.
It's time to put my Andrew Mather hat on and talk about ineligible drivers here.
I pronounced it wrong again. Ineligible, I'm going to get it right on the stream. Go.
Brighton A. Race 1, ineligible.
Oh my goodness, no.
Our race leader is ineligible, which is a strong start. That is Finley, insert surname here. Just down as Finley.
Right.
So, also Brighton B ineligible in race 1. Then we have Reading F and Coventry F. That is as far as we're mentioning you from now on out. No, you don't exist anymore in our eyes.
Right, so Herefordshire A are still in the lead of this race, then, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, that does get a little bit confusing for us here in the comments box. We'll try and make it as little confusing as possible for you at home. But yeah, 2nd place now is actually in the lead of the race, because when Brighton A cross the line, they'll be excluded from the race.
They don't exist.
They won't be included on the final race results.
Black flag coming in for Coventry D here. So when I was saying, it doesn't really matter, we've got plenty of Coventry teams. One less team for the time being. 5 minutes to go in this race. That will bring an end to their race as well. Not sure what that black flag is for. We'll see if we can have a look through there. They've got a couple of warnings, but we're not quite sure. Either way, Stewart's not pleased about something going on out on track, so they have to dive into the pits for some re-education.
We love that word, re-education. Now, there's been a few teams having some re-education this morning. Like you say, we've been highlighting some teams with ineligible drivers. We've been highlighting some teams with black flags. There was another team you wanted to highlight, some issues that were happening earlier, Reeve?
There was a team that was being a little bit naughty in relation to playing with the carburettor on the kart, which I'm going to name and shame once, and then we'll move on. Leicester A. They won't be racing with us today, so if you're expecting to see them on the grid supporting at home, unfortunately they won't be taking part, and that's because they're trying to fiddle with the carburettors, which we don't want to see being done because it might gain an unfair advantage. It can be unsafe, obviously, to fiddle with the kart that our professional guys are setting up, and also it doesn't make a difference on the road taxes anyway, so try it if you want, but nothing will really happen.
Well, I mean, we were talking yesterday about quiet drives home. I think that could be one of them.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, and I mean, that's not a short drive to Leicester, so have a nice time, guys. Right, we look back on this race then. 3.5 minutes left to go in this one. There is the 113 of Herefordshire A carving their way through the back markers, and they are, as we mentioned, in the effective lead of this race. That jumps Trent B up to 2nd place, of course. I mean, they called themselves the B word on the grid. They called themselves the Nottingham Trent Bandits, but they're doing a pretty good job there in 2nd place at the moment for team number 63.
Indeed, they are. A couple of penalties in the mix, of course, so when we call results, we will call them provisionally, at least for the short or the intermediate time after the race results are called, because, yeah, there are post-race penalties to be served, and that will affect the grid ever so slightly as we're looking a little bit further down the order from there, heading now into the final part of the lap once more.
Indeed, and of course to explain as well, the penalties applied from the front of the grid backwards as well to make it as fair as possible. So if someone ahead of you gets a +4 and you get a +4, you're still going to drop in behind them, and someone behind you is going to gain a lot more positions. Well, this first 25-minute sprint race of the day is coming to a close. Who are we watching here as they head through the first couple of corners and are heading up towards Spoon at the top of the circuit? I think this is a driver's favourite. I mean, it was for a lot of the drivers that we saw in mains yesterday, and I think a lot of these Inters are going to be agreeing with that as well. The 63 diving down the inside there. That's Nottingham Trent B. I think actually just finding their way through on a back marker there of the number 76. So they're making their way through the traffic. They need to be a bit careful, though. That was on Manchester Met A, who are in 26th place at the moment. But they need to be careful with those moves, making contact. They don't want to get themselves a silly penalty, especially here at the dying moments.
Yeah, absolutely. They did say on the grid they were going to be potential bandits, as you mentioned a moment ago, and the aim was to not be spun around at Spoon. So they've achieved at least one of those, and potentially they've achieved two as well. But yeah, a couple of minutes left to go in this race now, so it's all just about cruising the carts on home. Don't need to pick up any late penalties that are going to turn races on their head. It's just about bringing it home and enjoying our first race of the day.
You were just saying that, we literally just seen another penalty come through.
Moving on.
Yeah, sorry, Birmingham B. From 9th place as well. Cone penalty, only a cone penalty. That's just +1.
Yep.
And that's the nicest penalty that you can get out there. But Birmingham B, sadly,
Don't try
definitely
and
dropping
get them.
From, don't try and get them. We don't want to see that. We want you respecting the track limits, or previous BUKC and Club 100 commentator Andrew Mather is going to get you with those cone penalties.
He will, absolutely.
He's out there on
How
track.
would you feel if you were a cone and a Club 100 cart approached you in the face? That would be very... It wouldn't be pleasant, so think about the cones while you're out there, folks.
I mean, when we were racing, we would never go near the cones, were we? We were always really, really kind. This is Alessandro Serenetti cutting through the traffic again, another driver that needs to be a bit careful here.
Yeah, absolutely. We know he's got the pace at the moment, and he's got a 3.4 second gap to a Brighton. That pace, really. I'm not going to say I wasn't expecting it. They qualified up in 5th on the grid, so they clearly had some pace, but we knew just how strong Alessandro was from earlier on. So, yeah, really exciting stuff at the top end of the field here. Contact coming in for Reading F there. Trent C with a bump and pass penalty. So a couple penalties still being dished out in the mid-pack. Not one for Trent B. Let's not get them confused. Trent B is our front-running Trent driver at the moment. Running in 3rd on the road. No penalties there so far.
No, exactly. And, of course, Herefordshire nearly 6.5 seconds clear of Nottingham Trent B in 3rd place, and then there are further nearly 11 seconds clear of Loughborough F in 4th place, which will of course turn into 3rd place when all is said and done. Alessandro Serenetti, though, comes around the first corner, starts the last lap here for race number 1 in the intermediates here at GYG, and it's been a great first race of the day.
It has, absolutely. They had a strong morning, so they're just trying to build on that and control and maintain a good race, and they've certainly delivered on that. Haven't been able to match the heights of Brighton A in this race, but they don't exist in this race, and Trent B behind just haven't quite had the response, really, to Alessandro, who's running along very nicely indeed in that number 113 plated cart. As we say, missing out on mains very closely, this team, so they'll be looking on to build for a strong year here in the Inters and then pushing back towards the main if possible.
Indeed, that's what they'll be hoping for. Well, they've started today pretty well, haven't they? Heading around the last couple of corners now is Alessandro, and he won't be the first to see the checker flag. It will be Brighton A, but they are ineligible, and Herefordshire A will take the win here in race number 1 of the British Universities Inters Championship here at GYG in North Wales. It will be Nottingham Trent B who come across the line now. What's that, about 8 seconds, 9 seconds behind Herefordshire A, and then we wait another 10 seconds. Where is the 102 of Loughborough F? They just about hold on there to 4th place, but that'll turn into 3rd once all is said and done.
It will indeed. Imperial C to come across the line next, ahead of UWE B and Cardiff B, who are in the midst of battle towards the very end of the race there. So plenty of pack action throughout the field in this race. We have got a bit of a split here, a couple of cars a lap down, so they've come across the line, yeah, but we've still got our lead lap drivers, the likes of Exeter B just crossing the line ahead of Trent C. Penalty to serve there for Trent C. Met B as well, although I don't believe that Met B exist in this. Oh no, they exist in this race. They're fine. Met B, you're eligible. Very good indeed. And that brings our field across the line to bring an end to our first race of the afternoon/day.
Well, there we go then. Welcome back to live streaming action, BUKC Inters. Some exciting racing throughout there, but as the carts pull around the final corner, they bring this thing to a halt, and it looks like I think we're about ready to go down to have a chat with them. Handing over to you, Piers.
How good is it to have Inters racing back live streamed? It's brilliant, isn't it? And we've had a good first race there, of course. Brighton A, taking the win, but they're ineligible, so therefore we will kindly ignore them. Great drive from our pole sitter to take second place in the overall win in points from Alessandro Serenetti for Hertfordshire A. And once these drivers have all come to a stop, I'll grab a word with our race winners. Let's have a quick word. Try not to get run over. Final drivers moving in. And there we go. Race 1 done. Let's grab a word with our winner in points. We spoke to you on the grid. Pole position couldn't quite hold on to the lead, but it's still a win in terms of points.
Yeah, I just struggled a little bit with the back markers, but I mean, he drove brilliantly. He was very fast. I just couldn't keep up with him. But yeah, no, it was. I told you it was going to be a competitive race from the get off, so no, it was good.
That's good, and then you'll take the points for the win.
Yeah, of course. Hertfordshire A on top.
You're Hertfordshire, aren't you? Because on the live timing it says Hertfordshire.
Yeah,
so
I don't know why. I don't know what's happened there. JV must be like, he got my name wrong. He's very bad with names, JV. Bless him.
There we go. We'll get that sorted at some point, I'm sure. And our eventual winner, Brighton A. You're not Brighton A, so I'm not going to interview. Ineligible drivers, dead to me. Ineligible drivers, we don't care about those. We're talking about the championship, of course. This is the Inter Championship. We only one driver scoring points on this live broadcast. I believe that was actually Finn from Coventry, who we spoke to in the pre-show, which you can catch later on. Oh, let's grab a word with the number 76 from Manchester Met. How was that out there for you?
That was good, better than qualifying.
Good, and you look like you're pooped out.
I am, yeah.
Pretty physical out there.
Very physical.
Enjoyed it though.
It was good. Good result.
Will we see you back at the final round in Clay Pigeon?
You will, yeah.
Absolutely, good to hear it. Enjoying the helmet there with the eyes on it as well. Was that a bespoke helmet painting job, or is it off the shelf?
Off the shelf.
Hey, it looks good nonetheless. Right, looking ahead now to race number 2. Let me get the grid up for race number 2. So is that the grid for race 2? Yeah, it is grid. Okay, Brighton A are on pole for this one. I'm going to hold fire and find out, is this actually Brighton A?
This is not Brighton A, no.
So, this is not Brighton A?
No, I'm York.
You're okay.
You're looking at the wrong thing. You need to look at the race grids.
Ah, is there a difference?
Penalties.
One moment, everyone. Penalties. I don't have that. Anyway, so who is this on pole?
I'm Henry Carter from York A.
Henry Carter for York A. You qualified second, but starting from pole position. That's all good. So you weren't a naughty boy in qualifying, basically.
No, and there's plenty of time in the lap, so should have been on pole anyway.
Hey, there you go. That's confidence. So therefore, easy win for you, I assume.
Probably not, but we'll try.
How has your intermediate season gone so far for you personally?
I had a pole in PFI and was in third and then taken out in the last lap.
Oh dear.
I did pretty awfully in qualifying at Buckmore and found my way up into fourth, and I had a train of about 10 carts behind me, and then I was taken out.
So far, 2 races, 2 takeouts.
Exactly, yeah. So
what do you reckon the chances are of a third takeout?
Well, 100% based on history. So
you must be an engineering student.
Oh, I am, yes.
There we go. I love it. Brilliant. What do you study in engineering?
I do electronic engineering.
Brilliant. As a proper engineer. 100% so far, therefore it will be taken out again. But we'll hope you won't get taken out. You're okay. We'll see how you get on in that one. Outside of the front row, who do we have starting in second place in this one? Who is this?
Vikrant, Imperial A.
Imperial A. You had a decent run in that last. I say you. Your team had a decent run in that last one. I think it was 4th on the road, wasn't it?
Well, he was the C.
Oh, Imperial C. Sorry, Imperial C. Yeah, so you're Imperial A.
Yeah, I'm
so
the captain,
you should be far better than the C team, surely.
Made a mistake in team selection, it seems.
Oh dear. Are you captain as well?
Yeah.
So you're the one in charge of selecting all of your wonderful drivers for the teams.
Yeah. It's interesting. Every time someone gets in the A team, they end up performing like a C team driver.
Is that going to happen to you in this one?
I hope not.
You hope not. How's your form been this season in the Inters?
So actually, we were in mains, most of us, and then we sold all our seats for mains because we gave up on it. So we decided to have some fun in Inters. So
here we are.
So it's a bit more fun now.
Absolutely. What's not fun about mains? We love mains.
Very good. That's the issue.
Do you know what? Fair play.
That's my issue.
I didn't say it.
But yeah, I feel quick here. That's also important.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be fair, the standard Inters is actually arisen in the last few years.
Actually, here a lot of the mains drivers have decided to come here again.
Yeah,
so.
of course. I mean, Alessandro, who came second in the last one, was a mains driver the years before, and he didn't even win.
Exactly. So if I can maintain this position, hopefully some penalties and eligibles, and I'm going for the win on track, but the key is to not end up behind any ineligible guys with penalties. So.
There you go, you heard it here first. Right, let's move on further down the grid. Sorry, I'm making our camera op Stu do donuts here. We've already spoken to Surrey enough. We can just leave them alone. Yeah, I know, guys. I'm sure I'll chat to you later, don't worry. Who do we have here? The number 64 starting in what would be 8th position, give or take. Am I correct with saying you're 8th?
Yes, we are.
Who are we? Who are we racing for? What did you have for breakfast?
Edinburgh Bee. Edinburgh Bee, sausage and egg bat.
What's your name?
Jack.
Jack, how has your intermediate season gone so far?
Well, yeah, pretty well. Had a good race at PF. Buckmore was a bit shit.
You mean you got hit? You got hit at Buckmore?
Yeah.
People keep getting hit with an S around these days. The Inters have not been very clean with their language. Apologies, everyone at home. Talk to me about what this race has got in store for you.
Hopefully a podium. That's the plan. Move forward.
Confidence, I love it. Probably a podium.
Got to be confident.
What do you reckon his chances are a podium? 100%. Fiver on it? Fiver? We could do a Monzo transfer. Other banks are available. That's, tell you what, the reason I said that is yesterday I was asking the same question to the mains, and a lot of the drivers were like, oh yeah, he's going to win, he's going to win. I was like, a 5, and they're like, yeah, nah.
Confident teammates.
Hey, they've got faith in you, you've got faith in yourself. That's part of the game, isn't it? So we'll look out for the number 64 for Edinburgh. Edinburgh Reeve today. We'll see if he gets that podium that he's seeking out. A driver that looks like they're in the zone. Who are you? What's your name? Who are you racing for? What's your name?
Kurt.
Right, number 52. How are you going to get on in this one?
Hopefully top 10. Don't want to.
We'll see. I also Stuart, just spin round. We've got some actual fans with banners over there. I love this. Look at it. There's actual real life fans, real life banners. This is the sort of fever pitch we have here at the intermediates. I love it. Right, we've got time for one more interview, I reckon, before we. We've got someone requesting an interview. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
I am Finley Fitzsimmons. I'm racing for Glan-Y.
Are you eligible in this one?
I am eligible.
Oh, wonderful. Why did you call me over?
I have some socks.
Oh, here we are. Are these the?
We have
Pringles. Jalapeno. Now that is a rare flavour.
It's a spicy flavour because we're going to spice up the race today. We're going to make some good moves on lap 1.
I love it. I can't add anything more to that. Reeve, John, back to you. There's no way I can end the grid walk better than that.
Well, it sounds like this one's about to get a little bit spicy, doesn't it, Reeve?
I know, yeah. Absolutely correct there. No better way to end a grid walk than some spicy socks, indeed. I'm glad that Piers is still after his 5er. I mean...
Did he secure that bet in the end? I wasn't quite sure if they actually shook hands and agreed on that.
No, I don't think he tried his best. But I think... Are there any regulations against the media team placing bets? I don't think it's most sporting.
We can't change the results, can we? So I think that's more than fair.
Okay. I'll leave that to you and Piers then in this case. But we are getting ready for the second race.
So hold on. Yes, we can change the results, and that's why you should give us Jaffa Cakes.
Yes, absolutely.
Sorry, I forgot about that.
Yep, no problem at all. Oh, so the Jaffa Cake can do results now. I thought they only did penalties.
Only if you give us X double.
Yeah. I see.
Come on, remember the rules.
Yep. Race 2 then, getting ready to kick off. Just waiting for the last couple of drivers to jump in to the carts and get ready to go. So these guys will set off. The pace cart will pick them up, and they get ready and formed up to go racing once more.
Indeed. Yeah, we got a couple of drivers just trying to work out this kart at the back of the grid, trying to get themselves sorted. I want to say, is that one of the Imperial drivers, I want to say? It looks like a very similar suit to what we saw in the last race. Yeah, I can see another Imperial driver on the left-hand side. So Imperial getting themselves ready to go, and that's the Imperial C kart starting in 34th place in this one. They did have time to get themselves slightly further up the order than that, but they were excluded from the qualifying session, so I'm not sure what happened to them. Either way, it's not gone ideally for them, and they've been dropped down to 34th, but not last on the grid. That goes to one of the sister teams of my old team, Cardiff C, on the back of the grid for this one. -6 places in a qualifying session. I don't know how they managed that, but fair play, Cardiff C.
A mixed couple of days then for the Cardiff squad. They had a great day, obviously, with Cardiff A yesterday. Fraser Brunton putting in his magic as usual.
It was a fantastic day for my old team of Cardiff A yesterday. Like you say, yeah, 2 round wins, both in round 5 and round 6. Fair play. Fraser always races well, but the whole team came together yesterday and put in some fantastic results. It's the first time I've ever seen, not just my old team, but I think any team get a first, and a second across their 3 races. That is impressive across all 3 races. We're just about ready to go for race number 2 here. Can we look at the grid, please, for intermediate class race number 2 here at Glan-Y-Gors in North Wales. York A line up on the front row alongside Imperial A. And it's Brighton B and Herefordshire A on row number 2, followed by Brighton A and Surrey Surrey A. Behind them are Loughborough F and Edinburgh B. Then it's Warwick C, UWE B, Royal Holloway A, and St Andrews A. Then it's UCAN B, Swansea B, Coventry F, Nottingham Trent B, Oxford Brook C, York B, Surrey C, Leeds C, Leeds Beckett A, Warwick B, Leeds Beckett B, Leeds B. I can see them coming around the final corner, but they haven't gone, so I can slow down a bit. Nottingham Trent C, Cambridge C, UWE C, then Cardiff B, Reading F, and Surrey D round out the top 30. Then it's the University of Wales Trinity St David A, followed by Birmingham C, Southampton D, Imperial C, and Cardiff C. 35 drivers on the grid once again here for race number 2.
Yep, 35 karts out on track. Couple of ineligibles for this one. Coventry F, they're pretty much ineligible throughout the day, actually. And then we also have Southampton D, Loughborough F, Brighton A, and Brighton B in this race. They will be ineligible. If you see those out on track, it doesn't matter. They won't be counted in the results.
Indeed. Which one was the one that we're ignoring for the entire day, was that?
That is Coventry F.
Coventry F.
Race 6. Race 6, they're eligible.
They're back in.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Where one driver will really have to do well in that one to bring them some good points. Right, then 2x2. It looks as though with one go around, we might be ready to get this one underway then. The number 69 of York A is on pole position for this one alongside the 26 of Imperial A. 2 A teams heading around the final corner. York A taking to the start on the inside line on the left-hand side of your screen. We're underway and racing here for race number 2. Imperial trying to hang it around the outside there as they head up the Dragon Straight. They have managed to cut back in, but our 4th or 5th on the grid there has just flirted with the grass on the exit, drops a couple of positions as they head up towards Spoon Corner. They're back down the inside. They shuffle one driver wide onto the grass. Can they hold that one back onto the circuit? Yes, they can. That was a bit of a scary moment for Brighton B, but they've got it back onto the track, and already a black flag for Cardiff C.
Yeah, a day goes from bad to worse for the Cardiff C squad there, but everyone at the front end of the field getting away relatively cleanly, it must be said. As you mentioned, a brief visit to the grass, but other than that, all looking good at the top end as we do have a spin for, that is one of the Coventry drivers.
I think one of the leads, no?
Oh, one of the leads driver, sorry, yeah, by the looks of things, they get back underway. And then we've got contact warnings coming in as well down the final part of the lap here as it gets a little bit too close for comfort. We go side by side, trading paint through that final corner once more. That is the number 21 kart there of Surrey A being put under pressure by Hertfordshire A, who had a decent run in race 1.
It was Leeds B that we saw facing the wrong direction down at the bottom of the hill. I mean, we've got Leeds C and Leeds B in this race. The C kart starting ahead of the B kart and having a much better start as well. So fair play to the Leeds C team. More argy-bargy going on up at Spoon there. One driver getting knocked about like a pinata there up at Spoon, but he manages to keep it facing the right direction. Yellow flags down into the carousel. They're all going to get back in single file and making sure they're losing a bit of race pace there to avoid a speeding under yellow's penalty. They all slot back in and they carry on through this second lap of this race. The 97 thinking about the move down the inside. This is further up the order though. Change for second place. Brighton A are through on Imperial A. They're down into Devil's Elbow.
Yep, York A meanwhile building up a nice gap out in front. All the fighting, as you say, it's between Brighton and Imperial. Brighton, of course, not counted in the results for this race. So in effect, Imperial just need to keep the nose clean and just push on, if possible, towards York A. If anything, they need to work together with Brighton to say, come on, let's try and fight this for this first place on the road.
That makes sense then on the championship standings, why Brighton A, are down in 51st, and we got Brighton B much further up the order. So that makes a lot of sense. And if they're getting a lot of ineligible drivers, well, despite them being ineligible, there's a spin for the number 68. Don't tell me that is the other Leeds. It is the other Leeds kart going for a spin. So both Leeds B and Leeds C, facing the wrong direction in the first 2.5 minutes of this race. That is less than ideal.
Yeah, that certainly is. They were making nice progress through the field as well. They picked up 4 places within the first couple of laps, had Leeds C, so they were trying to push on and make a decent inroads. They had some decent momentum behind them, but as we say, it all comes to a bitter end quite early on. Edinburgh B as well, losing a couple of positions at the start of this race. They were giving it big talk on the grid, looking like they were poised to potentially place a bet with Piers, but that didn't work out in the end.
Big move down the inside for the lead of the race there. That's Brighton A through on York A. But of course, we're not going to be counting Brighton towards the full end of race results here. So York still in the lead of this race. But as we were mentioning under different things yesterday, they're unlikely to know that Brighton A aren't available to win this race. So York are likely going to think, oh dear, I'm down in second. I've got to chase these guys back down again.
And not only are they down in second on the road at the moment, but they do have a cone penalty as well that has been added, so they cannot win this race no matter what. Now it's going to drop down to the driver currently in P3, Imperial A at the moment, effectively leading this race.
Indeed, yeah, so third place on the road then. First place, once all is said and done, there they are. The number 26 of Imperial A take to the lead of this race. But like we mentioned, they're unlikely to know that, so they're still full eyes ahead, still locked on to the two carts of Brighton A and York A as they already start to try and cut through some back markers. As they head through another yellow flag zone, they've got to keep in that single file and take off some speed as they head through. Now down back into green flags as they head into the carousel. So what have we got then? Imperial A in the effective lead of the race. It's about 3/4 of a second between themselves and Surrey A in fourth place, which of course is actually Surrey's B team because of it all went wrong at qualifiers for them, sadly. But as we mentioned, Brighton A not actually scoring any points, and it's sadly gone wrong then for Brighton B. An ABC bump and pass penalty has just come through for them.
Yep, doesn't matter anyway. They're also ineligible, so no matter what happens,
okay.
They effectively, nothing's happened there. But it is an unfortunate. We just had a brief look then at a driver who had a bit of a spin. That was a UClan-B kart there who went off the circuit, had to wait for the moment to push the kart back onto the tarmac and rejoin safely, losing 19 positions in the process.
Yeah, that's quite a few.
Yes, it is.
That is not ideal for that driver. I mean, it's a really challenging one here at GYG, even when it's nice and sort of relatively warm and dry here at GYG. The off-track excursions, the hill sort of dips away from you as you go off the track. So if you go off, you really go off here. And it's such a trek, especially with these quite heavy Club 100 carts. To get them back onto the circuit is a challenge in and of itself. Here's Surrey A trying it down the inside of Imperial A. And don't forget, this is for the lead of the race, ladies and gentlemen. Imperial holding that inside line. Is that Herefordshire A? Oh, sorry, Hertfordshire A, we've got to remember, getting involved as well behind. I think it might be on the 113. So this is a three-way squabble for the lead of the race, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, York A will only drop one position with that cone penalty. So whoever gets to the front of this train will win the race, given that we're not counting Brighton A into this one as well. But yeah, we learned courtesy of Piers' walk on the grid. It's not Herefordshire A, it is Hertfordshire A, just spelt wrong.
Yeah, it's missing the T off the off the entry, I think. So that did confuse me. I was thinking, I've never heard of that place before.
Me neither.
But that gives an answer to that one. As Surrey have a look around the outside there. There's contact between the two. Surrey nearly end up in the grass. They do continue on, though. But that changed the battle dynamics here massively as there's a switch around. Surrey are a little bit further back than they would want to be at this point. Maybe their head's a bit shaken. They might have lost a bit of their confidence in the kart now, as it looks a little bit more comfortable for Imperial out in front.
Yeah, Hertfordshire saw the gap and went for it, but the door did close. To be fair to them, though, heads-up driving, they realised, right, I've bumped them out of the way there. I'm going to get a bump and pass penalty. I'll allow them back through. However, that's meant that both of those two teams, Surrey and Hertfordshire, have lost a bit of time there to Imperial. About 3/4 of a second it is now that Imperial have in terms of a gap. But it did look over the last few laps that Surrey and Hertfordshire were a little bit faster over one lap pace. So we'll wait and see if they can continue to close that door once again. And also, Brighton B and UWEB getting involved in the battle as well now, and it's only about a further second back to Edinburgh B as well. So this could be a really good squabble here in race number 2 for the win.
Yeah, it's going to drag UWEB and Edinburgh B in, as you say. Let's not count out Loughborough F as well. They're not too far behind at all. A couple of contact warnings coming in the midst of this battle as well as we approach 7 minutes completed of this race so far, so still plenty of action to go. An important development in the commentary box as John opens up the Tango Apple for his first time in his life. What are your thoughts there, John?
It is very nice, but I have to disagree that it's not as good as an appetizer. It's not as good as an appetizer. I'm sorry.
This is Piers that John is chatting
yes,
to,
it's
by
Piers,
the way.
sorry.
Yeah,
Piers has joined us on the sofa.
Yeah, I will leave my tango opinions off the stream.
I was being told earlier today that it's the best carbonated beverage that has ever been made. Sorry, the second best after, was it a Rio Tropical? A Rio Tropical, apparently the best. Again, another one I've not tried. So if anyone has one in the paddock, feel free to bring it over and we'll do another taste test. But anyway, let's look back to the racing here with 17.5 minutes left to go. We're still watching this train for the lead. Here is the number 64 of Edinburgh B looking to chase them down as he's got Loughborough F right in behind. Loughborough F up the inside, and I think it might be a change of position there for 8th place. Loughborough F trying to find a way through as the rest of the drivers pick their way through a few back markers. It all gets a bit too close to comfort there through Devil's Elbow. We're nearly 3 wide on the exit. Big wide moment there for the 21. Goes grass cutting there to Surrey A and loses 2 places because of it. But they've got a much better exit than the drivers in front of them, and it's all getting a little bit squabbly. I'm pretty sure Brighton B kart, they've got a University of Surrey suit on. So like you were saying, they're definitely ineligible. I think they're from a completely different university.
Yeah, for the start of the morning, or the afternoon's proceedings rather, Brighton don't count here.
So we've actually got two Surrey drivers battling each other at the moment,
Yes.
but one's racing for a totally different team.
Yeah, and Surrey make their way through there, and this is nice to see for the Surrey cars at least, because you just get the sense that every time an opportunity opens for them, they tend to tumble back a little bit in these proceedings, and it is a shame for them because they were in the midst of the battle for the lead. They make their way through, but will they be able to close up that gap now, which is growing to Imperial, who's running in P3, effective lead of the race.
Now, of course, they're an ineligible driver there on the number 33, racing for Brighton B. Now, you can exclude them for the race when all is said and done. They drop down to the bottom, they don't score any points to the team. However, they can still influence the race here. They're right in behind their sister team of Surrey A. They can sit there as a rear gunner and say, even if I'm a bit faster than you, I'm just going to sit behind and make sure that no one can attack you, and you can head on forward and try and get some more places.
And I think I can hear the steam coming out of Andrew Mather's head as you say those words. It's just, he's not a fan of...
Well, they've certainly been working their way around the circuit. Times 2 ABC, Brighton B, yet another penalty.
Yeah, unfortunately, and that is just the proper way to find the ire of Andrew Mather there. A, be an ineligible driver, and B, pick up penalties while doing it. That is not ideal at all. Running in P5 on the road at the moment, as this is now a huge fleet of cars forming up, running through the final part of the lap.
Well, we heard on the grid a few drivers having a bit of a potty mouth. I think if we had a mic on Andrew Mather right now, he'd be exactly the same.
Starting the next lap in just a moment. Then we see the number 50 car there. I think that is a back marker by the looks of things. It is. That's Cardiff C.
Someone chopping across there from the inside to the outside, nearly shoots someone off. Exit stays left off into the hillside.
You have to be very careful with that sort of move here at GYG, because even at its widest point, this is a very narrow track indeed, and high speed through that first sector as well. So if you go off, you are really going off.
Yeah, exactly. You're at full chat for a lot of time on this circuit, particularly on that Dragon Straight in the run-up towards Spoon. And I remember the first ever time I drove this circuit, my mum was blown at how fast you do speed up through those corners. You do start to get used to it throughout the day, but when you go from, like I was mentioning earlier, if you've just done like maybe a bit of rental karting, this circuit is just unbelievable in one of these couple of hundred karts. And if you're watching from home, you're either supporting someone or you've just learned about the championship and you're thinking of having a go, get involved with the BUKC next year with your university's team. If they don't have one, go and start one. Get involved with BUKC. It was one of the best experiences of my life being involved with this, and I think the same for my two compatriots here on the sofa with me.
See a driver having a brief visit to the grass there, as we see drivers now working their way through the back marker, Cardiff C. Now, I should add, there is no obligation for the back markers to allow other drivers through here. We don't have blue flags at the BUKC, so the drivers, the onus is on the overtaking driver to find a safe place to do that, if they can do that.
Exactly, and of course you can get frustrated if you're stuck behind a driver and they're relatively similar to you on pace. We saw that yesterday, as that was a bit of a wallop there, I think, on one of the pack markers from the 63, I want to say that was, on the inside line. So that'll be Nottingham Trent B, I think, giving them a little bit of a wallop there through the compression corner, as that cone has gone missing there on the inside of the right-hander down into Devil's Elbow. So the poor cone's getting absolutely walloped. But like I was saying, if you're close to pace with them, you can't find a way through. You've got to keep yourself calm, because like you say, they don't have to get out of the way. You've got to be the one to find a way through safely and cleanly and not pick yourself up a penalty.
Absolutely. I mean, I've discussed it already, but what we saw in the final race yesterday in the mains, it all went wrong for Coventry A, not able to find the correct place to get back past. They tried to do it through the S's, and the S's get very tight indeed. Bump and pass penalty coming in for Trent B as well. Not an ideal day for them so far today. They had a decent run in at the front end of race 1. A potential penalty, can't remember that. But Trent B, another penalty here in race 2.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, we saw them getting involved with a couple of scraps there down through sector number 3, so I think all getting a bit too close to comfort with a few back markers there for Trent B. We continue to watch here in this battle for 4th place, I do believe it is. So Brighton B, of course, who are ineligible, followed by Surrey A, and then Hertfordshire A, I keep on reminding myself, Hertfordshire A there in 6th place. And these three battling over position has really helped Imperial A to start to scamper off here. And don't forget, Brighton 8, we're not going to count to the final results. They are also ineligible. York A, with that cone penalty, that's going to drop them 1 position back. So Imperial A heading on forward there in 3rd place, now about 1.5 seconds clear of this three-way battle, will actually find themselves in the lead of the race when all this is said and done.
They will. The best thing that York can hope for right now is they close up to Brighton A, and that they are able to get past Brighton A, just try and negate any effects of that penalty, although it won't actually make much of a difference at all, no, because Imperial is still there and Brighton aren't going to be dropped down. They're ineligible. York are trying to close up to Brighton at the moment. It didn't go quite so well on that last lap.
They've just got another one.
Penalty coming in for York A there.
Spinner Spoon, that is the number 67, heading for a rotation there up at Spoon. That's the University of Wales Trinity St David A, finding themselves facing the wrong direction off circuit. But like we've just seen there, York getting yet another penalty. So even if they try and gain a few more positions, it's not really going to help too much.
Yeah, definitely a bit of commentator's curse there. So sorry to the York squad.
Finally, it's you and not me.
Yeah, but no matter how much they push on, as you say, a couple of places now they are going to drop, and that contact penalty a bit more severe than the cone as well.
I was thinking, how is that applied? Because of course we say the penalties are applied from the front, but I assume exclusions are all done prior to any penalty.
Well, exclusions effectively don't matter because Brighton are going to come across the line and then they didn't exist.
Yes, okay.
So
good.
York A will still have the penalty taken away from P1.
Okay,
if they come home in this order at least. We've still got 10 minutes to go. Anything could happen just yet as we head up the Dragon Straight once more. The Dragon not so straight, of course, has a bit of a kink in it, but it's still flying along. You're still wide open throttle for so much of the circuit, as you say there, John. 1.1 kilometres is this GYG track. That means in about a 30-lap race, you're doing over 30 kilometres at decent pace here in these sprint races.
Yeah, wow, I never really thought of it like that. That is mightily impressive. That's a long race here, but to be fair, you're sat down. It is still conducive of a bit of sweat there as you get yourself going through on a 25-minute race. It definitely tires you out.
Oh, it's a physical track.
At least you've got four wheels underneath you.
Yeah, exactly. You're not a fan of motorbike racing?
That's true. I do enjoy a bit of that. That's even more physical than kart racing. But no, particularly around this circuit of GYG, it is quite the physical one. I'd say really the only ones more than that. I mean, they've already been to Buckmore Park this year. So I think that might be the University of Wales Trinity St David again. Yeah. They're spinning at Spoon. And it did look like they were trying to restart from the grass as well. So it might be going from bad to worse there for UWTSD A.
Meanwhile, on the road, Brighton B get ahead of Imperial A, but fear not, Brighton B also ineligible at the moment, so no changes to how the race will shape up as things come to a close.
I didn't realise how confusing this would get for us here at the commentary box.
I see why Andrew likes it so much, it's great.
So there we go then. So yeah, even though there's changes happening out on circuit, Imperial A still in the lead of this race. The issue for them though, they've dropped back into this battle pack and they're going side by side with the 33 back down the inside of Brighton B, but of course they're not eligible for this one. Up and under go Hertfordshire A. So Hertfordshire A, after they did take the win in race number one, didn't they, Hertfordshire? They're pressing on to try and take the win here in race number 2, the number 113, now right on the back of Imperial A as they fly up towards Spoon yet again. We're now heading on to lap number 19 of this race. Just less than 9 minutes left to go in this one. Still no one able to get a better lap time than Brighton A's earlier on in this one. A 50.9. Is that the first 50 that we've seen so far today?
It is from our inters so far today, and that is matching the pace that we were seeing at the end of the day from the mains as well. So impressive stuff from the inters out there at the moment. As you say, Hertfordshire, they've had a nice little run in this race. They started 4th on the grid, had a couple of issues earlier on, but they've worked their way back up. Now they've got decent pace underneath them at the moment. They are matching the likes of Imperial A. They are faster than the likes of Surrey 8, Loughborough F as well. So they're on a bit of a roll here at the moment. Don't count them out just yet.
I was just speaking about obviously some tough circuits that we already had on the calendar. Buckmore Park being one of those, a really physical track. It didn't go well for Hertfordshire at Buckmore Park, sadly for them. They're down in 30th place in the championship at the moment. Had a decent round at PF International to kick off the season earlier on in 2025, but Buckmore Park, it all sort of unravelled for them.
Yeah, so they're hoping to make amends. And what better way to do it?
They are, to be fair.
Yeah, what better way to do it than on stream here as well, as we see cars flying on through. I think that was a back marker being very courteous and getting out of the way. So a nice astute driving there from the back marker. Cone penalty coming in for lead C as we've got something else developing.
This could be the move for the lead, looking down the inside there. So these are the two that were watching for the lead, and we've still got Surrey trying to get involved as well. Who could scupper things here for Hertfordshire A?
Yeah, absolutely. This is now closing up quite tightly here. Brighton B, as we say, they're not eligible, but they're certainly in the mix here as well as we start the next lap of the race. These three being separated by much less than 1 second.
You would have thought maybe the driver wearing the Surrey, who's racing for Brighton B, would maybe go behind the other Surrey driver and try and push them along up the straight, but they're not really giving them too much assistance at the moment as the 26 cuts through on the back marker. He'll be hoping that the number 85 can hold them up somewhat. Through goes Brighton B, and that could be big for this leading battle then, as now down the inside goes the Surrey team. So the 21 slipping on by as well, and dropping down to 6th place then go Hertfordshire A.
There we see Imperial A getting past some back marker traffic there by the looks of things. So that is an important air gap for them in this race now as we have a kart in the barriers.
That's
there.
at the first corner, that is, with the painted barriers off at the first corner. Often we see that if two drivers will go side by side and there's a little side-pod to side-pod contact, they might end up touching the grass and going straight towards the wall, and that has happened there for one of our drivers. We'll let you know who it is when they come to end this lap, and all the timing gets updated.
Yeah, not a very unfortunate way to end your racing there. Planted in that barrier, that is going to be an end to proceedings there. As we have Surrey C picking up a take-out penalty there. You always worry when you read the first half of the race and you've just been commentating over a battle going on at the front end of the field and you see the likes of a Surrey drive, but it is the Surrey C team, not the Surrey A team. Loughborough F bump and pass though, and they're in the mix here in this fleet of karts heading round to the next part of the lap.
We had that a few times yesterday, didn't we?
Yes.
Getting a little bit worried about teams popping up on the board. I will say Coventry F, they've only dropped one position, but they still not come across the line. So I'm keeping an eye on them, whether it might be Coventry who are off in the wall at the first corner. We'll let you know as soon as we know any more information. Yeah, they're still dropping down the order. They're dropping down the order big time. I think it is Coventry F who are off in the wall at T1. We've had a change of position in this squabble yet again. Then the two Surrey teams swapping. I know it's super confusing because one of them's called Prior to B, but Surrey A are through then into fourth place, effectively second once all is said and done.
Well, I do have good news for the Coventry F squad in that incident, in that they are ineligible, so it never happened because they weren't in this race.
You didn't exist, mate.
Yep.
So what barrier?
Yeah, exactly.
Didn't see any of that happen. It's that's the 33. Brighton B trying to defend there from Hertfordshire A as they head through the carousel. And it's all changed around yet again. I can see Surrey A are now behind them in this train. It looks as though they've given a bit more breathing room to Imperial A. A good second up the road now there in third overall. But first, once we get, and penalties get applied.
Yeah, meanwhile, our two front runners, they have absolutely checked out, haven't they? It's 4.5 seconds Brighton A down to York A, and then about 7 seconds from York to Imperial. Surrey still having issues clearing this pack as they started having those earlier on. Imperial A, as we say, controlling then in P3 on the road first on paper as it stands, and Brighton B right behind.
Yes, indeed. There's been some great pace throughout this race. We head into the final 5 minutes of this one. It looks as though, yeah, they have. The 26 of Imperial A has joined onto the back of a three-way battle for position further down the order. Could this hold things up here for Imperial? And could they get swallowed up by the pack in behind? Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, this is the battle for the lead of the race here as they head down through in sector number 3. That's a big send there for the 26. They've got to be a bit careful there. There was definitely a bit of contact between themselves and the back marker. They've just let Surrey through. They've just let the Brighton B cart through, which of course won't matter for position, but will they let someone else through? Yes, there goes Hertfordshire into the lead. Surrey are going to follow them through. We've had a change to the top 3 then. Hertfordshire into the lead of this race.
That is huge for the day out here in GYG. What a day it could turn out for them if they get another win under their belt. Disaster though for Imperial A on that lap. Potential, at least warnings or penalties coming in from that late part of the lap. There did get a bit elbows out, and then they lose positions as well.
Indeed. So yeah, we've had a cone penalty, which is a +1, and
there
then
we go.
Multiple contact penalty. Oh dear, yep, like we saw through sector number 3, bump and pass penalty for Imperial A. So they're still involved in this leading battle, but after the penalties will be applied, they'll be dropped down.
Yep. So they are completely out of the count for winning this race, even if they are able to get a couple of positions back in the final few minutes. It's looking better and better for the Hertfordshire and Surrey squad as there's a change there.
Yeah, I thought that was a change. I think I got the numbers confused between the 33 and the 38. So the 33's checked out there of Brighton B. I think we'll be still following here in the drivers in behind. Of course, Hertfordshire and Surrey A are the two that we're following now in the battle for the lead in this race. Currently 4th and 5th respectively, less than half a second between them. But they're right involved in a massive squabble of drivers way further down the order. So, I mean, it's difficult for us to follow. It must be pretty difficult for them to follow out on track as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Track limits warning coming in for Imperial A. Insult to injury there. If I was to guess where that was coming from, that would be that final corner as they had to go over the curb there in order to avoid the barriers. They rejoined behind their competitors, of course, with some contact as well.
Yeah, so it is the Surrey A kart stuck here behind the back marker. They're going to try and go up and under here through compression, and they do just that. However, Hertfordshire cleared them a number of corners ago, and let's see what this gap is then heading into the last couple of minutes of this race. It'll be Hertfordshire A who come across the line ahead of Surrey A, 16 seconds behind the lead. What's the gap then back to Surrey A? It's about 1.2 seconds then as they head into the last few laps of this race.
Yeah, so it's a little bit more comfortable than just having a kart length between two karts, isn't it? But still, you can't rest easy just yet. Bump and pass come in for Surrey A there as well.
That's it then.
So they're out of the count then for winning this race as well.
So now it's basically Hertfordshire A, don't get a penalty and you've won this race.
This race turns into very much a race of attrition at this point. We could end up at a point where everyone's got penalties, so it kind of doesn't matter.
I can't work that out. My math is not good enough.
This is why the results are always provisional as we declare them, because we don't want to accidentally upset anyone by declaring a true victor or declaring the results. We will simply talk about it as we see it and talk about it as it is on the road, apart from a few of the drivers who don't exist in this race.
I mean, I just feel bad for Piers. He's going to have to try and work out who's won this race when he gets down onto the grid to chat with them. We got another spinner up at Spoon, then can quite see who that was.
Question number 1, are you the race winner?
Yeah, someone come and tell me who's won this race. Right, then still battles going on as we head into the last minute of this race. I mean, they are ineligible, like you say, but what a performance it's been for the driver in Brighton A, leading by over 6 seconds now as we head into the last minute of this race. And then it's a further 9 seconds back to Brighton B in 3rd place. So a few drivers showing some impressive pace here in race number 2.
Yeah, absolutely, as we have Birmingham C picking up another penalty here. They had a penalty in race 1 as well, so penalties are really the name of the game so far this afternoon by the looks of things. If you keep the nose clean, you keep clear of those penalties, you're going to finish well here in the Inters. As we see, this is a Surrey A kart. They have a penalty to boot after putting in so much work to try and fight for the lead of this race. Bit of a roller coaster race for them overall so far, race 2, and unfortunately that roller coaster had one last dip. Leeds Beckett B, ABC takeout here. Again, another penalty.
Yeah, running in 21st, but they'll be dropping down the order ever so slightly when all is finished at the end of this one. And not too long to go until we do see the checkered flag. And like we mentioned, it's going to be Brighton A who see it first, and then we've got to work out what's gone on here with penalties. We do think, from how we've watched through this race, that it is Hertfordshire who are going to be the ones to take the win, and that will mean a double win to kick off the day, a win in race 1 and a win in race 2. That would seem rather insurmountable here for a round win for Hertfordshire, but we'll wait and see. Still a lap to go then as the 1-1-3 does begin it, and still trying to pick their way through back markers. There's still possibilities here of penalties for Hertfordshire.
Yeah.
They need to be very careful.
Absolutely, just need to keep the nose clean at this point. They can effectively afford to stay behind these back markers if at all possible. They're 30th, by the way, in the standings at the moment in the Inters, so if they have this double race win and they take away a load of points from today, this will be huge for them in the standings.
It will indeed, and this is the 33 who's blocking them down towards the carousel there. Of course, the 33 we saw earlier, that's Brighton B, so they're actually battling for position on track here for 3rd place overall, but of course Brighton are not going to be counted at the end of this one, so fair play to Hertfordshire. They've managed to cut through and chase them down. Brighton A have already seen the checkered flag, then they've won on track, but they are not going to win once all is said and done. Oh, great up and under there from Hertfordshire to finish this off. They're going to come round the final corner. They'll see the checkered flag first, but once penalties are applied, Hertfordshire A win at race number 2.
Brilliant stuff from Hertfordshire there, saying, I don't need your ineligibility, I can do it on the road anyway. They come across the line then. 2 great races to start off the day for Hertfordshire there. Brighton B ineligible, Surrey A come home what should be 2nd on the road. They've got some penalties to serve. Imperial A, Loughborough F, UWE B, Oxford Brooks E and St Andrews A are top 10 on the road then. That was certainly an interesting little battle, wasn't it? Because of so many different dimensions that you had. What was going on track, all the penalties, the ineligible drivers, back markers, everything that you have to keep you on your toes here in the BUKC.
Yeah, my brain hurts. We're only 2 races in, Reeve. This is going to be an interesting afternoon. But great to have the Inters back and involved and live streamed here from GYG. And like you say, another great race here for race number 2. I do want to say as well, it was lovely to see on the grid the U-Clan squad really getting behind them and having banners and whatnot to be shown to the drivers to egg them on. Sadly, in that one, it didn't quite work out. They lost 11 places in that race, but we'll ignore that. Great to see the support out there on circuit, and the final result then in that race, Brighton A winning it on circuit with York A in 2nd place, Hertfordshire 3rd on the road, but we do think they've won it once penalties are applied. Brighton B, then Surrey A, Imperial A, Loughborough F, UWE B, Oxford Brook C and St Andrews A, your top 10, then Nottingham Trent B, Warwick C, Royal Holloway A, then Warwick B, Leeds Beckett A, Swansea B, Nottingham Trent C, Leeds C, York B, Surrey C, Leeds Beckett B, Edinburgh B, Leeds B, UCLan B, Cardiff B, Cambridge C, UWE C, Reading F, Birmingham C, Cardiff C, Imperial C, UWTSD A, Coventry F and Surrey D. Your 34 drivers making it to the end there. Well, Piers seems to be just about ready on the pits to chat to some more of our drivers.
Yep, down here we're going to grab a word with our eligible victor, which was Hertfordshire A. Where is our Hertfordshire A driver? Here he is at the front of the grid as Stuart, our camera operator, makes his way through the karts. Hello there.
Hello.
Hertfordshire driver.
Yes.
You didn't win, but you won.
Did I?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So 2 Hertfordshire wins in the points for that one. We had you were 3rd on the road after a great move on that last lap. But hey, eligibility win. So you've.
I'm very pleased. That was amazing.
Good day for Hertfordshire so far.
Yes, very, 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 very good.
Run us what your name is.
Isaac Gady.
Isaac, talk to us about your season so far. Is this your first win?
It is my first win. Yes. Yeah, I've not competed in every round yet. So.
Camera operator Stuart, do you want to take a? Yeah, there we go. We can let the karts fuel up. Sorry, say that again.
I've missed a couple rounds, so. But yeah, this has definitely been a great race.
You enjoy the GYG circuit?
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's probably the best on the calendar, I think.
I'd say it's definitely up there. Congratulations to Hertfordshire, another win. We'll see you again maybe next round of Clay Pigeon.
Yes, hopefully.
Maybe. Hopefully for another win. We'll see. Right, so that is race number 2 out of the way. 1/3 of the way through the races. We have race number 3 up next. So let's start having a word with the drivers who are incoming. As you can see them all coming over the hill right now. Right, let's wander down the grid and just have a word with some of our incoming drivers and see who's available for a chat. Hello there, Swansea driver. Swansea. Hello there, Swansea driver. Hello there. Who are you? Which Swansea team are you with?
C team.
Are you eligible?
What do you mean now?
Are you, as in, like, are you actually racing for the team that you're scoring points?
Yeah, well, yeah, technically. But
Amazing. What do you mean technically? You are?
I was A last year, but.
Oh yeah, but as in, like, you are scoring points for your.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah.
Excellent, because I ignore ineligible drivers. They are a second-class citizen around here.
Yeah.
Anyway, how's your season gone so far in the Inters?
This is my first race of the season.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm quite a bit overweight, hence not racing.
I wouldn't say you're overweight. Just big bones.
20 kilograms overweight.
Nah.
So up the hill, I am losing a lot of time.
Through the corners, you're absolutely rapid, though.
So if I get ahead of anyone, just defending.
And remind us of your name.
George Williams.
George, we'll keep an eye out for you there. Good luck in the race. We're going to chat to this person here. You must be the most fireproof person around.
I am. I'm on fire.
You look like you're ready to escape into the sun.
Hopefully, I'll be able to just take off, and after I come P1, I'll just keep going a bit higher up into the clouds. So yeah, we're ready to go.
Okay, so remind us who you are and who you're racing for.
I'm Etienne Jones. I'm racing for Glan-Y-Gors.
Glan-Y-Gors, are you eligible in this race?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. We like that. We don't like ineligible drivers around here, do we?
No, not at all.
No, not at all. Exactly. Right. How's your season gone so far? Talk to us about the Inters season for both your team and yourself.
So I missed the first round, so I wasn't there for that because I broke my wrist. But we did well. We're doing well. We're finishing, high top 10s towards the bottom. A couple of our drivers, but we're getting better. Our lads just finished P24 because he spun, unfortunately.
Oh dear.
But yeah, we're slowly getting there. This is my best qualifying so far. Hopefully I keep my nose clean.
Where did you qualify?
P12.
P12, that's pretty good. So top 10 is on the cards?
Very on the cards, as long as I don't get a penalty. We've got a lot of support, so...
You've got a lot of support. I mean, I wish I had fans like that. Wow.
Yeah.
What's the chant?
Let's go, U-Clan, let's go!
I quite enjoy the fact that the U-Clan chant has a U-Clan accent. It's like, let's go, U-Clan, let's go. Right, anyway, let's move on from that. I won't do any more accents today. Right, skipping through to the inside of the grid now. Yeah, I'll stop with the accents there. I think it's probably offensive to someone. Right, who's this? Who am I talking to and who are you racing for?
I'm Lyndon and I'm racing for UWE.
UWE, University of the West of England.
Yeah, man. It's good.
I love how generic that university name is. Yeah, we're somewhere in the West. Where is UWE?
Where? It's in Bristol, so...
In Bristol?
Bristol.
Brilliant. Right, so how's things going? What are you up to?
It's going good. We're in P15. Just want a clean first lap, Don't want to spin or anything, which would be pretty...
You said that with some venom in your voice. You've clearly had some instances this year.
Oh, yeah, so many. Like, not a single race.
How many?
Well, I've done 2 races and I've had 2 crashes on the first lap, so...
So if you make it around the first lap without a crash, then you've done well?
I'll be so happy if I just make it 1 lap.
What's your plan to not spin / crash / detonate on this first lap?
I'm going to stay on the inside and not a single person is going to get near me. Like, I just stick on the inside.
Do you know what? I think that's a pretty good plan. Remind us of your name?
Lyndon.
Lyndon for UWE... which team?
D.
He doesn't even know which team. Lyndon, good luck on that first lap. Right, Why are we interviewing this man over here?
Biggest age gap between BUKC.
Oh, there. Yes, of course. Race number 3. Right, who are you and who are you racing for?
I'm Martin Bounds, racing for Warwick B.
Now, Martin, the BUKC has been going since the year 2000. When was your last BUKC race?
2005.
2005. I reckon that has to be a record for the longest distance between BUKC races. You must have been racing in the early days when it was it pre-Club 100?
No, it was Club 100, but we only had one championship.
You only had one championship. Our series organiser, Will Chew, must have still been racing at that point.
He was, yeah.
Absolutely. We'll tell you what, we'll check in with Will Chew. I'll drop him a message and find out if there's anyone else that's done a big gap like that. But it's great to have you back in the championship.
Cheers.
How was your last result in the BUKC?
Well, last race I got 14th, I think. So.
Oh, sorry.
Not as quick as I used to be.
So wait, you were 14th, what, in 2005?
No, like I've been racing this season.
Oh, I see, okay. But what was the result of your BUKC race in 2005?
I can't bloody remember.
So you've had a 14th so far this year?
14th, 15th and 14th.
So very consistent. Do you reckon you can break 13th in this one?
I'd like to get a top 10.
Where are you qualified in this one?
I think I'm 19th. Am I 19th? Yeah, 19th.
So you've got a few places to make up, but have you driven GYG before?
No, I'm really enjoying it. It's a great track.
It's brilliant, isn't it? What a great circuit.
But we'll see how my back feels after this, man.
Your battery?
My back.
Oh, your back. Oh, of course, because of the age, right. Right, great to have a returning driver in the BUKC this season. Love that. Of course, the BUKC accepts everyone. Everyone who's at university, of course, not other people who haven't been to university, because otherwise, what's the point of them in the BUKC? Anyway, moving on. Right, who do we have here? What's your name? Who are you racing for?
Sarah, Coventry H.
Coventry H.
Yeah.
You're borrowing Eduardo's helmet, aren't you?
Yeah, I am, yeah.
You don't have your own helmet then?
No, I don't.
I
think this is going to make me quicker.
I tell you what, there's a lot of speed that's been inside that helmet, so hopefully some of it rubs off on you. Clearly the speed wasn't quite with you in qualifying. We're somewhere towards the back of the grid.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
Can we make our way forward?
I'm hoping to.
How's your results gone so far this season?
More or less these kind of positions, but I don't have a lot of experience in karting, so this is the first time I'm doing this championship as well.
Oh wow, amazing, great to have you. You look like you're having fun though. You're probably the smiliest person I've interviewed today.
I am having a lot of fun.
Excellent, well we look forward to that for you. What's that, Coventry H? God, Coventry have a lot of teams. Right, we've got time for one more interview. Let's have an interview with the drivers on the back of the grid. Hello, who are you? Who are you racing for?
It's my first race.
What's your name?
Daniel.
Daniel, who are you racing for?
Warwick B.
Warwick B, and you're on the last row of the grid, so you can only go forwards. Where do you think you'll finish?
Maybe a few positions.
Right, we got to get off the grid because we're going racing for the third time today. Reeve, John, back to you.
The McLaren driver has joined us here at the
I know,
UKC.
it's nice of them to find the time between the run from wherever we've just been to Japan now. China. We've just been to China, haven't we?
We have.
Yes.
That could have been quite a quick flight, but they've decided to go to Wales.
I could understand why, to be fair. If you want actually good racing, come and watch the BUKC.
Well, there you go. We'll see how they can
Definitely
do to run through the field. They're pretty good from the front, but let's see how they can do from the back. Speaking of which, let's have a look at the grids then for race number 3 of the day. We're nearly halfway through our Inters race day here at GYG. You want to go through the grids, Reeve?
I do indeed. So it's Coventry D, Swansea B, Leeds C, Coventry F, TSD and Leeds Beckett A, row 1, 2 and 3. Moving on to row 4 then, it's going to be Manchester Met A alongside someone else, and then there'll be some more teams. Edinburgh B, Coventry, Brunel A, Birmingham B, UCLan B. Moving on to row 7, Man Met B, Loughborough E, UWE D, Coventry G, Swansea C, Derby B. Moving on then to the 10th row of the grid, Warwick B, Leicester B, Lancaster C, York B, Nottingham Trent C, Oxford Brooks E. Then moving on to row 13, it will be Leeds A, Exeter B, Cardiff B, Birmingham C, Coventry H, Surrey D. Moving on to row 16, Reading F, Liverpool C, St Andrews A, Cardiff C, and Warwick D. Our 35 kart grid, and we are just about to start the race.
Well done there, Reeve. Got it done in perfect timing. Ready to get race number 3 underway then. We've got Coventry D on pole. Swansea B alongside. We're under end racing here for race number 3. And immediately, almost losing out on second place there, is Swansea B. But they've hung around the outside, chopping back into that inside line as they run up towards the top of the circuit. Then it's still Coventry D who lead the way and are trying to break away already at the front of the field. Big white moment for someone there in the middle of the pack again. Just like we saw in race 2, they hop, skip and jump over the grass. But they look as though though they were able to rejoin safety there. Close between those three as they get to the exit of the corner. Still 3 wide as they come down to the carousel. It's the 28 trying to get up the inside. It looks like he's got it done. The 67 getting hung out to dry. That's University of Wales Trinity at David A getting hung out wide there at the carousel.
This is brilliant stuff. Even in the mid-pack, we are still 3 wide all the way deep into lap 1 now. This is an ideal start, though, for Coventry D. Swansea B getting embroiled in battle with Leeds C. Leeds C picking up contact warnings for it as well. And this just allows Coventry to build up a nice gap at the start of this race.
Yes, indeed. To the end of lap number 1, then we go across the line, go Coventry D, and they lead us on to lap number 2. Let's see how the field has sorted itself out then. A few movers on that first lap. Brunel A up 3 places, Loughborough E up 3 places, Lancaster C up 3, Exeter B up 3, and Birmingham C up 3 places as well. So a few big moves in this one to kick off this 3rd race of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty good lap 1, all things considered, despite the amount of battle we've had, as we see Swansea B going down the inside there for the lead of the race. An unfortunate place to have a spin there for the number 28 cart. That is going to
I think that was the 29 of Warwick B.
29
interviewed on the grid. It's been 20 years since he's been in the BUKC, but sadly he's facing the wrong direction at Spoon.
What a shame to have. I know it's not his immediate returning race to the BUKC, but his first streamed event for certain. What a shame that it's gone this way.
I think we can probably say it's his first stream race ever.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
We've not streamed since 2018. Well, he's not raced, of course, apart from the previous 2 rounds we had this year, since 2005. But sadly, this race not going ideally then for the number 29 as Warwick B faced the wrong direction up at Spoon. They've rejoined the race now, but we have had a change at the front of the field then. Swansea B careening through to take away the lead of the race. Like we were mentioning earlier, of course, Cardiff, the Welsh team, taking the spoils in the mains championship yesterday. But it looks like another of the Welsh teams, Swansea B, cutting through in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. It's they're not local teams. They're in the south of Wales, so it's a good few hours away. I think the local team, which is actually probably Liverpool, or it's going to be someone like that, isn't it? Around that kind of part of the world. We're only about an hour away. It's a short drive for me home tonight, but. Yeah, a long way still for them to come, and they're hoping to have successes like the other Welsh counterparts here as we look down into that first corner once more. Number 39 car with a bit of opposite lock there, slides through and gets the position as we start the next lap. Just look at the gesticulation in the cockpit there.
I think the Leeds Beckett A driver must be Italian with that gesticulation.
Probably, but it's going to be Leeds Beckett A with the bump and pass penalty coming in just a moment, so... there's 2 ways to look at everything, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, they did make a move down into Devil's Elbow, which another driver wasn't too happy about, so I think that's maybe where they picked up that one. But it was a double overtake. Firstly through Devil's Elbow, then through the final corner for Brunel A. They're picking off a number of places in this race. They've already moved up 5 positions from their grid starting point, up from 10th to 5th so far in this one, and getting through without getting penalties as well. That's the key point for Brunel A as they cut through the traffic and try to pick off a few more places.
Yeah, absolutely. Should mention, as we see having a brief look down the inside there over that curve, but that is not a comfortable curve to go over. The kart doesn't appreciate it. Your spine won't appreciate it. Going to have to be another attempted move there for the number 22 kart. Having a look down the inside into that first corner. 22 of Coventry E, one of the many Coventry karts here today. Having the good run up this Dragon Straight, and they get the move done in the end. We have that bumper pass coming through for Beckett on your screens there. Another one coming in for Manmet A as well.
Indeed, yeah, that looks to be a change for 9th place then as Coventry E get by on Leeds Beckett A. So going from bad to worse, sadly, for Leeds Beckett A as they lose more places and get a penalty to add to their tally. Well, the 92 size on through, that's Derby B making the move on U-Clan B. Of course, we saw the U-Clan supporters out on the grid for race number 2. Hopefully they're still out there. They needed the encouragement to press on. Sadly, they've lost a place here on lap number 5 of this race. But Swansea B, after taking to the front of the field, setting purple lap times. Scratch that though, Leeds C have stolen it away on the last one. 51.6, the new time to beat, courtesy of kart 68.
Yep, it's a nice lap there. We might see the times improve if we get some field spread later into this race. Should add the kart in 4th, Coventry F. They are ineligible for this race. It's only Coventry F and St Andrews A ineligible for this race. Race 3 here this afternoon.
Indeed, indeed. We'll keep an eye on those couple of karts then.
We won't, because they don't exist.
We won't look at them, sorry. No, they don't exist on the live stream. Then ignore them as we move on through into 20 minutes left of this race. Well, we'll see. Like we were mentioning, Swansea B, I nearly got the 2 Welsh teams confused there. Swansea B pressing on at the front of the order. making a nice little gap over Coventry D at the moment, 1.5 seconds. Of course, Lead C getting the fastest lap of the race. They're looking to chase down second place. I mean, that's exactly what they've done. They're almost nose to tail now. Actually, no, scratch that. They are nearly nose to tail, but they've got Coventry F right on their tail now as well. So we're looking for a three-way fight for second place now as they all try and chase down that gentleman or lady at the front of the order driving for Swansea B.
Leeds Beckett A, an unfortunate lap for them on that last lap, down into 15th from 10th on this previous lap, so not an ideal run for them. Leeds C, as you say, still having that fastest lap of the race, and it's the top end of the field. They're still the fastest karts out there, but it's actually the likes of Edinburgh B running in 7th at the moment, a 51.6 on the previous run. They're the fastest karts as it stands now. Cardiff B with a contact warning coming in there, so a really mixed bag over the past couple of days for the Cardiff squad so far.
I know, sadly, yeah, not even a warning. It's a penalty for Cardiff B there for contact, so there's going to be places lost once penalties are applied at the end of the race. But yeah, like you say, a bit of a struggle here in the inters for Cardiff B and Cardiff C, sadly for them. And like you were saying, change of pace throughout the field. Manchester Met A now getting the fastest lap of the race, 51.479, so getting a little bit faster, but there are a few drivers here on very close pace. You've got Swansea B in the lead, Brunel A in 5th place, Manchester Met A in 6th, Edinburgh A in 7th, all within about half a tenth of a second of each other on that last lap alone. So we could see some great battles continuing on through this race. Here's the move though is that 3rd place. Yes, it is. Coventry F through on Lead C. Lead C trying to fight back to the inside there. Can't quite get alongside, and Coventry F make up the place.
They do indeed, of course. This doesn't change the results for Leeds C as things stand at the moment. Coventry are ineligible, so that means Leeds will be promoted back up to the rightful place out on track. That's what I'm going to call it. Ooh. Ooh.
Ooh. Sadly, what you just saw at the top of the screen there, another contact penalty coming through for Cardiff B.
Yes.
It wasn't a repeat.
No,
that is
that's
2 within a minute there for Cardiff B. Less than ideal.
Yeah, no, because as soon as you get that penalty, you don't then get relinquished and you're allowed to have warnings once again. If you keep repeating that offence, you're just going to start collecting penalties. You've had your warnings already, and now the stewards are really going to start smiting down.
Exactly that. Yeah, they are getting smited out there on circuit. We look back to the battles then. This is the 39 of Brunel A. They had the fastest lap now set on the last lap. Only about a tenth of a second quicker than the lap previous from Manchester Met A, who are right there in their wheel tracks. We've got Brunel, Manchester Met A, and Edinburgh B all in a train here from 5th place to 7th place. But really, they need to work together here if they want to chase down the drivers who have driven away already at the front of this one. I will say that gap has been closed by a decent amount on this last lap between Swansea B and Coventry D. Almost 4/10 of a second. Oh, sorry, more than that. Over 4/10 of a second, the gap closed to nearly just under 1 second then between Swansea B and Coventry D at the front of the order.
Yeah, this could be huge for the dynamics of this race then, because Coventry D obviously starting on pole in this race. They lost the position. Swansea B siding on through. Coventry now might be able to push on and take that position back. They've got the support of the kart behind. Now, they don't exist, of course, Coventry F, but out on track there, if they are structured well enough, they will work together, I'm sure, those two Coventry karts, and try and put their best foot forward to get the Coventry squad ahead of the Swansea kart.
There we go, move down the inside late there through the end of the compression corners. It was an attempt then from Manchester Met A to find a way through on Brunel, but Brunel closed the door back down the inside of the final corner. There go Manchester Met. They shuffle Brunel wide, and up and under tries a 64. Will it be a double overtake for Edinburgh B? Yes, it is, but they go a bit wide on the exit, and now they're going to be steam trained as they come up the Dragon Straight. The rest of the two drivers are going to go back through, so I think it's going to end up potentially being Manchester Met ahead of Brunel, ahead of Edinburgh, but will Manchester Met get a penalty there for that squeeze wide on Brunel at the final corner? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It was a brave final corner. It was a brave first corner from Edinburgh as well. They saw an opportunity to, well, I've got to go for it here, but that just cost them a bit too much. They went too deep into the corner, lost momentum as a result, and that's why we saw the switchback happen once again. Great little bit of rough and tumble there between the three drivers there through those corners.
Yeah, it was really, really impressively red there into the first corner for Edinburgh B. I mean, we saw a very similar move in the mains yesterday from Fraser Brunton. I think it was 3 drivers there. He got up and under at the first corner. A similar one there for Edinburgh B. It was just a difficulty of flowing out wide there to the exit curb, losing that bit of momentum, and of course you lose it all the way up this long, not so straight, up towards Spoon Corner.
As we see, karts were briefly for a moment there attempting to go 4 wide. We were 3 wide as we see a bit of a roadblock just form up, and some shall we say kind words being exchanged potentially down
I think it was Coventry F just telling that driver, I'm coming through on you here. We're not battling for position.
Yeah.
This is me coming through the traffic. Now Coventry F are closing in on their sister team of Coventry D.
Yeah, it's nice to see Lando there in between Formula One duties, popping in to have a quick go of some proper racing machinery here.
Yes, indeed. Great to see him getting down to, or getting up, I guess, to GYG in North Wales and getting involved. But great to see the actual driver out on track there and enjoying themselves out in the BUKC. We cut back to this squabble for 5th place. They're still as they were, but maybe not for much longer. Edinburgh B get through at the end of that, and Brunel 8 sneak through at the first corner. Wide goes Manchester Met, and they lose 2 positions because of that. And now look at this, University of Wales Trinity St David A getting involved in the battle as well. I think they might have got the move done there up the inside into the corner just before Spoon, the little kink right-hander. But we've now got a 4-way battle here for 5th place.
Yeah, this is going to get a little bit spicy. Edinburgh B, we know, can certainly seize upon an opportunity. It just didn't quite work out last time, so they'll be hoping to try and get control of this pack and just walk away if at all possible. Having a look down the inside, then Edinburgh goes side by side as we run down the S's in just a moment. They lead now to Edinburgh B, and we see that back marker just tailing off as the rest of our front runners head on through now, coming down into the final corner. Some more back markers for Edinburgh to contend with. We saw plenty of action into the first corner last time around. Will we see the same thing again? No, we're going to poise back and wait for the move to be done here. But they're going to have to work their way around the back marker there because, once again, no blue flags here in the BUKC. The onus is on the drivers to get the move done as we head up the Dragon Straight.
There you go, you pick your move here. Down the inside goes Brunel. They manage to get it stopped, though, before they go careening into the side of the back marker. Space gain then for Brunel. They're almost going 3 wide down towards the carousel in this battle for 5th place. Brunel hold on to it, though. Edinburgh there sneaking through and keeping on ahead in 6th place. Manchester Met getting involved. And then they end up staying as they were there with Brunel sneaking on through. We've got a St Andrews penalty. St Andrews 8 for forcing driver wide. They still can't find a way through here, though, on the back marker. I think it's the 118 of Warwick D here who started at the back of the grid. And oh no, it's all gone wrong for Brunel. Were they on the outside there? I just looked away at the live timing. They've lost loads of time and those positions as well there through down the bottom end of the circuit.
They have, yeah, and I think the reason why this Warwick driver, A, they're not under any obligation to move out of the way, but also with all the battling that's going on behind them, they are on pace staying in front of these drivers at this point now. So the drivers behind really need to kind of smash their heads together and think, come on, let's work past this back marker now and continue on with our own race, as we do see the Edinburgh and the Trinity St David kart getting past now. Penalty comes in, though, for Edinburgh B. Perhaps unsurprisingly, it was all getting a bit elbows out for everyone in that pack there. It's an ABC ×2, so they've gained an advantage by contact twice now that the stewards have caught that, and that means they're going to lose quite a few positions at the end of this race.
Exactly, yeah. It's pretty gutting for them because they've been battling so well here in this scuffle. And we've had what's it been, like 5, 6, 7, 8 laps of these 4 going at it nip and tuck throughout this race. But sadly, it's come to a cropper there for Edinburgh, and the B team gaining themselves a penalty. As you mentioned, they'll be dropping down the order once all is said and done. This battle still continues on, though, with Manchester Met A, Edinburgh B, UWTSD A, Derby B, and Brunel A. Brunel now with the fastest lap of the race. They try and chase down the pack they were in a moment ago.
Yeah, it was a decent lap as well, a 51.4, so quite comfortable. In fact, no, that matches Swansea B's fastest lap down to the thousandth of a second. They are equal there, but the timing has decided that by just the skin of Brunel's teeth there, Brunel were the quicker kart on that lap, so that is impressive stuff throughout the field as well. It's not just a case of P1 or P2 setting those fast laps. Brunel down in P9. Just a quick reminder, no one in this battle that we've been looking at is an ineligible driver. Our 2 ineligible drivers, as I'm now struggling to say it, are Coventry F, currently 3rd on the road, as well as someone else. I've forgotten in the... I managed to forget. No, it's St Andrews A. It's St Andrews A.
Oh, okay. We've seen them get a couple of penalties out there on circuit.
We have.
As another one comes through for contact for Cardiff B. I think that's number 3 for Cardiff B. Sadly for them in this race. A little bit of a rhyme there for you as well. But sadly St Andrews A, I mean, they were ineligible anyway, but they've got a few penalties to add, so it's all gone pretty wrong for the Scottish team.
It has indeed, as Piers is fixing my memory loss there. I'm being fed some Jaffa cakes midstream. This is the service that we need, isn't it? This is brilliant stuff.
I just saw him rub those on the floor. He's getting you back.
Oh, this is revenge. Yeah, revenge.
And if you didn't hear yesterday, we had a bit of an incident here with some Jaffa cakes being thrown at us. They all went on the floor. We popped them on the side, and then Piers came in and went, "Oh, Jaffa cakes!" Picked them up and ate them. And we failed to tell him that they were floor.
Well, we were commentating, I think.
Yeah, so we were a bit busy. Sorry. Here we go then. Right, it's last 10 minutes here of race number 3, and then we'll be halfway through this intermediate race day here for round number 3 of the championship in 2025. Like Reeve said, we're ignoring Coventry F in 3rd place. They did a good job to chase down their sister team there in P2, but they've not been able to go for any moves. Maybe they're just thinking, yeah, I'm not eligible for this. I'm just going to sit behind. I'm not going to get involved with the Coventry D team. They're sitting well and pretty there in 2nd place, but no ineligibility for Swansea B in 1st place. What a race it's been from them. 3.5 seconds now they have in the lead. Very impressive for kart number 51.
Yeah, exactly, as we jump on board there with the number 111 of Surrey D there. They just got ahead of Reading F on that last lap. New fastest lap does go back to our leader, and it's a 51.440, so 0.04 of a second faster that time out for Swansea B, who are building up a fairly comfortable gap in the lead now. 3.5 seconds to Coventry D and the non-existent karts as well.
Yeah, pretty impressive. I mean, this late on in the race, setting another fastest lap down into the 51.4s. But like you were saying, it's been really close spread amongst the field. In this one particularly, of course, the last one we had one driver drive away at the front, getting down into the 50s. This one, all the drivers near the front in sort of the 51.4s, 51.5, 51.6s. Only a couple just jumping outside of that when we get down to sort of just outside of the top 10. So really impressive pace throughout the field. Great close racing for us to enjoy from wherever you're watching as well. Make sure you let us know in the chat who you're supporting here on the Alpha Live YouTube live chat and where you're watching from as well. I don't think anyone's going to be Indiana in the USA that we got yesterday, but if you're further afield than that, let us know.
Yeah, that was impressive indeed. We are seeing plenty of support in the broadcast comments there. So say Harry there, who's supporting Manchester. We've got plenty of Brunel supporters as well. So hello to all of you there watching along.
We've got to come on Brunel, get those 2 drivers as well. Sadly, they had that issue earlier on, but they're trying to close back up to the battle pack. I think they have closed back up, to be fair. They've stolen away a place from Derby B, as those 3 or 4 or 5 drivers are all still very, very close as you watch this squabble heading up towards Spoon Corner.
Yep, running up to the top part of the circuit now. A couple of warnings coming in as well. That's for Leeds, Beckett A, UClan B. St Andrews A actually getting contact warning as well. So St Andrews need to be very careful. They don't exist in this race. So the last thing we want to see is some contact warnings coming into play here as we follow along. Briefly watching on with Lando Norris there, who just comes into shot every now and again in the backdrop. Coventry D now taking the fastest lap of this race, 51.328. So pushing on our Coventry, perhaps seeing that gap that Swansea B built out in front, now trying to close up.
Yeah, they've still got 7.5 minutes left. There's still time to close in. What is it, a 2.3 second gap? What we're watching now on your screens at the moment is the battle from 11th place downwards. So this is 6 drivers all in a train here. Leeds Beckett A, UClan B, UWE D, Swansea C and Leicester B and Loughborough E. And then only about half a second behind are then Manchester Met B, Birmingham C, Exeter B, Oxford Brooks E. This is a huge battle across the field here from 11th place downwards. And great to see them all squabbling throughout this race, as we've nearly had almost 20 minutes of this race and the battle's still as close as ever.
Yeah, some really close running throughout this entire field here as we see this Leeds Beckett A just being followed very closely behind by UClan B and UWE D. UClan hoping to have a better time out in this race, I think, than they did in the previous race with the ultra fireproof man, as Piers found on the grid earlier on. So he's going to be going so quickly that he's actually going to need all that temperature resistance, I think.
I think so. To be fair, I think the wind will probably help him out there today as well. It's been rather windy over the last couple of days. Today we have managed to secure the static cameras. So you're getting nice static shots there out rather than a bit of wobbly shots.
Yeah, it's died down a bit today, but it was very windy yesterday. Despite the best efforts of the crew here at Alpha Live, there was one camera which was getting an absolute battering from the wind.
It was loving it. It was just loving being here and getting involved and jumping for joy, seeing some BUKC racing. When we look back here to the 51, this is your lead of the race, and the gap has dropped. I was about to say just below 2 seconds. It's now 1.1 seconds between Swansea B and Coventry D, and this will be a battle for the lead if they can close in here. Still just over 5 minutes to go, and on that last lap alone, they closed in by over 6.5 tenths of a second. Coventry D have found some unbelievable pace here in the dying moments of this race.
They have indeed. That is a huge delta between Swansea B and Coventry D. I think we had a glimpse as to why there. A couple of back markers potentially coming into play. That is going to slow the drivers down as they try to work their way through, especially if it's at an unfortunate part of the track, which I think it was for Swansea there. Looks like that was running through the S's where he first met those back markers, so that is unfortunate. He's cleared now, but as we say, Coventry D are going to follow suit very shortly indeed, and we are going to get this battle, as you say.
Yeah, how quickly will Coventry D be able to get through? What's that gap going to be looking like now as they come through the final corner? They have got through. It's gone up massively though.
Yeah.
1.7 seconds lost on that last lap alone for Coventry D, so it extends to basically what it was before all that started. I've got to say a massive shout out to the Alpha Live camera crew though. Did you see the shot down towards the carousel? It was out of focus and they came into focus beautifully. Oh, how exciting here. Bringing you the action from BUKC Inters. Sadly though, with them picking through the back markers, it looks as though they're going to go back to where they were then. 2.8 seconds the gap. They've sort of been trading times out there at the front, haven't they?
They will, but Swansea are about to come a cropper with some more back markers in just a moment. They're heading into Sector 3 now, so the top of the S, it's the top of the compressions there. And it's back markers once again for Swansea. That will allow Coventry the opportunity to close up here as well. We know that it's one of the parts of the track where you can gain a lot of time, especially in the midst of battle, is this final sector. So as we head around the track head around the last corner for one last time on this lap, we can see that the gap currently stands at 2.8 seconds. They matched each other in terms of pace last time round.
Indeed. Pretty much trading those times out the front of the order. Super, super close. I mean, 0.02 of a second the difference in their last 2 laps around the track. So pretty much inseparable between Swansea B and Coventry D. Really, the Coventry D squad need the Coventry F squad, who aren't eligible, to close up and start pushing them along really around here. Try and find them a bit more lap time and close in the last few minutes of this one. But with some really, really good consistent pace from the Swansea B driver, it might be a little bit too little too late.
Just a bit of a push cart maybe from Coventry F. It's been a while since we've had a push cart in the BUKC, but bring that back out perhaps.
It is indeed, it is indeed. Let's wait and see if maybe something can happen here. Of course, never say never in the BUKC. It can all change pretty quickly out there on circuit. But again, as they come across the line, remains pretty similar again. 2/10 gain this time by Coventry D, but even if they remain at that pace, they're not going to close in quickly enough here to steal away the win from Swansea B. Still battles going on throughout the field. It looks as though Edinburgh B have been able to scamper off from that squabble that was for 5th place, but of course we saw them get a penalty earlier on, so they're going to be dropping down once penalties are applied at the end. It still seems as though Manchester Met A, Brunel A, University of Wales, Trinity St David A are all close enough on track. Of course, Brunel had that issue with the back marker. I think they dropped down to about 9th or 10th because of that, but the encouragement from the chat has clearly helped them press on. They're back into P7.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of the chat as well, you do had an answer to your calls for what's our further supporter. We had Deacon Greenfield Racing there, who's also supporting from the USA. They're supporting Dylan Adeli in Oxford Brooks E at the moment. They're currently in 20th on the road, are Oxford Brooks E. Also just having a look at Leeds C at the moment, 4th on the road. They're having quite a nice day out here in race 3. They've got a few seconds to Edinburgh behind, but most importantly, ineligible driver in front of them. So it'll be a nice cruise home to the podium if things stay the way they are at the moment, as we see Swansea just working their way through some lap traffic now. A tiny bit of a brush of contact there. Don't want to get any more than that, really. He apologises, which is nice, courteous driving from the Swansea kart. But just need to keep the nose clean as you try to bring the kart home for a race win here.
Yeah, you just need to be super careful, pick your way through the traffic, pick your moments as well. He can't be as relaxed as we've seen in other races both today and yesterday, only about 2.5 seconds. So if he lifts off too much and gets out the way too much, he might lose too much time here. So he's got to press on well, but keep it nice and clean, keep that nose clean as he heads through the last few laps of this race. Like you were saying though, good to see Leeds C gaining that 3rd place once penalties are applied at the end of this one. Of course, in race 2, it didn't quite go their way. I think it was in the first 2 or 3 minutes we saw both Leeds B and Leeds C facing the wrong direction. This one going much better though. Up into the top 3 goes the number 68.
Yeah, absolutely. A turnaround in fortunes for the Leeds squad. We know they're on a bit of a rebuild year. We mentioned this late in the stream yesterday as well. Leeds are just going through one of those phases where you've got a lot of your experienced drivers leaving the team, and it's all going to be about building up a new squad for the seasons coming up next, and that happens in plenty of universities. So a big thank you to Leeds for sending over some info to us as well. I think they emailed Andrew Mather there. So those of you who've got his contact, let's not flood his inbox, but those of you who've got his contact details, if you want to send over some information about your team, by all means, we'll do our best to read it out. It's always good to find out a bit more background information on our teams competing.
I'm not bothered, mate. You guys are more than welcome to flood his inbox. It's not mine. So absolutely go for it. Right then, 30 seconds left to go in this race. Hopefully Andrew Mother can't hear me out there on circuit. Less than 30 seconds to go. That gap has increased once again. Fair play to Swansea B, putting in some great pace still. They haven't been able to steal away the fastest lap from Coventry D just yet, but 3.3 seconds now the gap between those two at the front of the order. I think that's probably helped by the fact that it's been Coventry D who have been the ones clearing that traffic there as Swansea B lead us through this last lap. Just before we get to the end of this race, I still want to highlight as well that Edinburgh B penalty is quite a big one for them. They've come into today's action leading the championship. This could have been a really good, well, I mean, with the ineligible as well, top 4 position. Now they've been dropped down to maybe the end of the top 10. That's not going to help too much, but Swansea B, what a race.
Yeah, absolutely. The timer does hit 0 then, and Swansea B with 3.3 seconds advantage as well. They were trying to be closed up upon by Coventry D, but it's Swansea who come home to take the checkered flag here. Coventry D come home second on the road, and then we wait for Leeds C to cross the line in just a moment. Leeds C then coming home third here ahead of Edinburgh B, Manchester Met A, Brunel A, UWTSD A, and then Coventry E, Leeds Beckett A are top 10 from that race. Swansea B did have to work for that one in the end. Coventry doing their best to close up.
Again, like it seems like it was relatively simple. They've driven away near the start of this one. They've managed the gap well. 3.5 seconds they win the race by. But as we've seen many times in BUKC and many times even just yesterday, picking your way through the traffic is easier said than done. And managing to get through a 25-minute race there without picking up a penalty is impressive stuff. With the amount of back markers that we saw Swansea overtaking there, they're going to be super, super happy with grabbing that race win. And well done to the driver of Swansea A. Speak of the devil, there's the man with the inbox that you're filling there, Andrew Mather, sending the drivers through there. Of course, Andrew helping out on circuit as well as doing the social medias for a couple of hundred of the BUKC. He used to be in our position here in the commentary box along with Howard Mitchell, but sadly, of course, they've moved on to pastures new, and he has to deal with us now.
I think they saw us coming. I thought, I'm not sharing the microphone with that lot.
It's fair enough. It's understandable. Right then, the rest of the results outside of the top 10, we'll quickly run you through those. It was Swansea C, UCAN B, Loughborough E, Leicester B, UWED, Manchester Met B, Derby B, Exeter B, Oxford C, Birmingham C, Warwick B, Lancaster C, Cardiff B, Leeds A, Liverpool C, St Andrews A, York B, Nottingham Trent C, Coventry G, Birmingham B, then Surrey D, Reading F, Coventry H, then Warwick D, and Cardiff C. Your 36 finishes in that race, but it looks as though we're good to go down to Piers on the dummy grid. Then he's going to chat with your race winner of Swansea B.
Yes, down here, grounding word with our eventual race winner, Swansea B. Where is number 51? Who's number 51? Where are they? 51. Where is he? I don't see him. Anyone? Anyone know where he is? Green suit. Right. Come on, Stu. Come on, Stu. Where have I gone past him? Oh, back in. Where is he? Number 51. I don't see him. Do you know what? I'll give up on the leader. They can't come and find me. Wait, are you the winner?
No, I'm not,
no. No, it's not him. I'm getting wound up here. No, right, I'm talking to someone else. How was your race? How was your race?
It was cool. It was a nice view.
It's good?
Yeah.
Enjoy it?
It was fun. It was fun. It was nice being around in Wales. The race could have gone a bit better.
How you know, what went wrong?
Mainly the start. I went a bit wide and then let everybody else go through. I was trying to do a wide cut in to get past everybody. I've done it before at Bookmore and
always a risky move.
Yeah.
Remind us who you are and who you're racing for.
So I'm Zareeb. I'm with York B.
Well, we'll see how you get on later on in the rest of your team's races. Good job, Zareeb. Right. Looking ahead now to race number 4. 3 more races to go. We're at a halfway point this afternoon. I'm still disappointed I managed to miss Swansea B and then I was getting sent on a wild goose chase. But anyway, we're back here. Race number 4 will be a lot more organised, I'm sure. Let's grab a word with our pole sitter to start with. Who is... Oh, this is our race winner. Finally. I was running to try and find you. People were telling me you'd gone off. I was doing backwards and forwards. Talk to us. Race win, Swansea B. That must feel pretty good.
Yeah, it was okay at the start. I just wanted to make sure I was in top 3. Obviously starting on the outside, and then I don't know what happened behind me. It kind of broke away with the guy in front. I thought I felt it was a bit quicker, so I overtook him, and then I just kind of checked out.
And remind us who you are.
I'm Henry Williams.
Henry, talk to
my brother before once.
Yes, of course.
The better brother won.
Which one's you or him?
Me, I won.
yeah, of course. Talk to us about your season so far. Has it been a successful season for you in the Inters?
Well, I'm usually doing mains. I'm just here because we run out of numbers, but mains at PF. Yeah, it went okay. Buckmore, I was in 5th and I dropped it. It was still icy, so I dropped it. But yeah, that's a good result for the season so far.
Not too bad at all. Well, thank you very much for catching up with me. I was running around to try and find you earlier on. It makes my life easier when you come to me. So okay, well, if you win again next time, come find me next time, because then it'll save my little legs. So. Right, looking ahead to race 4. That was our race 3 winner, Swansea be. Right, race number 4. Yes, we were going to chat to our pole sitter, weren't we? Oh, he's hiding. He's hiding. The number 55. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
He doesn't want to be cursed.
Stand this side of... Who are we? Who are we racing for?
Jonathan McMullen, Coventry D.
Coventry. Oh, it's Coventry. That's why you're hiding from me. So if those of you who just tuned in, basically yesterday, every time I interviewed Coventry, they crashed. This morning, every time I interviewed Coventry, they went backwards. You're starting on pole position.
Let's not go backwards. Let's keep going forwards. I'd prefer that. But
That would be better. Right, so talk to us about your personal season so far.
pretty good. I think we had a win last time at Buckmore, round win, and then PFI was a shambles. We don't talk about that.
Oh no, let's talk about it. What happened at PFI?
I mean, we had a teammate basically die on lap 1.
Figuratively, I hope.
Yeah, that kind of explains a lot. Someone died, so yeah. Yeah, it's been a pretty good season so far. Hoping for a good one next time as well. Clay Pigeon, so that should be good.
But anyway, this race now, what's your tactic heading into this one from pole position?
Foot to the floor and no looking back. That's the goal.
Keep it simple, I like that. Brilliant, right, Coventry D, keep an eye on them. They're probably going to tumble down the order now I've spoken to them, we'll see. And the person starting on the inside of the second row of the grid, the number 86. Remind us who you are and who you're racing for.
I'm Gus, I'm racing for Leeds Beckett A.
Leeds Beckett A, right, talk to us about Leeds Beckett's day so far.
It's been a bit of a mixed bag. Some good results, some bad results, but you know, it's fun though, isn't it?
It's all good fun. We're having good fun here. GYG is a great place to go racing, right?
Absolutely, it's my first time here, but track's pretty unreal, so I'm enjoying it.
First time here and you've qualified third, that's a good effort.
Oh, thank you very much.
You are most welcome. Now let's make use of it in the race, shall we?
Oh, I'll try.
I'm sure you will. How's things at home? You know, what's going on? Is uni going well?
Yeah, you know, some deadlines coming up. Can I say, Archie Haddon, can you clean our living room, please, because it's really dirty.
Student life, isn't it?
Yeah.
What's he leave out? Is it like pizza boxes, beer cans?
Beer, pizza, ice cream, other things that I probably shouldn't say.
Oh, yeah, you probably shouldn't.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's not great.
Archie, sort your living room out.
Yeah,
Facts. Anyway, hopefully this race is cleaner than your living room. Let's see how that goes. All right, moving on. Further down the grid. Oh, there's someone who looks very, very professional over here. Let's chat to this person. Let's go visor up. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
I'm Isaac, and I'm racing for Liverpool.
Isaac, right. Did we chat earlier?
Yeah, because my helmets were flipped.
Yes. Yes. Right. Okay. So I've got a bone to pick with the Inters drivers. The mains yesterday, very experienced drivers. Helmets always stay this way up. The Inters, I turned up this morning. There's so many helmets just upside down, as in this side on the ground. This morning I came over and I was like, come on, mate. Please, for our eyes' sake, please leave it face down. Are you going to do that going forward for me?
Yeah, I will leave it like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you don't want to get scratch a nice helmet. You've spent all that money on a nice helmet. It's supposed to keep your head safe. Let's keep it in good condition.
Yeah, I'll keep it safe.
Absolutely. Right, what are you going to do in this race?
I'll hopefully not get a penalty. We'll see what we can do.
We'll see what we can do. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Right, time for race number 4 of the day. Back to our wonderful commentators, John and Reeve.
I think for every race, Piers is just trying to find a new word to describe.
I was going to say, we're getting complimented. Don't know why. We don't warrant it. But either way, we're on the grid, ready to go racing once more. The engines start up then there. We can just see Piers looking back longingly at the fleet of carts getting ready to head off now. We see Stuart, our camera operator, getting a nice shot as well.
Can hear us.
Yeah.
Hello, Piers, as he vacates the grid for the third time today. Oh, the fourth time today, I should say. Sorry, of course. We're on to race number 4 then. The second half of this BUKC Inters race day. Already going through it. Let's have a look at the grids. I mean, it was great to hear from one of your fellow Liverpool teammates out on the grid, getting ready to go for this one. Are you feeling confident about his race?
Well, there was a lead situation last night. They might have taken home the lead. Either way, it's Coventry D, UWEC, row 2, Leeds Beckett A, Edinburgh B on row 2. Sorry, A, Birmingham B. Moving on to row 4, it's going to be Man Met B and Brunel A. Manchester Met A, followed by Liverpool C, Nottingham Tread B and Leeds C on row 6. Moving on to row 7, Warwick D, Oxford Brooks E, Derby B, Cambridge C, Imperial A, Brighton B. Moving on to row 10, it will be Clan B, Brighton A, Nottingham Trent C, Cardiff B, York A, Loughborough E. And then we move on to row 13. Leeds A, Birmingham C, Lancaster B, Exeter B, Leicester B, Surrey D. Moving on to the final cart, and Holloway A, Leeds B, Beckett B, Imperial C, and UWE-D, our 35 cart grid for race 4.
I think you smashed it again there, Reeve. Off we go around the final corner, 2x2 to the lights. We're going to get race number 4 underway then. 55 and the 75 battle into the first corner, and it's Coventry D on the inside who take the early lead from pole position. A few drivers already making it 3 or 4 wide there as they head up the Dragon straight towards Spoon for the first time in this one. All 3 drivers batting over the lead then. 2 or 3 going to that inside line. Will it work out? There's a bit of argy-bargy for the lead of the race then. Who will be leading as they come through down into the carousel? It is still the 55 of Coventry D, but squabbling continuing on in the background.
Yeah, absolutely. All things considered, though, a fairly clean start to this 25-minute race here for race 4. Contact warning coming in, though, on cue there for UWE-C, of course, in that front row battle between Coventry D as well. Coventry controlling things quite nicely at the moment.
Manchester Met B getting forced out wide there as they headed down into the compressions. They were in 8th place, and I think they lost a bit of momentum and a few places because of that round goes from the Leeds drivers there. We saw 2 spins in 2 races ago for the Leeds drivers. They managed to not have any in race number 3, but it's continued now in race 4. One faces the wrong direction at the end of lap number 1. 3 wide into the first corner. That one doesn't work though. Round goes the 105 was that, spinning off. It might be the 115 of Royal Holloway who are off there at the first corner. Either way, well, we saw two different groups there. 3 wide that worked and 3 wide that didn't.
Yeah, 3 wide, all in a row, all at kind of the same distance between each other. That works fine. But when you've got half a cart alongside and you try to go into that first corner, it's going to end in tears. As we saw
wide moment for Surrey.
Catch there for Surrey as they go onto the grass. The car goes to spit round, but they luckily have enough grip on the front end on the tarmac still to catch it.
One little mistake there for Surrey A, and it was nearly race over for them. Well caught, sir, as they brought it back onto the black stuff. They've lost a bit of time here, and now they've fallen into the clutches of Leeds Beckett A. Early pace, though, being set by Coventry D. They're down into the 51s, the only driver to be down in the 51 so far after lap number 2. Of course, only one proper lap of racing completed, but already Coventry D finding some good pace. Here's a move being thought about down the inside of Liverpool driver, but no, has to back out of it for that one. That's Manchester Met B trying to find a way back through on Liverpool C after they lost that time earlier on, getting shuffled wide at the compressions. They're still all over the rear bumper there of the number 46, but unable to find a way through as of yet anyway on Manchester Met B. I mean, it is a Manchester Met sandwich there for Liverpool C. They've got Met A in front and Met B behind.
They do indeed. I should add Manchester Met B ineligible in this race. That is you and Richie, by the looks of things, taking part in that race. Sorry, the picture with all the names on, a little bit blurry. So apologies if there's any
Thanks, Andrew.
poor surname pronunciations there. But Man Met B not going to be included in this result here, as we see under pressure. It's 21 of Surrey A, followed by, in very quick succession, Leeds Beckett A, having a brief look down the inside. Nowhere they can go just yet, so they stay in that single file formation. New fastest lap for Coventry D as well. Penalty coming in for Derby B takeout there.
Yeah, sadly, Derby B down in 28th place at the moment. They've just got themselves an ABC takeout.
But it doesn't matter because they're ineligible. Ineligible.
My goodness. I think my disease of not being able to say the word has spread to you here in the commentary box.
Absolutely.
It's a difficult one. It is really, really challenging. Yeah, but sadly, I mean, yeah, like we say, first penalty of the race, less than ideal, but thank goodness it's someone who we don't care about in this race. Yep. They don't exist to us.
And your summary for those drivers, it will be, surprise, surprise, Coventry F. They are ineligible for this race, followed by Warwick D there, as well as both the Brighton A and B carts, Derby B that we've just mentioned, and Man Met B as well.
Okay, cool. So only Man Met B are in the top 10 at the moment that we need to worry about in terms of ineligible, I believe.
Yep. And they've just gained a place.
They have just gained a place on Liverpool C to P9, but we'll try and keep you updated through the race. We'll try and remind you because there's a few more in this one than in previous races to keep an eye on. But at the moment, all of your top 8, all eligible for points in this race. So Coventry D are leading by 3/4 of a second, but a new fastest lap of the race on the last lap from Edinburgh B. They're looking to try and close that gap to the leader. Here is the battle for 4th place as Leeds Beckett A continue to hound Surrey A.
Yeah, let's watch this charge from Edinburgh B. A bit of the championship favourites at the moment, of course. They head into this round looking very strong indeed. But it's been a bit 50-50 for them so far this afternoon. They've had brief flashes of brilliant pace. They've had a couple of incidents out on track, a couple of penalties. Last race didn't go ideally for them as well. Will this be the one where they show the mettle here as we go side by side? 86 versus 21. Still this battle between Beckett and Surrey continues on. Surrey still defending now as they both look over the shoulder. They don't have to worry too much, but they will be thinking about the fact that Brunel are closing.
Exactly that, exactly that. It was Leeds Beckett trying to make the most of a little mistake there from Surrey down through Devil's Elbow. They just got it a little bit too wide and then really cranked on the steering angle through the left. Of course, that then scrubs off a bit of speed with the friction from the tyres. They had that poor exit. Leeds Beckett tried it on the inside. They were given the room at the apex there, but unable to make it work, unable to convert it to another position. Surrey A, we've seen as well. We've seen them flirting with the track limits earlier on, but they nearly spun it out of the carousel. Well, they've got a track limit warning as well for their troubles over the last lap or two, so they need to be a little bit careful. There's a move down the inside from the 76 of Manchester Met A, trying to make the move on Birmingham. Is that? Yes, they still go side by side. No, it's the 39 of Brunel. They're now 3 wide as we head down into the final corner. Brunel hold on ahead and slipping through, then go Manchester Met B. Of course, they aren't counted in the end of race results then. Birmingham be involved in that squabble. We've got 5 drivers line astern with Liverpool at the back of it. I will say, I did notice when we were looking closely at Surrey A, they had a lot of the strap that you use to tie up the helmet flapping around. I want to say they've just got a particularly long strap. I want to keep a look at in case it's not done up.
If it's staying in the same place, that's what I'd kind of assume. They've just got a lot of a particularly long strap, particularly big helmet, lots of adjustment on it. Either way, that Surrey A car, the best thing that they can do, the Brunel car, the best thing that they can do is let Man Met B through, because they're ineligible anyway. It makes no odds to Brunel's race there, so just let the car through.
I will say for Surrey, that would be less than ideal because, of course, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, it was Surrey that had the issue with the teams getting switched around and only B getting into mains at qualifiers because one of the A drivers didn't have the helmet done up. We don't want to see a repeat of that here at GYG.
No, absolutely not. Pivotal piece of safety equipment, of course, your helmet, even if they are being placed upside down at some point. I believe it was the Liverpool driver, Isaac, who Piers originally collared for having his helmet just pointed down on the ground like that, as I've seen in the group chat, everyone making a mockery of Isaac for that now.
Oh dear, cone penalty comes through for Leeds Beckett A. Then we've seen them trying to grab a 4th place away from Surrey A, but they'll be dropping 1 place at the end of this one then, will Leeds Beckett, courtesy of that cone penalty. Contact warnings coming through for the 76 and 42, Manchester Met A and Birmingham B. Have we already got artwork from the grid walk on your phone?
That is, someone in the Liverpool group chat has highlighted that chat about Isaac's helmet there and has jumped it into some AI, and it's that trend of whatever it's called,
the anime style.
Yeah, that's it. And we've got a nice snapshot there of Piers interviewing Isaac on the grid. How lovely.
How lovely. Well, a new picture to post there on the BUKC socials, new profile picture for Piers, maybe. On we go then into 17 minutes and 30 seconds left to go in this race. We're only about 8 minutes into this one. Battles going on. We mentioned the Liverpool team there with their artwork. Well, they're doing a great defensive job as well, trying to keep ahead here and hold on to their top 10 finish. They're being hounded by Nottingham Trent B, Warwick D and Brighton A. Those 4 drivers all in the queue as they head down to the carousel.
Yeah, contact warning coming in for the aforementioned Liverpool driver there, Trent B as well with the contact warning. So I'm going to make the bold assumption that they're next to each other out on track. They've both got contact warnings. They could be together.
Exactly that, yeah, getting a bit too close to comfort over the last lap or two. And Liverpool just about holding on for the moment. Now, what's the gap forward then to the rest of the drivers? Ahead about 1.3 seconds as they went onto this lap. So the Liverpool, this squabble headed up by the Liverpool driver, just starting to fall away from the rest of the top 10, as Liverpool may be a bit of a cork in the bottle here for these drivers following in behind.
Yeah, very much the case there. Trent C trying to put that pressure on, Trent B rather, trying to put the pressure on here as we have just confirmation of those contact warnings. A couple of track limit warnings coming in as well further down the order. I would assume that'll be at that final corner. We are very cautious of the big curb at the edge of the circuit here at GYG. It's a bit unforgiving on the drivers and also the cart as well. You end up losing chains, bending axles, that sort of thing, and we don't want that on our lovely Club 103 fleet.
Speaking of which, curb warning for Royal Holloway 8. Thanks for bringing that for us, Royal Holloway. Yeah, these are curbs here at GYG. They're mostly ones you don't want to hit. There's a couple that maybe you want to flirt with, but mostly you want to stay well away from them. They are, as you say, more than likely going to break your car. If they don't break you in those Club 100 carts, you want to keep well away from those if you're wanting good, consistent lap times. Looks like there's been a change for 8th place. Birmingham B get through on circuit anyway, ahead of Brunel A, as Derby B get themselves an ABC ×2 penalty for their troubles as we head on through the rest of this race. I want to highlight just quickly the top 2 as well. It was Edinburgh B. They looked like they were on a charge in 2nd place, but the fastest lap has now gone back to Coventry D, ever so slightly faster, 7 thousandths of a second quicker than the lap previously set by Edinburgh B. And it does look like they're trading times. The last 2 laps, Edinburgh B have been ever so slightly faster. Gap now down to 1.3, but still a comfortable gap for Coventry D in the lead of the field.
Yep, definitely strongest race so far today for Edinburgh B. It looks like it could be a turnaround in fortunes for them if things stay this way. We had all of the bold predictions from the races a couple of races ago. They didn't quite play out the way they would have wanted, so maybe a bit more of a reserved approach on the grid this time around is going to reward them here. They started 4th on the grid, they're making their way up to 2nd at the moment, but as you say, we could be closing up. They're close in pace, they are pretty much identical in terms of their best lap as well, so they seem to have found a pretty good match in Coventry D out in front.
Yeah, they have been trading times over the last few laps. I mean, Coventry D coming to today's action, 3rd place in the championship on 116 points, and they took the win at round number 2 last time out at Butmore Park. Edinburgh B are leading the championship heading in today on 118 points, so only 2 points in it separating the top 3. It's UWEB who are in the sandwich there in the top 3. However, Edinburgh B yet to win a round this year. They've got P2 at both round 1 at PF International and round 2 at Butmore Park, and as we said yesterday, consistency is key in the BUKC.
Absolutely, it's just as with Bath yesterday, who headed into the round yesterday with, as you say, no wins, but through just consistent running, they were rewarded with a top step in the standings as things stand. We do, of course, have Clay coming up next. That will be the decider for both championships. It will all come down to Clay, so keep your eyes peeled for that one, folks.
Exactly, there in the mains. I mean, yesterday they had 2 rounds. Again, they didn't take a round win, but they're still leading the championship going into the final round of the season. You can win a BUKC championship without a round win as long as you remain consistent. But that's the difficulty amongst mains and inters. You've not only got to remain consistent across the rounds in the year, but in each round you need to remain consistent amongst all of your drivers through their 4 races of the day. Of course, you can drop one race, you can drop 1 round across the season as well, but consistency is key, like we've always been saying.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple more contact warnings coming in for Brighton 8. They're ineligible in this race. BUKC as well. We've seen some support for that crew in the broadcast comments, but a couple of warnings coming in. They need to keep the nose clean at this point. Penalty coming in for York A as well. That is a bump and pass on that one. They're down in 20th at the moment, so could really do without catching any more penalties.
Well, Liverpool C have invited the rest of the drivers along to get involved with this squabble ahead. Now headed up by Birmingham B, and it was another place lost on the last lap, sadly, for Brunel A. Warwick D have snuck through into P9 then, as you watch them head down into the carousel. 2 drivers ahead of Birmingham B and Warwick D. Then there's that ever so slight break then back to Brunel A. So there's the 42 and the 118, 8th and 9th place. Then the 39 of Brunel A just ahead of Liverpool C and Brighton A, Cardiff B. A number of drivers in the train. Nottingham Trent B, I think, are in there as well, and Brighton B not far off either. So we've got a good 6, 7, 8 drivers now battling over 8th place as more drivers head through sector number 3.
They do indeed, and we're back on board with this fight here, being led by the number 39 car of Brunel A. Liverpool C going down the inside. A bit of a gesture of displeasure from the Brunel cart, but it's Liverpool up in to P10 now.
I mean, a gesture of displeasure. I wasn't watching that move. Was it all right? You think that one was fine?
From what I had a brief glance at the timing as well, but from what I saw, it all looked okay. There was a gap there, and Liverpool just seemed to go through. That might have been a squabble further back on the lap, though. We don't know the full picture of what happened between these two, and now Brunel going to be charged to try and find a way back past.
Usually, if it's just a bit of side pod to side pod running, it's deemed okay. I mean, a little bit of rubbing is racing, as they say, but you've got to be a little bit careful. That's a big send on the inside, though. I thought that was going to be the repayment there from Brunel. Saying, right, well,
with interest.
Yeah, if you want to rub, I'm going to rub you a little bit harder as they head through sector number 3, and sadly, not going to happen then for that. They have to sit back in behind Liverpool for the moment, just outside of the top 10. These 2 drivers battling, and both of them losing a little bit of time on that last lap. It looks like the 2 Brighton carts have closed back in.
Yeah, they don't exist in this race, but they could still spoil the day for Brunel and Liverpool C as they work as a team here. The B and A cars. No, they're having a battle instead as we head into the end of the Dragon Straight. So that was the A cart there who found some grass, unfortunately. So maybe some words to be had at the end of this race. Bump and pass for Liverpool C. So clearly there was something a bit foul there from Isaac in the Liverpool C cart there. Liverpool are not going to finish where they finish on the road. They'll have a couple of positions added after the fact at the end of this race.
They will indeed. I mean, if the Brighton carts get past, they'll obviously gain those places back, but then they'll lose those from that penalty in the race once all is applied at the end. But yeah, clearly we were incorrect about that one. Clearly a bit more contact than we thought there in that move to get back into 10th place. It's a little bit wide there once again for the driver in 11th. Brunel A getting shuffled wide. Brighton A sneaking on by. I think it was the Brighton B car kart that we saw dipping the... oh no, it was the Brighton A. They've got back through. It was them dipping the rear left wheel on the end of the Dragon Straight, which was a bit of a heart-in-the-mouth moment for me. I thought they were going to see that pirouetting going back over the track, and I don't know what was going to happen next.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're going to see the two Brighton cars squabbling once again. It's A versus B. A have the upper hand at the moment. They're out in front. They were briefly working together as they got past Brunel there. Brunel having a poor run through that first corner, so the Brighton cars just flew on by, but now we're going to see them coming together at the end of this race. This is a bit of an inter-team rivalry. You know what? Maybe you can exist in this race for just a brief moment.
I think you were saying both of them are not eligible for points in this race. So more than likely, they're not from the same uni. More than likely, they're
very
from two
true,
different
actually,
unis. They're actually not friends at all. Although we're seeing them as Brighton A and Brighton B, they probably don't even know each other out there on circuit. They're just thinking, what's going on? We're having a great battle out there as they power on by the Liverpool C kart now. So up into the top 10 they go. Liverpool C then dropping the rear left wheel, and both Brighton karts slipping through up at Spoon.
They do indeed. This allows Liverpool and Brunel to continue on with their fight. We know that technically on paper Liverpool are behind Brunel anyway, but these two Brighton karts are not relenting at all. Looking over the shoulder, then it's Brighton B ahead of Brighton A. Brighton A losing out a bit of pace there actually, as we see the Liverpool kart working on back pass now.
That was bold swinging back round the outside there for Liverpool C. I could just see the vision of the Brighton kart going straight into the rear corner, and round they went at that right-hander corner, that long right-hander as you head down the hill. And of course, as you flirt with the outside there, you lose the grip, you get on the grass, and it goes straight downhill towards the barrier, and it's a difficult one to get out of. A bold one there hanging around the outside, but they made it work. They hold on to 11th place on the road.
There we have
Brighton B getting just through.
There we have JV looking down the Dragon Straight there. Inspector JV on the case here to make sure he's applying that pressure to those drivers to keep it within the white lines and be sensible, everyone. We'll see the Brunel kart looking over the shoulder then under pressure in just a second here. Also want to give mention to Coventry D, out in front by 1.5 seconds, still setting purple laps here, have responded to that charge from Edinburgh B.
They've literally just lost 3/4 of a second on the last lap, though. To be fair, I think they were going across the line, she said that, so I won't call that a commentary curse for you, but dropping down below a second, that gap, so maybe a bit of a hold-up on that last lap then with some back markers for Coventry D. We'll see if that then affects Edinburgh B on this lap, as we saw in the last race.
Still this battle, though, being headed up by Liverpool C. This is the battle for 10th position in effect here. Although Brighton B seem to have built up quite a nice gap. We're going to go side by side down the Dragon Straight once more. Bump and pass penalty comes in for Birmingham C there. A couple of bump and passes for Birmingham C today as Brighton get back past Liverpool now. A bit of a switch around here, and it's going to be Brunel versus Nottingham Trent B as we head around the Spoon now.
Oh, more sense down the inside there. That's Brunel trying to hold on around the outside, trying the number 63. Nottingham Trent B heading around the outside of Brunel. It becomes the inside as we head into the right-hander. 85 is going to try and follow through as well. They're still side by side here through the double right-hander. They're still going to be as we get to the end of it. Can Brunel hold it around the outside to the inside for the left? No. Round the outside goes one driver, then two, then possibly three. Brunel not happy with that. But like we say in BUKC, if one driver sneaks on through, usually 3 or 4 do.
Absolutely. It was a really unfortunate run through the S's there for Brunel as they're under pressure once more from the 97 of Oxford Brooks E down the inside there. Look at how unhappy Brunel A are in the kart there. Although I think that was just more about the situation, to be honest. Nothing really that they could do at this point. They had a poor run through the S's. They caught the curb, and that scrubbed off a lot of speed. That allowed 3 karts through, and it became 4 as we started the next lap.
Exactly, dropping quite a few positions on that one. I think it was more frustration of themselves, maybe.
Yes.
Just frustrated. There's so many drivers are heading on by over the space of, 3 or 4 corners. That is gutting for the Brunel A driver. But let's have a look then. So, to be fair, Edinburgh A have kept that gap pretty similar. It's now below 9/10 of a second between Coventry D and Edinburgh B at the front of this field. Just over 6.5 minutes left to go. We could still see a battle on for the lead here then. There's more drivers heading on down through Compression Corner. What a couple of corners it is. Such a difficult one to get right because both of them matter as you then head into the heavy braking left-hander. It's such a difficult one as you pitch from right back to left, back to right, back to left again, and it's a real killer on your ribs as well. If you're not wearing one of those rib protectors underneath your race suit, it can be a killer over 25 minutes of racing. Oh, we've got someone on the inside apex there at the top of Spoon. That's not a nice place to be stuck there as drivers come over that blind crest. I think JV, or no, one of our other Club 100 officials lending a hand, being told to spin back around. That's a scary place to spin the car back around as the drivers come over that blind crest. Hopefully they're able to do so, though. I love that Kingfisher suit on the number 74. Big shout out to the 74. I'll work out who that is on the live timing. It's Nottingham Trent C. That's my favourite suit of the day there, the Kingfisher. Love that.
Very nice stuff indeed. Yeah, being parked on that inside at Spoon there, very unfortunate because you've got a bit of a hill working against you, so the car takes a second to get back underway, and you've got everyone flying back past. You've got to wait for that gap, and the field spread out quite nicely. There isn't really a decently sized gap between the number 76 car and 118 that is, but other than that, not much of a gap out on track at the moment.
No, exactly. Well, we can see on the live timing on the left-hand side of your screen that Manchester Met B are hounding the back of Surrey A, but it's not going to matter in the end. Firstly, because Manchester Met B, I don't think are eligible for this race. Are they? But Surrey A have just got a cone penalty as well, so they'll actually be dropping back behind Manchester Met A as well when all is said and done in this race. 3 more drivers go then down the hill. I think it's the 26 of Imperial that we're watching at the front of this train as they head down through Spoon. And they head up into sector number 3 once more, chasing down a few more drivers. I think there's a couple of teammates here, the 82 and the 26. I think they are teammates. The 82 of Imperial C getting lapped by the 26 of Imperial A. So Imperial A battling over 21st place. Imperial A have Nottingham Trent C and Loughborough E right in their wheel tracks, because Loughborough E with that beautiful Kingfisher suit really, really making you fancy a chicken tikka masala.
Oh, that would go down very well indeed on this lovely sunny Welsh day. We've been treated to some glorious weather in Wales from Sunday. Of course, we had the senior sprints in Club 100, then we had mains yesterday and our inters today as well. Piers, I can just see examining my engineering work that I undertook on the executive lounge in between the previous races there. Just cracked open the door a little bit, so I've got, you know, obviously just need to get that surveyed and make sure it's all well and good. I'm pleased with my work there, I must say.
Very impressive, mate. I'm very, very impressed. A lovely little breeze now flowing into the executive lounge here at Glan-Y-Gors up in North Wales. Now, I have noticed 2 laps ago, new fastest lap of the race by 0.02 of a second for Edinburgh B. However, on the last lap, it was 0.3 quicker for Coventry D. No fastest laps from either, but that gap extends to over a second yet again with 3.5 minutes left to go. Sadly for them, more penalties coming through. Loughborough E with a beautiful race suit. Sadly, it hasn't helped them though. They've got a contact penalty. Brighton B also with a contact penalty. Royal Holloway A, ABC, bump and pass penalty for them.
We jump on board with the number 55 car of Coventry D, leading this race by 1 second. The margin staying anywhere between 0.9 seconds that we saw a moment ago. It expanded up to 1.5, but it's still down to 1 now. Edinburgh B, as we've said, with that fastest lap of the race, but only by a very small margin indeed. And they are both heading into Sector 2 now, and there doesn't appear to be any lap traffic between them as it stands on the timing system here. This is just going to be an out-and-out battle until they come across some more traffic.
Indeed, yep, Coventry D pressing on then as they're being held up by a couple of back markers. Then this is Imperial C. They're trying to go up and under, down into compression corner. Imperial going wide, nearly onto the grass there, and that will make it much easier for Edinburgh B. The gap definitely would have closed on this lap then as they head on by and head through into the last couple of corners. I think Edinburgh B stuck behind the number 92 of Derby B as they're heading around onto another lap of this race. And yes, it does indeed look like they are then. So despite Coventry D being a little bit held up, so have Edinburgh B then. They're still struggling as well. That was a big chop across there from the back marker of Derby B. He's a little bit careful here, does Edinburgh B. He doesn't get taken out himself.
He does indeed. I thought we'd saw that driving yesterday from Derby B in the mains, and we did indeed, which does confirm by hunch that they are in fact an ineligible team in this race, Derby B. So Derby B will not score points from this race.
Yeah, finally Edinburgh getting through. Here's the 55 Coventry D trying to get through the 88. So now clear air between our 2 leaders out there as we head into the last 2 minutes of this race. You're definitely right. That driver was racing for Derby A yesterday and not able to get points here for the Inters squad. And not having an ideal race is the number 92 down in 29th place at the moment. On to lap number 27 then go Coventry D. They're trying to find a way through on the back markers, getting a bit held up. And has the gap then closed? Has it closed? It's just over 0.2 of a second as they head up the Dragon Straight. We could have a battle for the win here, ladies and gentlemen, in the last couple of minutes of this one.
We could indeed. He had a look down into that first corner there, but the gap very quickly closed up, thought better of it, realised that I'm not going to ruin my entire race there with an accident into the first corner. But now the pressure is very much on, looking over the shoulders of Coventry D. Edinburgh B very close behind indeed now as we head through the carousel.
Yeah, in and amongst this battle, there's so many back markers. Will Coventry D know that second place is right behind them? We don't even know. They'll have to remember the numbers that are around them on the grid for them to understand what's going on here in this battle. But either way, they're going to be anyone trying to get past them. They'll be thinking, hold on, I'm in the lead of this race. I'm going to start defending on you.
Yeah.
We'll wait and see what happens. A little bit wide there on the edge of the corner for Edinburgh B. Almost thought about thinking about a move there through the left-hander. Loses a bit of time, though, as they head onto another lap. And it is going to be the last lap of this race.
This will indeed, and what an important, crucial championship lap it is for Coventry D and Edinburgh B. I think Coventry very well know that it is Edinburgh, and this is the fight for the lead here. I've never seen a driver so far this race look so much over their shoulders, certainly feeling the pressure now as we head through Spoon. Just a kart length between the two drivers. We drop down towards Carousel in a moment. A look over the left shoulder, he's not there. That means he's on the outside. That's exactly what Coventry are thinking right now. We head back up towards Sector 3 for one last time. Still, Coventry have a control of things at the moment, do they? It's looking a little bit better this time because it's Edinburgh having a hang around the outside, potentially. We drop down through the S's now. Nothing can be done, but down the inside, here goes Coventry.
They're still ahead. They're still ahead. Coventry are still ahead. Round the back markers they go then into the final corner. It's not quite going to work out. That was the opportunity for Edinburgh B, but they can't quite take it. Through goes the 55 across the line first, and Coventry D win race number 4.
You just get the impression there that Edinburgh feel like that was potentially taken away from them via some back markers, but at the end of the day, that's just racing. No obligation for the back markers to get out of the way. You run through the S's. It's an unfortunate bit of timing there, but not much you can do about it realistically. Coventry D take the win on the road in the end ahead of Edinburgh B, but that was very hard fought indeed at the end there. Yeah, one or two more laps.
Yeah, for sure, 1 or 2 more laps. You would have seen a great scrap between those two. But yeah, it was nearly Edinburgh A being gifted a shot at the win there because of the back markers. But at the end, the pendulum swung the other way. Coventry D able to get through. And I mean, the back marker just drove their line. But they didn't do anything wrong. They just drove the line of the circuit. That got in the way of Edinburgh B. And sadly for them, of course, frustrated around the final corner. You think I was so close, but so far from that race win, you're going to be frustrated. But I think after they've calmed down, they'll think that was a great race. I'll still take a P2. Let's have a look then at the final results from race number 4. Mr. Reeve Taylor, do you want to take us through them?
Absolutely. Coventry D then coming home ahead of Edinburgh B, UWE C, Beckett A, Met B, Surrey A, Met A, Warwick D, Brighton B and A, Birmingham B, Oxford Brook C, Cardiff B and Trent B. Moving on then to our next set of drivers. It's UClan B, Liverpool C, Brudenell A, Leeds C, Birmingham C, Imperial A, York A, Trent C, Cambridge C, Loughborough E, Leeds B and A coming home together ahead of Leicester B. Our final cars to come across the line, and it is Lancaster C, Derby B, Holloway A, Exeter B, Beckett B, Surrey D, Imperial C and UWE-D. Our 35 cars coming home then at the end of race 4. Moving on then in a moment to our penultimate race of the day. Would you believe it already? Before that though, we're going to have a quick chat with Piers down in the pit lane.
Okay, thank you guys. Yes, down here, getting the reaction from race number 4, and also we're building up to race number 5. And I'm going to grab a word with our eventual winner, who was Coventry D. And I think I've broken the Coventry curse. Does this our winner from Coventry D remind us who you are?
Jonathan McMullen.
Jonathan, does that mean that I spoke to you at the head of the race? Does that mean that I've broken the Coventry curse?
Here's so. I don't think I saw a penalty on that board, so I'm pretty sure that's.
We're pretty sure you've won it, of course, pending any final.
Yeah, but I'm excited to find out. To be honest, I don't even know where I finished. Well,
you won.
Oh, fantastic! Okay, that's good. I expected to kind of drop down a little bit. There was someone at the start that was pressure, just applying pressure continuously, and then in the end I managed to just get a little bit of wiggle room, just kind of slowly waltz away from them, so it was quite nice.
And then on the last lap, the driver that was right behind you was for the lead.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it was about market. I kind of panicked. I was like, oh, he's making a massive send on me, but no, that was okay. Damn.
How does it feel?
Fantastic. Same as last year. So.
How will you celebrate your win?
Nice 2.5 hour journey home. You know, that's always nice. Stings a little because you just kind of want to go faster, but 50 roads all the way, so yeah.
Sounds good. Congratulations, Coventry D, on a win in race number 4. Well done. That was a good race. I enjoyed watching that one. Let's talk to this man right here. Come on in front of me. Who were you? Who did you race for in that one?
Ben, Leeds B.
Were you eligible in that race?
I was, yeah.
Excellent. How was that race?
There's been a lot of people who weren't.
Yeah, a fair few that weren't. So Leeds B, was it?
Yeah, probably fairly low down.
Let's just scroll down. Leeds B.
That's pretty good. Pretty good. For where I started 30 seconds. So.
That is good, you know what? Yeah, that is plus a good number of places, plus 12 places.
Yeah.
How did you do that?
Not getting penalties.
That also helps.
Yeah, so, and I felt good. I felt a lot better than before, so, yeah.
Excellent. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nice look, JV. How's the how have the Inters been getting on today?
Oh, they're great. They're great.
They are.
Yeah, honestly, you know, they've been great all year. You know, they were terrific at PF. They were really good at Buckmore as well. They've been so well behaved. I mean, race 2 was a little bit, few too many penalties, but look, compared to yesterday.
Better than the mains.
But the mains need to have a look at this. I hope they're watching today, the live stream, and seeing how it should be done.
There you go. Word from that. The Inter's showing the mains how it's done. Absolutely. The only problem I have with the Inter is the number of crash helmets the wrong way up on the tarmac. That's really irking me. We're going to walk towards the Wade Bridge as we're getting weighed at this race number 4 now. Which side? There we go. We figured out. There we go. Sun in the face. So you can get my best side there, Stuart. Right, we're going to grab some words with the drivers who are currently waiting on the Weybridge. Of course, minimum weight driver and any additional weight is the same for every single driver, so that we all have the equal opportunities in the Inters to have a good result. And let's chat to this man in blue here. Who are you racing for in that one?
Jones from Manchester Met.
Michael Jones.
Yes. Yeah.
Manchester Met. So where did you finish in that one? Let's have a look, shall we? Manchester Met. Oh, hang on a moment. One moment. Manchester Met A. Yeah, P6 actually in it.
It's okay, I'll take it.
You'll take that? Where did you start?
P9, I believe.
Plus positions, that's always good.
Can't complain.
Absolutely. Have you been racing in the BUKC this year before now?
Yeah, this year and last year as well. Yeah.
Amazing. And how's this season gone for Manchester Met A?
Mixed bag. Doing okay. We're improving.
Improving?
Yeah, that's all you can ask.
Amazing. And you're not originally from Manchester?
I'm not, no. You can have a guess.
Is it Essex? No, Liverpool.
It is, yes.
Exactly. So not a big trek for you to the university?
No, it's quite an easy drive as well to get here as well. An hour and a half, so you can't complain.
Absolutely. It's basically your home race, right?
To be on the calendar every year. That's what I mean.
Actually, you know what? GYG does need to be on. It's a great circuit. Yeah. And how are you enjoying the circuit today?
Yeah, really good. Been here twice before in roll carts and really enjoyed it. So I was looking forward to first time doing BUKC. And lived up to expectations.
Absolutely. Brilliant. Right. Great to hear from Manchester Met there. Let's have a word with one of our Leeds drivers. Hello, who are you?
I'm Ivan.
Which Leeds team?
Leeds C.
Leeds C. How was that race for you?
It was alright. I mean, I thought I was out of the danger zone. Oh, sorry.
You're okay.
I got bumped off on that one, but I managed to make my way through and get some places, but yeah.
It's all part of the fun, right?
All part of the fun. Good race.
Absolutely. And, will we be seeing you back again at Clay Pigeon?
Not at Clay Pigeon, unfortunately.
Why not?
Next year.
Why not Clay Pigeon?
I'm not free that weekend.
What could possibly be more important than the BUKC?
I know. I need to get my priorities right.
No. What could possibly be more important?
I can't remember, but I remember when I was filling out the forms.
I see. Okay. All right. Well, congratulations. Oh, what do you do for your university degree?
Graphic communication.
Interesting. Which year are you in?
First year.
First year, so you're just getting into the swing of things?
Second race in BUKC.
How are you enjoying it so far?
Yeah, it's good fun. It's different from what I'm used to because I actually started with motorbikes and then I came to uni and this was the next best motorsport that I could do. So
a little bit less dangerous than motorbikes.
A little bit less dangerous. So.
What motorbikes have you raced in the past then?
600s. I was in BSB and stock 600.
Oh wow!
So yeah.
Amazing. Well, you probably come home in one piece more often than not in this. I will let you go and wait because if I hold you up much longer, then we're going to be holding up everyone else. Let's chat to some drivers who are about to go out. Why is your head drooping, sir?
Yeah, it's fine.
Who are you and who are you racing for?
Liam Pereira, Southampton D.
Why did your head drop when I came over here?
Don't know.
Just don't like being on telly?
Not too fond of it.
Have you got anyone at home that might be watching you can say hello to?
A lot of my friends are watching.
Oh yeah, who?
We won't name names, but they know who they are.
They know who they are.
Yeah.
And which are you in this next race coming up now?
Yeah.
So which position will you be starting from?
14th, I think.
And are we going to go forwards, backwards, or remain in the same position?
Only forwards.
Only forwards. So we reckon this man's going to go forwards?
Oh, let's hope so.
We'll see how he gets on. 14th. Right, we're getting onto the grid for the penultimate race today. Race number 5 coming up in just a moment's time. We've had 4 brilliant races, as we heard from JV, John Vigor, the Club 100 owner and organiser. He says that the Inters are doing very well, and they are so far. Race number 5, I'm sure, will be just as good as we've had for the rest of the day, hopefully. Race 5 yesterday wasn't the best. Let's hope there's nothing up with the race 5s overall. Right, I'm going to hang around this cart at the back of the grid. Is this your cart? Right, who are you and who are you racing for?
I'm Ronnie, I'm racing for Royal Holloway.
Ronnie for Royal Holloway. So Ronnie, you've got a very shiny shiny race suit, all branded up. You got the air eyelid, and you've managed to qualify in the back row of the grid.
Oh, I took someone out at the top, so I got sent to the back of the grid, unfortunately.
Oh, I see.
Braked on the fastest bit of the track.
I see. Oh, it's always their fault, of course.
Of course, it's racing, isn't it?
Yeah.
You got to blame the other driver, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, that's pretty much the rules, isn't it? Yeah. So Ronnie, how far up the grid are we going to get in this one?
P1, aren't we?
You're going to do a last to first chat?
I'd like top 20 or more.
Where should you have qualified if you think things should have gone fairly?
About 20th. Because I've not driven GYG.
It's a great track.
It is a great track. It's a very fast track. It's a very lovely track.
Very lovely.
Very, very lovely track. Not driven it before, so practice I was 21st, and then I got obviously penalty, and back.
Here we are.
Back to the grid. So
you meet a nicer class of person at the back of the grid, don't you?
Yeah, a bit humble, I guess.
Absolutely. Right, Ronnie, good luck in the race. We'll see how you get on. Of course, Ronnie in his very shiny racer. Let's hope he doesn't go off and fall over and getting his cart back on the track, otherwise that'll need to go through the wash. Let's grab a word with our driver right here. Who do we have starting on the back row of the grid? The number 39. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Enzo, and I'm racing for Brunel A.
Brunel A. Who was in Brunel last time out?
Oshin, I believe.
Oshin. He was very... Yeah, I don't want to assume, of course. He was very angry at points during that race.
Yeah, no, he was a bit unhappy with the situation, but...
There was a lot of this, a lot of this, a lot of this. Are you going to be a lot more calm, collected, controlled, and smooth in this one?
Yeah, I'll try. I mean, bad quali, but I'm going to just try and enjoy the race, try and learn from my mistakes, see how it goes.
What's your karting experience before today?
I've only had the one qualifier session. No BUKC experience other than that, and a couple rentals in D-Max's, Sodis, but other than that, that's it.
So you're a fairly fresh-faced karting driver. How are you finding these Club 100 steeds?
Very powerful, I can't lie. It's a bit of a hassle to handle, but it's really enjoyable, I can't lie.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, I'm glad you're not lying to me as well. I really appreciate that. What do you do for your university degree?
I'm doing automotive engineering.
Oh, I did automotive materials engineering.
Hey, that's nice.
Absolutely, I enjoyed it. Which year are you in?
Second year.
You're in second year, so you'll get into the second year's not fun.
Yeah, it's difficult.
It's pretty heavy, isn't it?
Yeah, too many assignments now.
Yeah, exactly. But you get to take a break from the assignments to go go-kart racing around a brilliant circuit in the North Wales.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it here, so.
Absolutely. Have you got anyone that might be watching at home you can say hello to?
I got a bunch of friends. Hi guys, my family, mum, dad.
What's mum's name?
Tachi.
Tachi, happy Mother's Day for Sunday.
Happy Mother's Day, Mum.
What did you get her for Mother's Day? What did you do?
We just hanged out with our family together, flowers, and then a nice dinner or something like that.
Wholesome content. We love that. We love that. Right, moving on. Thank you very much for that interview. Always good to meet new drivers. Not met that young man before. Moving further up the grid, let's grab a word with this driver in black here. It's probably going to be our last interview based on the fact that we're getting yelled at to leave the grid. So who are you? Who are you racing for?
I'm Aaron. I'm racing for Loughborough.
Loughborough
E.
Loughborough E. So Aaron, talk to me. What's going on? What are you thinking about right now?
Race 24. I'm thinking about. I'm on the outside for turn 1, turn 3. I'm thinking about how I'm going to get to the inside, and I'm going to keep it there. And which drivers look like they could be lungeable.
You're looking for targets.
Yeah, I'm trying to recognise the back of their suits, and I'm thinking, who do I think I could send it from 4 kart lengths back on?
Aaron, I was genuinely about to say, this man sounds like a wise kart driver. And then you're like, which kart driver can I lunge from 4 kart lengths back? Brilliant. So keep an eye out for the number 96 for penalties during this race. Hopefully not. Aaron, good luck in the race. We'll see how you get on.
Thank you very much.
Right, that pretty much concludes our grid walk for race number 5, penultimate race of the day. Let's hand back to our splendid commentators, John and Reeve.
Thank you very much, Piers. I mean, what adjective will Piers find next? Lovely to hear from the drivers on the grid. Of course, very wholesome content from Brunel.
Yeah,
less
so
from
Loughborough.
yeah,
a lot of confidence in the Loughborough car there. But thank you for the new objectives, as you say there, Piers. Interesting, it's an automotive materials engineer. So could he fix the rust on my Alfa Romeo? Sounds like the man to get in touch with. Either way, race 5.
You better run down after the race.
Yeah,
so
probably. Yeah. Let's have a look at our grids then as we get ready to form up and go racing. I might have to be a bit quick with this one, but it's going to be Swansea B, York A, Coventry H, Surrey D, Coventry D, Surrey A. Our first 3 rows. Moving on then to Warwick B, Imperial A, UWE D, Coventry E, UWE B, Loughborough F. Our next 3 rows. Moving on then to Swansea C, Lancaster C, Southampton D, Liverpool C, Manchester Met B, Coventry G. first 9 rows. Herefordshire A, Warwick D, Warwick C, Beckett A, Loughborough E then the next 3 rows. Moving on to Leeds A, Exeter B, UClan B, Cambridge C, St Andrews A, UWTSD A. Moving on then to the final rows, it's Coventry F, Leeds Beckett D, Brighton B, Brunel A and Royal Holloway A are 35 carts for this grid. We're going to have another lap to go around then, I assume.
No, we're not. 3 for 3, mate.
We're going to go racing once more here at GYG for the penultimate race of the day. It is the 51 of Swansea B that has no challenge at all heading through that first corner, as a few drives going a little bit wider as we run into the first part of the Dragon Straight. But all things considered, once again, it's another good start for our Inters today.
Yeah, really nice and clean start to the race there as we head up into Spoon Corner for the first time. Swansea B going side by side with York A up into Spoon, but Swansea hold on to it as they head down into the carousel. Is it York? No, I think Coventry H or maybe Surrey D have had to jump on them there at the start of this race. We'll wait and see as they come under the timing line, come over the timing line, I should say, under the gantry. End of lap number 1, 69, heading down the inside. So that's York A re-overtaking. Back into second place they go. Exit stage left for a couple of drivers there down in the middle of the shot. And off they go. Race not going so well for them on lap number 1.
No, not an ideal way to start the race, and there we see that is the number 87 car there of Surrey C as they jump out the cart, push it back off the grass and onto the tarmac to continue on, but you lose so much time in doing that, unfortunately, for the Surrey driver there. Heading through then our next lap of the race and our second lap of the race. And at this point, the tyres have had a lot of work being put through them. The grip levels might be beginning to drop. We're getting later on into the day. The carts have done a lot of work already. We might start to see a little bit of sliding here or there for our drivers.
We might do, yeah. It's going to be challenging for the drivers in these last couple of races of the day. Hand up, so there's still the yellow flag out down at the carousel. So it was Coventry H that had the good start, got up into second place. York A made the re-overtake, and thus Coventry H were overtaken by their sister team of Coventry D. As we head through the second lap of this race, then still drivers sorting themselves out in and amongst the field. Do we have any drivers in this one, Reeve, that we have to ignore? We'll keep an eye on that. Well, penalty through then for Leeds Beckett A already in this one. They've had a proper up and down day today. This one not quite going so well, though. An ABC bump and pass penalty for them on lap number 2.
I've got fantastic news for you. We have that as the number... Oh, that is a big off there. Who is that?
That's Leeds Beckett B.
Yes,
so the A team getting a penalty, the B team off in another postcode.
Not a good day for Beckett overall so far here in race 5. And in race 5, we've got plenty of ineligible drivers for me to report upon. So I'll give you a moment to have a look at those.
Nearly a move for the lead. This is side by side for the lead. Sorry to cut you off, sir. We're side by side between Swansea B and York A. York A on the outside as we head down into the compression corner. Just about for now anyway. Swansea B holding on. We've had a few drivers off in these early stages though, so already we're chasing down a back marker here in the lead of the race. But York A with some impressive pace already. The fastest lap of the race set by them. A good 4/10 of a second quicker than Swansea B on their fastest lap. And it seems like a matter of time before York A get ahead here. Will they get held up by the Surrey driver though? They head up towards Spoon Corner. Nope, they get on through and they remain line astern.
Yeah, the Surrey driver being very aware of his surroundings there. Sees the two front runners here. Knows he's had an early off. Knows he's not going to be on the lead lap. So very courteous and allowing our two front runners through there. Nice stuff there. Swansea B go on the inside there. Just not completely squeezing off York A, but letting them know you're not going to get through on the outside this time around, Sunshine.
It's really, really good defending here from Swansea B. Of course, if I remember correctly, they've already taken a race win out there today on circuit. They're looking to take race win number 2. Yes, winners in race 3 earlier on and leading this one here in race number 5. So clearly the home advantage working for both the Cardiff and the Swansea teams, and not for much longer. Down the inside goes the 69. They bump and barge the 51 out the way. Swansea B out to the exit curb. York A put their hand up to say apologies for that one. However, how will the stewards see it? We wait with bated breath for a penalty to come through.
We do indeed. Quick glance then at our ineligible drivers. It's Coventry F, surprise, surprise. Coventry H also ineligible in this one. They're in third at the moment, but they will not be able to take any points from this one. We also then have Surrey D ineligible in this one.
They're in 5th.
They are in 5th. Yeah, that is Surrey D ineligible. Couple of places down from there. Then it's going to be Warwick D also ineligible. And then we have Loughborough F, the both Brighton carts again, as well as Hertfordshire A this time ineligible, and UWE D, our last ineligible cart for this race today.
We've got 4 of them in the top 10. Coventry D in 4th, Surrey D in 5th, Loughborough F in 9th, and UWE D in 10th.
Plenty of eligibles then, as we see York starting the next lap of this race ahead of Swansea B. Of course, was still up in the air. Was there foul play? Well, not foul play, but was there a potential penalty looming over some of our drivers? Cambridge C, a bump and pass. That's Cambridge C, not for our front runners here.
It's usually a pretty quick turnaround in terms of penalties in the BUKC, so I think if it was going to come through, it would have already done so. So
poor choice of words there, John. You shouldn't have said that. It's going to happen.
We wait and watch, but I don't think for the moment, anyway, it seems as though York 8 hold onto the lead, hold on to the fastest lap, and those two breaking away at the front, a second back to Coventry H. Of course, they are not eligible to score points in this one. It's Coventry D who find themselves in third place once all is said and done at the moment. Then a further second back to Surrey D, who again can't score any points. Then it's Warwick B in P6, Surrey A in P7, Imperial A in P8, and if we ignore 9th and 10th as well, they're not eligible for points.
They are not indeed. First 5 minutes of this race completed already there as we see the car behind. That's Warwick B having a bit of an opposite lock moment there through that final corner. The car looked like it wants to get away, so he aggressively saws at the wheel just to correct any sliding from the kart. We continue on then. Over 5 minutes of this race completed already, and everyone working their way through Spoon now. Track limit warning coming in for the kart that doesn't exist and hasn't existed all day. Coventry F. The kart shall not be named.
We shall not talk about them any longer.
Yeah.
New fastest lap, though, for your leader, York A, down to the 51.2s. It was a personal best for all of the top 7. At a 51.5 for Swansea B. Not able to hold on to the back of York A at the moment. If York A continue with this pace consistently so, they're going to start slowly but surely eking out that gap at the front of the field and looking to bring the first race win for York A today home and back to York.
Yeah, nice gap that they've built up, as you say, into the 50.9s. One of the fastest lap we have seen so far today, matching Main's pace from yesterday as well. In fact, by this point of the day yesterday, the Mains were starting to more hover around the low 51s, so impressive stuff from York A out in front there.
Really, really impressive from the York A driver to smash in a 50.9 this early on in this race. And look at this then, the 51 of Swansea B under pressure from who, remember, is an ineligible driver in this race. Because Swansea probably aren't going to know that. They're still going to want to be defending, and that's going to help York A continue to side through at the front of the order. But even if York A continue to build this gaggle, here is the move though, second place. So that was a bit of a late send there from Coventry H. They've got to be careful about that one. It was a big bump right into the side pod of Swansea B. Again, just helping with York to extend that gap at the front. But like I was saying, they might continue to extend that, but they'll have plenty of back markers to get through in this race. Still plenty of opportunities for penalties, and Swansea B could make up from those.
Yeah, they will indeed. And Swansea B, they won't know this, that Coventry H behind them is ineligible. But what they need to do is just let Coventry through. Let them deal with all the back markers. Don't slow yourself down with any battling, and just let Coventry H do that work. They're ineligible. It makes no difference to the race for Swansea, but instead Swansea are back out in front for the time being, and they're going to have that pressure from Coventry. And they probably want to try and stay ahead of Coventry at this point now, because if they let H through, there's going to be D, there's going to be Surrey D coming through as well.
Exactly, yeah, they weren't listening to you through Spoon there. Big defensive move from Swansea B as they look to hold on to second place. Like you say, and they closed the door this time. I mean, they had a bit of a nerf there through it on the last lap from Coventry H. This time they closed the door in the face of the 128. But like you say, they've allowed for Coventry D, Surrey D, now Warwick B and Surrey A as well, all to close into this train. So if they start to go backwards, like we say in BUKC, you lose one, you often lose quite a few positions, and that will be to drivers who are eligible for points.
Will indeed there. Sorry, I was trying to lock my car from a distance there, and it worked. Anyway, 17 minutes to go in this race. York A with that fastest lap. They are maintaining a pretty comfortable lead, as we say now stands at 3.5 seconds. Swansea B under that pressure. Still Lancaster C with a contact warning coming here. We're all Lancaster at the moment. They're a little bit down the ways in 20th at the moment. A trade of positions as well between Swansea C and Liverpool C that we just mentioned.
Exactly that. I mean, York A, they've been mightily impressive. I mean, Swansea B were about half a second off per lap before they started defending. Now that they're defending, about a second a lap they're losing to York A off and ahead. So it really needs to be a calm race from here on out from York A. Pick your way through the back markers calmly and cleanly and secure this race win for team number 69.
Yep, for the first time, York are about to
spin.
Oh,
big hit there down through the bottom section of the circuit. It's such a difficult one. Driver facing the wrong direction as you come through the compressions. You're trying to look through the corner as best you can, but dealing with the bumps as you go through, and it was just too little too late for the driver trying to avoid the accident. Went straight into the side of him. Hopefully both drivers all okay after that one.
Yeah, it looked to be fine. I think it was all things. It's a slower part of the track at least, isn't it? So yes, it can be susceptible to that type of incident, but I think everyone in the midst there all okay, as we have the number 69 car now coming across some lapped traffic heading through the S's. We see the number 14 that stopped at the S's as well. That is the number 14 of someone.
Was it the 34 maybe?
Sorry,
Leeds
34.
A? Yeah, Leeds A dropping down the order.
Getting to the late in the day, my eyesight apparently just leaves the chat.
I think that was one of the drivers involved in an incident we saw on the corner on the last lap, just sitting there with their hand up. So hopefully something has been causing issue to the car and not to themselves. Of course, JB won't be too happy about that, but either way, we hope that the driver is all okay. Of course, the main thing in karting is to make sure that everyone is safe, everyone's having a good time, and everyone goes home with a smile. That's what we always want to see. But currently, the biggest smile out on the grid is York A. That gap sort of neutralised now at about 4 seconds, but still, that's a nice comfortable margin they've got at the sharp end.
Yeah, and it's not a comfortable margin for Swansea B in the front of this action, as we do have yellow flags being waved here through Sector 3. Still having issues getting this cart moved out of the way, so the drivers have to form a single file pretty much once again, slow it down a little bit, make sure they're not racing, no overtaking, etc, etc. That neutralises the race through Sector 3, but it's going to be back on as they start the next lap.
Yeah, so Leeds A out of this race, then up and out of the cart. They're going to go sit in the marshal's hut, clearly not feeling that they're okay to continue. Hopefully that driver is all okay and happy to go home this evening. We never want to see someone injured out here in the BUKC. We'll keep an eye on that throughout today.
Is the main thing.
That as well, for sure. Right, then we continue to watch them heading through onto another lap of this race. There is your leader, number 69 of York A. Look how much that gap has closed. Over 2 seconds on the last lap alone, ladies and gentlemen. They were cutting through the traffic with York A. They've had some issues though, and the rest of the drivers have closed back in. There is Swansea B trying to pick their way through one more back marker, but from 4 seconds to less than 2 on the last lap alone.
And it's easy to see how it happens on the yellows as well. I was chatting to one of the Liverpool drivers last night who was leading a race by quite a margin and ended up under yellow conditions as we brought the end of race 6 in the morning to a close, where it's your job to maintain that pace effectively on the yellows. You have no reference really as to how fast or how slow you should be going. You don't want to be going too fast because you'll foul penalties. But if you go too slow immediately and the yellow flags get away, well, your rivals behind have just gained 3 or 4 seconds on you. So in those yellows, it can be difficult for York to determine how quickly they need to go. And this is, as we say, it's advantage Coventry and Swansea massively as Coventry get past Swansea B here now. No difference, though, in the results on paper, because Coventry H, as a reminder, are ineligible in this race.
Of course, yeah, such a difficult one to contend with through those yellow flags. I think Southampton D and Coventry G have come together on the last lap. Southampton losing 3, Coventry losing 5 places on that last lap. They were battling over 12th place, but it's all gone wrong for the 1-2-4 and the 1-3-2. I've also spotted that Loughborough F peeled into the pit lane at the end of the last lap, so they've called it a day out in the race at the moment. I'm not sure if they were the other driver involved in the earlier incident, or whether it's a separate issue entirely. Either way, they've pulled into the pits, and I think that's race over for themselves. So Loughborough F out of this one. Then we head through just over half race distance. Looks like that gap remaining relatively stagnant now between York and Coventry.
Absolutely.
And Coventry, they've changed places.
They have indeed, yeah. Coventry H ahead of Swansea B, a lap or so go there. It doesn't make any difference in terms of the results with that ineligible driver. Did see on a couple of points a car still parked in Sector 3 there, so I think the marshal's probably struggling to find a moment out on track where they can get that cart recovered and out of the way, because there's not any massive gaps. There it is. They've got it moved out of the way, so perspective was a bit off there, where I wasn't quite sure if it was still actually on the active part of the track, but it looks like one of the other layouts has a bit of tarmac, which they can use.
Exactly that, yeah, getting it out of harm's way. But like you say, there's 35 carts out on circuit. It's difficult to find a moment to take that cart out of harm's way, but the fantastic staff here with a couple of hundred have managed to do just that. Off we go then, just less than 12 minutes left to go as the drivers careen their way up to Spoon Corner once more then. A gap beginning to slowly but surely increase between the two leaders once again. Back down into the low 51s go York A. None of the rest of the drivers really able to consistently be on that pace.
Full course yellow.
Oh yeah, full course yellow. And like we saw in a race yesterday, this could really close things up between the drivers there, still with just over 11 minutes left to go. So we'll wait and see. Yesterday, we never saw it go to green flag racing again, but maybe we will in this one.
Yeah, we saw a similar situation. Elbows were going out quite far, shall we say, and we decided to bring an end to race 6 in the morning in exactly the same manner here. It was a few minutes later on into the race in race 6 of round 5 yesterday than it was at the moment, but it looks to be that we're asking all of the carts to slow down for the time being, neutralise this race, and just bring an end to proceedings for the time being, at least unless we get back underway. I think you might have a bit more info for us potentially, John, here. No, as we look to be we're just going to be cruising around now under yellow flag pace now. Looking like we're getting the cars back underway, back out on track as well.
It looked like we had a bit of an issue at the top of the hill then, but great to see the driver back into the kart then. But look at how it's closed up the whole field then. They get into that single line train as they all head up through the top section of the circuit. Now we do have them line astern, do we? Yes, the top 3 or top 4, top 5, all line astern then. No back markers in between them. This is going to be a straight scrap as we hopefully go to a restart relatively soon then. York A, what a job they've done. They extended that lead to about 4 or 5 seconds. They got held up by a back marker. It went down to about 1 or 2 seconds. Then they re-extended that again. Now they've got to do it for a 3rd time. They're thinking, what's going on here?
They do indeed. At the back of that little train here at the front end of the field, although this train gets longer and longer as we stay behind yellow conditions, is the Warwick B driver of Enzo there. He's got plenty of support in the broadcast comments. The broadcast comments have pretty much just turned into an Enzo fan club by the looks of things.
Really?
Yeah. If you have a brief glance at any point on the comments, it's all just full of support for Enzo.
Oh, wow. Yes.
So hello to all of you watching along at home here. Just less than 10 minutes to go in this race now, and these are already sprint races.
Little wave there to the dawning fans for Coventry H.
Yep, nice work there from the ineligible driver who isn't there. So don't know what the fans are looking at, but less than 10 minutes to go in this sprint race, and it was a 25-minute sprint. It's going to be effectively another sprint race. Now we get an extra race at this point, maybe.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Of course, some drivers, this will be ideal for them. I mean, if they've dropped a little bit further back from their starting position, they all close up again and they get a second bite of the cherry trying to get back through the field. Other drivers who have pressed on well and gotten ahead, now they've all been closed up again, and all their hard work has gone to effectively nothing. Of course, they've gained those positions, but now they're open to attack from those drivers in behind. Now, I think I can say now, the 131 of Leeds Beckett B was the driver who was off at the top of the circuit. I think he had come out of the car at one point, so quite a serious incident at the top of the hill, hence why we're under full course yellow. But he has got back in that car. He's at the back of the train now, and he's going to carry on with the race, which is great grit to see here in the BUKC.
Absolutely, yeah, that's good spirit from the Leeds Beckett driver there. So obviously only one thing on his mind really, and that's to go racing.
Exactly, he wants to get back out there, even though he's dropped to 33rd. Hey, let's get back involved with the squabble, and especially now you're on the back of the train, you're going to get a great battle here for the last 8 or 9 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one then. We have a bit of a super sprint, effectively, for our penultimate race here at GYG, and what a fantastic couple of days of racing it has been. The Inters have really delivered with some fantastic action, as well as our mains yesterday.
They really have. I'm interested to see how this sort of changes up the championship as we go into the final round. In about a month's time, isn't it? 3-4 weeks' time down at Clay Pigeon.
Yeah.
Of course, we'll have the finals for the mains and the Inters, and as well, the Drivers' Champs back to being streamed for this year. I mean, I think it's one that JV winters at because people don't really leave anything on the table for that event. Everyone racing for themselves, not for a team in Drivers' Champs, and especially in the A final. It can be quite the interesting one. I'm certainly looking forward to shouting over the top of it.
Yeah, I am very much looking forward to watching that, as we do have confirmation that we are going to go green as we start the next lap. So we're going to get 7 more minutes of racing action. It's York A ahead of Coventry H here. All the work to do for York A. They had already built a large gap. They're going to have to try and do the same thing once again, though, as they feel that pressure from Coventry. Swansea B as well were also in that fight a couple of laps ago. We head down onto the start-finish straight for one last start here for race 5, and we are away, heading down that Dragon Straight once again. Everyone getting away relatively clean. We're all still in a single file. That is Swansea B potentially having a look up the inside here, but it all looks pretty good from the start for this one.
Up and under, trying to go for the lead here at Coventry H. Have they got that inside line? Not quite. York A chopping back across. It was a great exit for the first corner for Coventry H. Wasn't quite able to make the use of it, though, and now he's under pressure from Swansea B. Of course, remember the 128 not eligible for points for this one. Not eligible, I should say. I'm going to get that word right at some point during today. Swansea B, the ones in behind, are eligible for points. They're in 3rd place. They need to try and get ahead of the 128 and then chase down the 69. But the 69 has been clear of the rest of the field in terms of pace throughout today's action in race number 5 here. So will they be able to pull out a gap, or are they going to get involved in the squabbles behind? We saw them defending on the first lap. Let's see if they continue that here onto the second lap of this restart.
Yeah, they're going to start the second lap now. Coventry H trying to focus on getting that lead on the road, but I think Swansea B are going to try and put a bit of a stopper on that, if at all possible. They had a great run through that first corner, closed up ever so slightly. The gap is only a couple of tenths between all of our front runners here. The top 4 covering just 1 second. Slightly wider entry into speed for Coventry H there. Could that cost them some time to Swansea B? Swansea B potentially thinking about a move down the inside. Well, Coventry H is wise to it, has a look over the shoulder, and there's nothing that can be done just yet.
York had a really nice second part of that restart lap, and I thought, well, there's no need for them to defend. They still did defend up into the spoon corner. Coventry H not close enough to attack. More thinking about the Swansea B Cup behind, like you were speaking about there, Reeve. But now it sort of goes back the other way. I mean, Coventry H briefly closed back up there, down through compression, but now Swansea B right on the back of Coventry H once again. Track limits penalty come through for Warwick D. Sandy, they'll be dropping a few positions in this race. Look at the gap that has been created there. The second part of the lap, York A are incredibly strong.
They are indeed, and Coventry H has just become York A's best friend here because they are keeping Swansea B. A reminder, Swansea B currently running in second at the moment in this race as another penalty comes in there for Exeter, but they are keeping the next eligible cart behind York B and building up a gap, more importantly, for York.
Just seen Warwick B go down the inside of Coventry D. Coventry D back up and under there at the carousel. Great move from Coventry D. I mean, Warwick B weren't too happy about it anyway, but either way, they re-swap back around. Coventry D into fourth, Warwick B back down to fifth. They've got Surrey A and Surrey D right in their wheel tracks as well. Late move to the inside there. The 55 was kind to give the room, but now they both go off. Both making contact, off into the barrier they go. And I thought that was a little clap there from the driver on the left. Both drivers out of this race. Warwick B and Coventry D getting a little bit too close to comfort, and off into a different postcode they go.
Yep, straight into the grass verge there for both carts. Utter despair for Coventry D and Warwick B. And look at him sat watching on. What else is there to do? Well, probably the answer is get away from the active track and get back into the paddock. But despair for that driver who watches on. That is going to have to be turned into a meme at some point, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I can see out of our comms box window, one driver getting the cart back on circuit, the other one still perched on the wall, enjoying his fantastic vantage point down through sector number 3. But like you say, he's probably going to get told to get off the track sooner or later. Here we watch the action, though, and yellow flags into this section. The 26 has got to be careful here. That's Imperial trying to get down the inside. Imperial have made the move there, down into what I think is a yellow flag section. Another driver had their hand up. I couldn't personally see the yellow flag, so don't use me in the steward's room, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. But either way, things going on there through sector number 3. Only 3.5 minutes left to go.
Yeah, we'll see if anything does come from that. But that is such a shame for the Warwick driver there. You would, from that high up of a position, you would at least try to get the cart pointing in the right direction, wouldn't you? I know there's only 3 minutes left to go, but you'd try to get some points if at all possible. Bump and pass comes through there for Southampton D. And York A, meanwhile, just still building up this gap. 0.8 of a second it now sits at. So perhaps the pressure is highest when you are being followed down by P2 in the race. They didn't have that at all in race 5 here, but they did have that pressure as they had to do a race start all over again. It gets a bit hot and heavy as we head through carousel once again.
Oh, super close here. Drivers going to nip and tuck through this section of the circuit, all battling in for position as they head through sector number 3. There's the 52 in the middle of all of that. That's UWEB. And who is that just ahead of them? I think the 117, I don't think that's a position. No, that's Warwick C down in 28th place. So they're trying to skip through on a couple of these back markers as they head on through onto another lap of this race. But all getting very close to comfort here. Down near the bottom end of the top 10, just outside of the top 10. Drivers battling galore. And this is what we get when we get a lovely little extra restart here in an Inters race. It all closes back up and it all gets rather exciting for the last few minutes. There is the 51 of Swansea B still hounding the rear of the 128 cart of Coventry H. But both of them, they haven't been battling too much. There's not been any nip and tuck, but they've already lost a second to York A.
Yeah, they have indeed. Swansea B, as you say, still second on paper at the moment. Nothing Coventry H can do to alleviate the fact that they are ineligible, but Swansea B will, I'm sure, feel quite disheartened by the fact that they've not been able to find a way past Coventry. They've not been able to try and close up on York A. It just gets better and better for York A as the laps go on by, although they do have some lap traffic to contend with now.
Indeed, yeah, just about managing to get through there as I get to the top of Dragon Straight. Coventry H and Swansea B have had pretty similar times over the last few laps. And Coventry B getting really close to their fastest lap of the race, only about 900ths off of their personal best. On that last lap, though, Coventry H are about 3/10 off of their own personal best. But both still losing time to York A then. 0.3 of a second lost on that one. And once again, despite the stoppage, York A going back to their pace from previous, down the low 51s.
I panicked again for a moment there when I saw a Coventry car picking up a penalty. It was Coventry D. They're not in the mix for this front-end battle. It wouldn't have mattered if it was H anyway because they're not going to score anything. Still, 1.3 seconds that lead to the front end of the field.
That was Coventry D, who we saw sat on the wall after the incident. They were getting the ABC takeout from said incident.
Ah, that's just salt into the wound, really, isn't it, at that point?
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Right then, less than a minute left to go on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. I think this will likely be the penultimate lap of this race. And I mean, the entire world has been chucked at York A during this race, and they have weathered the storm.
They have absolutely just kept a level head on that race restart as you build up such a nice margin from the rest of the pack. It closes back up. You've got the added pressure of a standing start once again, just only with the stakes ever so higher. They started second on the grid, they've worked their way up into first, and they've had to do another race restart, but they have not faltered at any point. The gap now 1.3 seconds as we started that last lap, but I think it's going to look even stronger as we start the next one.
It is indeed, yeah, so much pressure on those restarts as number 69 crosses the line and starts the last lap here of the penultimate race of today's action here for the BUKC Inters here at GYG in 2025. So much pressure on those restarts for York A. Of course, you're in single file, which is a little bit nicer than the usual race starts where you come in 2 by 2. But either way, York had to dictate the pace, and Coventry A got the better start.
They did.
Heading around the first corner, they were looking for the move. York had to defend. They dealt with it beautifully well, placed the car really, really nicely, and as soon as they were away in the lead, they started to break away. 1.5 seconds here as they head through the final lap. What a race from the York A driver.
It is indeed, and this race finally comes to an end. It's had 2 starts for our leading driver here, but as we say, don't crack under the pressure at all. Some back markers to contend with, but that won't phase them all that much. I don't think anything has really in this race. The number 69 car heads round the final corner for one last time. A flourish for a finish as well, and they take the checkered flag. Coventry H come home, but they are ineligible. It'll be Swansea B next on the road here. They're in second. Surrey A third. Surrey D come home in 5th on the road.
One of the Surrey teams was
yes, they're ineligible
as well.
That is Surrey D that are also going to be ineligible in this race. They came home 5th on the road, but that doesn't mean anything there, so that promotes Imperial A up a position as well.
Lovely then. So your top 3 then in race number 5, York A, Swansea B and Surrey A. I want to give a hand as well to the Swansea B driver as well. Had a great pace in that one, just not quite able to find a way through on Coventry H after they were overtaken. They stuck right on their rear bumper, just not able to get the re-overtake done, but as you say, it doesn't matter. They still secured that P2, and that means that so far today, Swansea B have got a P1 and a P2, barring any post-race penalties in that one, but that is a good showing here to go for a round win for Swansea.
It absolutely is. We've said how they're not the local teams, but on both days so far in the BUKC, it's been a good day out for our Welsh drivers.
They love a bit of GYG. I mean, who doesn't? What a perfect circuit it is up here in North Wales. Well, race 5 comes to a close, then let's run you through the final results then from the penultimate race of your BUKC Inters race day. York A take it on the line by 2 seconds ahead of Coventry H and Swansea B, then Surrey A and Surrey D, Imperial A, UWE B, Coventry E, Leeds Beckett A, UWE D. What was Andrew Mather doing there? Swansea C, Hertfordshire A, Hertfordshire A is Hertfordshire A, then Manchester Met B, Liverpool C, they're your top 14. Then it's Southampton D, Royal Holloway A, Lancaster C, Warwick D, Coventry G, Cambridge C, Coventry F, Brunel A, Exeter B, UWTSD A, St Andrews A, Loughborough E, Warwick B, and then the rest of your final order is Warwick C, Surrey C, UCLan B, Brighton B, Leeds Beckett B, Coventry D, Loughborough F, and Leeds A. Well, I can't believe it, Reeve. Race number 5 done and dusted. We've only got one more race left to go here for the BUKC Inters. Round number 3 at GYG. I think Piers Prior is about ready to go. Let's hear from some of the drivers from that race.
Yep, race 5 done. Only one more to go, but let's grab a word with our race winner from race number 5. That is York A. Remind us who you are.
Harvey Charter.
Harvey, that was a good race for you.
Yeah, it was good. We got away at the start, pretty clean. The young yellow, that was terrible. I looked awful. I hope he's all right.
You had to soak up some pressure after that, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I was constantly having to look behind me for a few laps, but yeah, I got there in the end.
Is there anyone you need to thank for this momentous victory?
I've got to thank Henry Carter back at the UOY factory.
Yeah.
Fantastic work. Brilliant. Top notch as always.
Amazing.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Great job. Wonderful. Good job. There we go. York A winning hit race number 5. Let's grab a word with, I don't know, some other people from that race. There's a bit of a chin mag going on here. Guys, how was that race for you?
It was all right, yeah.
Who are you and who are you racing for?
I'm Cameron Fields, racing for Swansea C.
Swansea C, where did you finish? Swansea C, 11th place.
Oh, not bad. Better
Respectable. Respectable.
I was in 13th on the start, so yeah, happy about that.
How was it for you out there?
It was good. I was just getting into a rhythm. Not much action, to be honest. Just cruising along, yeah.
Just cruising.
Yeah.
Pure cruising. Love it. It sounds good fun out there. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Moving further down the grid, let's grab a word with some incoming drivers looking ahead to race number 6 now. This driver's getting in, so let's chat to them. Right, who are you? What is your name? Who are you racing for?
I'm Kip Morgan. I'm racing for Derby.
Derby what?
Derby B.
I love the way that you answered for him. So clearly this is the person who answers for you. How's your season gone so far?
It's going questionably so far. We're great off the start, and then about halfway through we decide that we don't want to keep doing well and manage to get caught up in a crash somewhere.
Is that generally what happens?
With me, yes. However, this man is the quickest one we've got, so I have nothing but faith.
We'll see. You've got to repay him with some good result now.
I do. We were on track for one in race 3. I didn't quite get it in the end. I got taken out. But
What did you go for lunch today?
I had a barbecue chicken panini.
Oh, panini! I went for the barbecue chicken wrap.
Oh, nice.
It was good. I must admit the lunch options are good round here.
I agree. Actually, really good.
It is. Circuit's good. Lunch is good. Racing's been good. How was your team? Fared today so far?
It's a bit interesting. It is just me and him today.
Oh, just two of you? Are you doing all 4 races?
So I raced in the mains yesterday, so I've been ineligible for all these races.
Boo.
I know. To be fair, it's for the best. I've not had a very good day. I've span out on like every corner that I could have possibly span out on.
This one?
Not yet. I'm endeavouring to do that next season, hopefully.
Okay, brilliant. Right, that's good to hear from that team there. Stuart can't see me anymore. Stuart, the camera operator. I'm hiding behind him. Was this our driver from race number 3?
Race number 4.
Race number
He's
4.
race number 3, and this is race number 5.
Oh, you were in race 4. You were the one with the
going backwards.
The arm waving.
Yeah. It was.
You seem like you weren't having a good time out there.
I was having a great time, but I was just going backwards all the way.
You really were. You seemed like every opportunity for someone to pass you, they took it.
Yeah. Well, I started really far up. I thought I was going to go forward because it felt good the first few laps, but then it wasn't good.
Hey.
Ain't much more than that.
Amazing. All right, well, we'll see. Is this your teammate?
This is my teammate.
This is Brunel's teammate. So which Brunel team are you racing for and what's your name?
Brunel A, Dom Kelly.
Dom Kelly. Right, Dom, you've got what look like some boxing boots on there. I know they are.
I thought it fit the vibe, you know.
Oh, you out for a fight?
Yeah. Wrestling from the mid-pack.
Absolutely. We qualified. Where did we qualify in this one?
22nd.
20. You literally are in the thick of it.
Yeah, I am. It's going to be carnage, but...
We hope not.
I mean, I wish everyone around me the best of luck.
Yeah. The second person this weekend to say that. We had someone yesterday that said exactly the same thing. They actually were very well behaved in their race, so...
I hope I can follow his trend.
There we go. What do you do at university?
Aerospace.
Aerospace, so you're going to work on space shuttles and
things that fly, hopefully.
Things that fly. You're going to fly through this field
correctly.
Sorry?
If I do my job correctly.
Does he do his job? Is he good at his degree? Do we know? He's great at his degree. Is he better at driving or his degree? Both. He can't be. Pick one. Which one's he better at?
The driving today.
Driving. They reckon you're better at driving. What was your grade last year?
What does that even mean?
What's your grade at uni?
A.
Like a first? 2-1?
First.
You got a first?
Yeah.
Are you going to be a first-class driver?
It looks a little bit far away.
Yeah, actually, based on qualifying, more like a 2-2, maybe a third. We'll see. Anyway, we'll see how he gets on. Maybe he'll bring it home in the final exam. There's a driver looking very relaxed over here, number 78. Who are you and who are you racing for?
My name's Tom. I'm racing for Lancaster C.
Tom, I don't think I've ever seen a more relaxed driver on the grid than yourself.
Well, I'll be honest. I'm feeling a little bit under the weather.
Oh, Tom, what's up?
Recovering from tonsillitis. So.
Tonsillitis. God, I'm good. I'm good at this. I'm so good at this. No, that's right. We've got one more question. Tom, what's going on today? What are you thinking about before this race?
Just, I've got a lot of people in front of me to get past. Not the greatest qualifying I've ever had, but we're on the right side, we're on pole side, so we just hang it on the white line, pray, see what happens.
See what happens. How would you celebrate if you won this race?
I'll probably give my teammates a kiss, but I don't really give them tonsillitis, so I'll have to rethink that strategy a bit.
We'll see how that goes. Right, I'm moving away before I get some tonsillitis. I think I've actually got time for one more quick interview as we're sorting something else out on the back end of the circuit. Who we got here, number 99? Who are you and who do you race for?
Jake Mansfield, York B.
York B. How's York B's day been so far?
Mixed bag. I mean, we had a good race in race 2 from Josh, but yeah, just going to try and take it home. Not the best quality, but see what we do.
Right, we better get out of the way. Let's hear from our absolutely exceptional commentators, John and Reeve, for the final time today in race 6.
Thank you very much, Piers. You've been absolutely sublime yourself over the last 2 days of British University's Karting Championship action, but we're into the final race of the 2 days then. Just before we jump into the grid, though, I do want to apologise to the live chat. We were trying to tell Piers to talk to Enzo, but he wouldn't follow our instructions, so get angry at him, not us, please. Right then, let's have a look at the grid then for race number 6 of the day.
Our final grid then as they're heading down through the final sector, so this might have to be very quick indeed. BUKC, Liverpool C, Reading F, UWB, Edinburgh A, Imperial A. You can see some more on your screen there, rows 4, 5 and 6. There we move on to row 7 as well, as that allows us to hopefully catch up there. Moving on to Surrey A, Coventry E, Hertfordshire A, Derby B, UWC, Surrey C. There's a few more on your screens as well. Just going to filter through these. And now our 36 kart grid actually for the final race today. There was no hope of me getting through that.
I thought you were a professional, Reeve.
I know, I'm sorry, I had to. Unless you just wanted to drive.
Then, if you can't do the grid, at least do the race start for us, please.
Oh, if I must, then we head down the tram lines for one last time here at the BUKC at GYG this year. And it is a good getaway. Oh, no, we've got a driver going wide. They're able to rejoin, but they lose position after position there. The front runners, though, getting a very good start overall.
Oh dear, yeah, a few drivers shuffle wide there at the first corner, and more drivers going a little bit wide there, up into the top as they head into Spoon. A bit of argy-bargy there, front and rear contact between drivers battling over 4th or 5th place, but it's the 97 Oxford BUKC, your pole sitters who lead us down into the carousel, being followed line astern by pretty much the whole rest of the field.
Yeah, looking over the shoulder there, BUKC, they know they've got pressure to contend with here. Reading F, a good start for them, but Reading F ineligible in this race. Let's not forget that. I will remind you all of the ineligible drivers coming up next, but there's a few here in race 6 as well. Nice bit of rotation on the kart there for that was, I think, the number 82 of Imperial C there heading down through the S's. That looks particularly good, but there we see a bit of running wide as well for Oxford BUKC, and that allows Reading F to close up. Liverpool C drops a position. They're eligible in this race as well, our Liverpool C, but still in the mix here as our top 5 are looking very close indeed as we run up the Dragon Straight once more.
Up and under there go Liverpool. They're trying the inside line there into Spoon. Will there be argy-bargy? There is on the leader though. Incident there for the leader. Oxford BUKC shuffled wide by Reading F, and I think Liverpool have snuck through in all of that. Yes, they have. So although they're not eligible for points, Liverpool C now lead this race. Up and under go the 97 Oxford BUKC. They're back into 2nd place as we've got a Warwick driver off wide there at Spoon. That's going to be a tough one for them to get it back onto the black stuff. They are well outside of the track there as we continue to watch the leaders snaking down sector number 3.
Yeah, it's going to take a while for Warwick to get that kart pushed back on to the tarmac there, which they need to do. The car's come to a stop. We head back down towards the end of the lap once more, and Oxford BUKC losing the advantage on this lap, of course. Oxford BUKC now in second to Liverpool C, who lead this race, but do not forget, ineligible as things stand at the moment.
Indeed, so Oxford BUKC effectively still in the lead of this race. You are still watching the battle for the lead in terms of points, ladies and gentlemen, here in the final race of the day for the British University's Karting Championship Intermediate Classification. You saw a couple of drivers there going a bit side by side. That is very much a yellow flag zone with that Warwick driver still off on stage left for those drivers. Need to be a little bit careful that they don't pick up any penalties because of all of that. And it is in fact Warwick C who have dropped it onto the grass on the outside. They'll be dropping a few laps down because of that one.
They will. Reading F feeling the pressure from Edinburgh B at the moment. Edinburgh B having such a mixed day out there at the moment, but they've started to pick up pieces and really have some strong drives later on into the afternoon's worth of racing. If you head around the final corner once more, Edinburgh there we see following the lines of Reading F, heading through that final corner once more. This run up the Dragon Straight can make such a difference with the toe, but Edinburgh instead looking over the shoulder, as do Reading F. Holloway A in the mix there as well.
Someone's car maybe has died there on the right-hand side of the circuit. They're completely stopped on the left-hand side of those drivers approach them. Luckily, they are offline there in terms of the corner, but if drivers come in 2 by 2 and don't spot them, that could be a little bit of a sketchy one, so drivers need to be a little bit careful there as they head up to the end of the Dragon Straight.
They do indeed. Reading F with a penalty there for racing under yellows. That is a naughty penalty there. You don't want to see that one all that often. They are ineligible anyway, so it doesn't make any actual difference to the standings outside of it anyway. They would have been eliminated in effect, but still not ideal for the Reading kart out there.
No, exactly that. Like you were saying, the driver in behind, Edinburgh B, they've had a bit of up and down day, haven't they? The championship leaders coming into round number 3 today, only by a couple of points. We'll see if that chops and changes as we come to the end of the round. We come to the end here of race number 6. But like you say, our first place and third place drivers then not eligible for points in this one, as still the driver on the outside is stuck there. Is that potentially, who is that that's going to be stuck on the outside? Is it Leicester B who are stuck on the outside of the line? Nope, they come across the line. And so do Warwick C. So I'm actually really confused because it doesn't seem like anyone is stopped.
Someone's definitely stopped. We can see that with our own eyes there. We'll see who that is in just a moment. A couple of cone penalties coming in as well.
I mean, that would explain, we just had a thought from Piers there on the executive suite sofa, that it might actually be one of the test carts that's pulled over to the side there. That's why we can't see it on the live timing. So that might be why we've got that yellow flag up to the top section of the circuit. Hopefully they can sort it out relatively quickly though.
Yeah, as we see the number 22 there, Coventry E having a look down the inside into the S. It's not a traditional overtaking spot. We have seen moves done, but it's not ideal placement to do it. We continue later on into the lap, and there is a track limits warning for Warwick C, Surrey C, contact warning, Liverpool with track limits warning, plenty of warnings as we start this part of the race.
Yeah, they're flowing through, aren't they, as we come to 5 minutes completed of this final race of the day. But looking relatively comfortable then in second place. Of course, to remind you once again, first and third not eligible for points in this race. Oxford Brook C, 1.6 seconds off of the leader of Liverpool C, but then a further nearly a second ahead of Edinburgh B, so sitting relatively comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, they are indeed 1.6 seconds. A reminder, it's not going to matter. They're not going to be classed at the end, but they are setting the pace at the moment. It must be said, 51.5. It's not quite the best pace we've seen out there so far, but it's pretty good lapping for the driver there.
Sort of around what we saw near the end of the race, wasn't it, from sort of second, third, fourth and fifth in the previous race. They were down in sort of the 51.2s to 51.5s section. We've only seen 1 or 2 drivers today getting it down into the 50s, the 50.9 in the previous race. We'll see if anyone can tickle those 50s later on in this one. Here we watch the number 64 of Edinburgh B pointing ahead to the Reading F car, asking him to keep on going forward, because he knows, well, he might not know that the Reading car isn't eligible for points, but he does know that they're both catching Oxford Brook C. And he won't know that Oxford Brook C is the effective race leader in this one. He's looking to grab more points for his team.
Yeah, this is a really important overtake for Edinburgh if they can get it done, but they're not going to be able to get it done because siding on through there, that is Oxford Brook C staying ahead. Oh, no, they have got it done. Apologies there, they have indeed get it done.
Switch back now.
Yeah. Reading F heading through past Oxford Brooks E, and now this really is the battle for the lead. Out on track now, side by side are B and Brooks E, heading down towards the end of the Dragon Straight once more. Pushed, well, it's not the push cart, but a cart giving a bit of a push there to help that cart getting moved back underway here, and we see it's Edinburgh B still at the moment not able to have a response to the carts around him.
Indeed, they were chopping and changing through there. I was a little bit worried as they went into the yellow flag zone. I think that Oxford Brook C were just about ahead, and actually it was a bit of a poor line on the outside of the track for Reading F. That slowed them up a little bit and then held up Edinburgh B. We can confirm, though, as we saw there, the cart getting pushed back to the pits. Penalty comes through for Oxford Brooks E. Your effective race leaders at the moment have an ABC bump and pass. They can no longer win this race. And your championship leaders coming into today's action, Edinburgh B, now looking to take the spoils and take the win overall in the points anyway. But as I was about to say, we can confirm it was one of our tester carts. They didn't have a number plate on. It was one of them that has conked out there at the top of the straight.
Yep, so get that fixed with the twin engine car coming out to give it a bit of a push there. But Edinburgh B, as you say, the day gets better and better. Some nice progress throughout the day. It didn't start out on the best of terms for them, but now they had a strong result in the past couple of races, and it's looking even better as things stand now. They've still got 17 minutes to try and keep the nose clean.
I'm going to assume again that Brighton A aren't eligible for points. They haven't been pretty much the entire day. The key thing is, are Royal Holloway A eligible for points? Because they are right on the wheel tracks of Edinburgh B at the moment.
Holloway absolutely are, and you are correct. Brighton are not, as we go side by side into the S's once more. A potential opportunity being seized there, but no, it's all going to stay the same as as Edinburgh B under pressure here as we head into the final corner of the lap. And now that is Holloway A down the inside, gets the move done and up into fourth position on the road.
Indeed, that will be the move for the lead when all is said and done then here with almost 10 minutes completed in for race number 6. Holloway swapping with Edinburgh, change for the effective lead. Now they're pressing on towards, who is that ahead of them? It's Reading F and Oxford Brook C still ahead of them in this train. I mean, Liverpool C have gapped the rest of the field by nearly 4 seconds now in all of this, while these 4, 5, 6 drivers all all squabble over the same piece of tarmac. The key thing is that, like we said throughout the day, the drivers aren't going to be able to keep track of who's eligible for points and who isn't, who's got penalties and who hasn't. So really, the drivers battling in this aren't going to really know what's going on in terms of the overall result, and they won't know that Holloway and Edinburgh B, that are line astern here, are battling for the lead in this race.
They are indeed out in front. Liverpool still setting purple sectors. In fact, purple fastest lap overall last time around. It was 51.345. Holloway A, though, as we say, are battling in the midst for what is effectively the lead of this race. We are 10 laps in. We should be seeing about 30 or so in our racing here. Holloway starting 7th on the grid, by the way, up to 4th.
Reading F dive down the inside of Oxford Brook C. They're up at Spoon, trying to follow through a Royal Holloway. They're on the outside there into the carousel. The 64 of Edinburgh E can't take advantage of that one. I was a little bit worried for Holloway there. They might get shuffled onto the grass if they weren't seen by the number 97 of Oxford Brook C, but they are in fact seen. And through they go, down into sector number 3 once more. Still line astern here. Your top 3 who are eligible for points. But of course, remember, Brooksea have that penalty for early on in this race. It's going to be +4 positions for them. And also remember, those +4 don't count the drivers who aren't eligible for points. It gets very confusing.
It does indeed. We're not going to make any big calls on what the standings look like after this one, because it all needs to be signed and properly looked at after the race, because we have got so many ineligible drivers, especially in race 5 and race 6 here. We seem to have really piled them on as we enter the final 15 minutes of racing here at Glan-Y-Gors for the past couple of days here. What a good couple of days of racing it has been for the BUKC overall. Great to be back streaming the Inters as well. The Inters really impressing with some great racing today.
Yes, indeed. They've been fantastic. The first time in 8 years that we've been able to show you the BUKC Inters live streamed here, courtesy of Alpha Live, and they haven't disappointed with their return to live streamed action. Thank you all for joining us in the live chat. Thanks for saying hello and showing us which drivers you're supporting, where you're supporting from, and enjoying this great action from what is an unbelievable circuit up here in the north of Wales. I think I agree with a few of the drivers who were interviewed by Piers, saying they want this track on the calendar every single year for BUKC. It's certainly a fan favourite. You can see exactly why. Here we go then up to the top of the circuit again. That's a great run for Holloway A. They get forced to the outside though as they head up through towards Spoon. Not able to make use of that extra pace that they had up towards the top. Bit of a mistake though from Brooksea.
Yeah, they can really afford to do without these mistakes at this point, because it all comes back to the discussion I've had on a couple of points throughout the previous couple of days, where you're trying to make the best of a bad situation with your penalties. You still want to be fighting for those P3s, P2s, P1s, because you're going to drop back a couple of places, and it's all about points at the end of the day.
Exactly. Points being prizes in the BUKC. And consistency is key, like we mentioned throughout, not only through this round, but through the entire season. Now, Holloway A, we've seen them battling in amongst it throughout this one as O'Dear and other drivers round for Leeds. We've seen a lot of Leeds drivers enjoying facing the wrong direction there at the top of the circuit at Spoon, but hopping, skipping and jumping in his car as he tries to get it back underway.
Something must be leading them astray. Sorry.
Let the silence
yeah, that was awful, that one. Yeah.
I enjoyed it, but it would definitely have come out of my mouth as well, so fair play, you just got there first. Right then, still watching this battle over what is the effective lead. A better exit for the 64 of Edinburgh B as they head down through the carousel once again. Now, who is that chasing them down? Nottingham Trent B with the new fastest lap of the race. They're just in behind Brighton A. They're trying to go around the outside. No, they're not. That's Brighton A trying to hold on there round the outside, and I think they managed to do so. But Nottingham Trent A with a 51.3. New fastest lap of this race. And I'm going to ask you to get the sheet out yet again so we can see who is eligible for points. Brighton A we know are not, but Trent B, are we looking at them?
Trent B are absolutely fine in this race. In fact, Trent B are eligible throughout the days running today, so good work, Trent, for that one there. Just a reminder, in this race it will be Swansea C. We've got potentially a Coventry F driver that's ineligible, or they're just not racing in this race. I just don't think they're in this race. And then we've also got Southampton D. They are not eligible in this race, as well as we then have a big fleet of them. That is Reading F, Liverpool C, Loughborough F, and Brighton A, not eligible in this race. And then we've also got UWE D, not eligible as well.
Royal Holloway trying to go down the inside. Royal Holloway are already through at Edinburgh B. They're into yellow flag, so they need to be a little bit careful. They're still side by side on the exit. Holloway are past Edinburgh B for the effective race lead. I think they've also managed to get through on Oxford Brooks E. They're still dicing as we head into the final corner. These three drivers still swapping places, but Holloway have now put a car in between them, and over to the barrier goes the driver. Oh, that was a close one. Down just underneath our camera position. Both feet were off of the pedals there. He was a complete passenger in that one, but by luck alone, he's missed the barriers on the outside, thank goodness.
Yeah, that's the main thing, that they are able to carry on as well, potentially, although it seems to be a little bit slow running there. We are carrying on a final half of this race now, and it all seems to be getting a little bit tense now at this point, doesn't it?
It's getting a bit feisty out there, yeah, for sure. Trent B still closing in on this one. I think they're right on the back of this squad now. Yes, they are. 4 drivers all in a line here. Reading F not too far away. They're just slightly further down, a few corners ahead. But the ones you're watching out for, the 115 for Holloway A, don't have a penalty and are eligible for points. Edinburgh B, the number 64, no penalties and eligible. And so are the 63 of Trent B. Contact warning for Holloway A. They need to be a bit careful.
I was thinking that might be the case there. We saw them working their way through. It was getting a bit rough and tumble.
Trent B have got a penalty. Trent B forcing driver wide penalty. One of the 3 drivers falls out of the scrap.
Yep, that eliminates them from the running effectively for this race. Lee, but Holloway, they need to play their cards a bit safer, I think, because they get any more warnings or penalties, that is going to knock them out of the running as well. And so far, this has been a really good race for Holloway. Haven't spoken about them too much at all, really, until race 6 here, when, as we said yesterday, if we're not talking about you, it can be a good thing, because it's not been horrible, there's just nothing to be talking about. If we're talking about you, either it's going wrong or it's going well. Let's keep it the case that it's going well here for Holloway.
Exactly that. Well, it is going swimmingly so far in this one. Like you say, Holloway flying under the radar a little bit so far today in round number 3 of the BUKC Inters. This is a big moment in the race. Down the inside goes the 64 of Edinburgh B, and no longer is there a buffer in between the Edinburgh B and Royal Holloway A carts. 3rd and 4th on the road now, but battling over the lead as we head up the hill. This is super close, back down the inside. Go BUKC, and following through go the 63. This could be it for Edinburgh. They get to the exit just ahead of the 63. They're going to close the door, so they remain as they were, unless there's a dive here down the bottom. Oh, the door is just closed by the 64. That was a close one. But in all of that, no positions change, but time lost for Edinburgh B, and that is crucial for the end of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. He very nearly fell foul of the wall of carts working their way through the inside there, but just about keeps ahead. Oh, we're going to have a move down the inside here through the S's. We just about managed to stay in front for Edinburgh B there, but the pressure is very much on. If he's not careful now, it's going to be BUKC being released in this battle, and as we say, not ideal for the charge towards the lead of the race here. Things cooling down just ever so slightly, but it's going to be a good run up the Dragon Straight once more for Trent B just behind.
Yeah, Holloway and Edinburgh went from a 2/10 of a second gap to a 2-second gap on that lap, with all the squabbling for Edinburgh. I mean, to no fault of their own, they were just getting in amongst it with the driver ahead, with the driver behind. They made that lovely move into the first corner on Oxford BUKC. That scuppered their exit a bit, though. Re-overtake up at Spoon for BUKC. They get 4th place back on the road. Remember, they've got that +4 place penalty to be added at the end of this race, and they are now hindering Edinburgh. They should still hold on to a P2 here, barring any penalties overall. However, issue is, Royal Holloway A are beginning to drive away with this one, and there's only 8.5 minutes of running left to go.
Yeah, they were really feeling the heat a couple of laps back, Holloway A, but now it's just a chance for them to get settled into a rhythm, just push on a bit and keep that gap looking nice. They certainly have done so on the last lap, fastest lap of the race, a 51.1. That's quite comfortably the fastest lap of this race so far, apart from the Pool C. They're still lapping quite comfortably out in front, but Holloway, it's looking better and better as time goes by. Contact penalty coming in for Trent B there, and that's perhaps unsurprising with all this battling that we've had.
So yet another penalty for Trent then. They sit right in behind Edinburgh. That's changed though. Brooks are to the back of this little queue of 3 now. So now it's Trent that are right behind Edinburgh, still in 4th, 5th and 6th place respectively for these 3. Now Holloway gained another half second on the last lap. They've closed the gap to Reading F. They were looking for a move into Spoon, trying the outside, then back to the inside, unable to find a way through on Reading F. They won't obviously know that Reading aren't eligible for points in this one, so they're still trying to find a way through into 2nd place as we go on to lap number 21 of this race. Reading and Holloway still line astern. And look at that, Edinburgh just beginning to break clear, but they're closing in on a few back markers. Could this hold them up through sector number 1?
Coventry D getting a contact warning. Every now and again we just see a new Coventry team that I haven't quite seen. There's so many Coventry teams now as we head through the Spoon curve once more down towards the carousel. There is Edinburgh in the midst of so much battling here. Holloway with that still with that fastest lap of the race. They've broken away from Edinburgh to the tune of about 1.5 seconds now, and there we see Holloway with some traffic to contend with, just slightly up ahead. Could this be the point at which we see Edinburgh catch back up. They've got a bit of a move to perform there. Edinburgh get through, down the S's, and towards the end of the lap once more.
There wasn't an ideal place to catch the 76 of Manchester Met A there, but it wasn't the worst thing ever. Maybe a couple of tenths lost there, but either way, Holloway still stuck right on the rear bumper of Reading F. It's a bit wide. There goes one of the drivers. That was the back marker of Manchester Met A. Just getting a little bit worried by the drivers coming on through, but they kept it on the black stuff anyway. That is the main thing. We're watching that gap between Holloway A, who you see just stuck behind there, behind Reading F, and Edinburgh B. Can Edinburgh B close that gap here over the last 6 minutes?
Nice bit of rotation in the kart there for Holloway A. It must be said, really feels in control of that kart and is sliding it about, looking very graceful indeed. Looks great out there for the Holloway kart.
Indeed, yeah, he's just playing with the grip out there. I mean, we thought that they'd start to lose that grip into race number 6, but he seems to have a fine time.
Yeah, I mean, we did see that wide moment at the turn 1 at the start of this lap a moment ago, and that is feedback that I heard from some of the drivers yesterday as well. They were saying that as we got later into the racing, it was almost a bit like a wet line. You kind of just plough forward, you turn right, and not much happens. We've just seen there the number 133 kart of Reading F under pressure from Holloway goes a little bit wide into the final corner that time around, and Holloway now with an excellent run up the Dragon Straight. Are they going to have a move set up here? We'll see them catch them just now. It's going to be around the outside if they could try it at all, Holloway, but that's too far back.
No, exactly that. A great run, like you say, unable to make the most of it though, and Reading F defend that inside line. They're defending position here in second place, and suddenly the Edinburgh crowd are going to be the biggest Reading supporters of the day. They'll be hoping that Reading chuck on the anchors here, hold up Holloway A, and gift Edinburgh the race win in this one. Still 5 minutes left to go, and that was a little bit too slidey there through down into Devil's Elbow for Royal Holloway A. They lose a few tenths of a second, and there they are, the closest challengers, the 64 of Edinburgh A, trying to close them down. It was 1.3 seconds when we came across the line last time around. It's now 9/10 of a second. 4/10 gain on the last lap, Reeve.
It closer and closer it gets in the mid-phase. It was Holloway who were your favourites for this race lead, but Edinburgh B with this late charge, they've not let the issues they've had earlier on get the better of them, and down the inside goes Holloway. Is that going to be a bit too extreme this late on for our effective race leader? They head around the outside, they go into the carousel in front of the Reading F kart this time around, but I suspect the battle is not going to be over yet. Edinburgh B still closing up and coming on the scene here, but Holloway sealed the move now.
Yeah, that was on the edge, that one for me. There was a bit of argy-bargy, but we'll wait and see whether a penalty does come through or not then for Holloway A. Either way, they've got the position on track ahead of Reading F, and they really, really needed to do that. They were losing time to Edinburgh B in behind, and now they put at least a kart buffer in between themselves, and who will end up gaining second place once all is said and done. Still Edinburgh trying to close in then, but it's just gone up to a second over that last lap. So fair play to Royal Holloway. They've made a move, and they've still put more time between themselves and the 64.
They have, and they've done that, as you say, yeah, with an impressive last lap of 51.3. That would have been the best lap of the race earlier on in proceedings. Still holding the best lap of the race overall are Holloway A, and perhaps looking a bit more comfortable once again, because let's not forget Edinburgh B on a charge, but they've got to get past Reading F now if they can do so, and so far it just seems to have settled down a little bit between those three karts.
Yeah, it's been just over a lap now, no penalty coming through, so I think we can assume that that's going to be it for Holloway. They've managed to make the move stick. They've got up into second on the road.
But here we go.
Fastest lap of the race. However, like you're just about to say, they're closing in on loads of back markers. Ooh. That's got to be 6 karts they now need to try and find a way through. Who's going to get held up? Will it be Holloway? Will it be Edinburgh? Could this change the complexion of the race?
It could indeed. We saw Holloway going a bit deep into that final corner. They had a great run through the first, though, although looking like they're about to get squeezed. Where are Holloway? There they are at the back of that huge pack of back markers here, running through. Spoon now dropping down towards the carousel. Have Holloway been compromised? They've been compromised pretty substantially as we run down the inside of carousel. They've got all the work to do to get contact between Reading F and Royal Holloway. That time around, as we head round the carousel, it's going to be the inside for Holloway this time around, dealing with back markers. It's an off for one of those back markers there. Was Holloway involved? Not too sure. Spin there for the number 80 kart.
That was so close. The inside line opened up there for Edinburgh as Holloway went wide after forcing that driver wide on the exit of the corner of the back marker. Poor exit. Edinburgh look at the inside line, but it's closed by Royal Holloway A. This is a straight button.
Wow!
Look at the track ahead of them. There's no space. Royal Holloway put their hands up. They don't even know where they could go. Round the outside line. Edinburgh trying to go to the inside, but they're getting blocked as well. Through we go, up into Spoon. This is the most amazing race you've ever seen in BUKC Inters. Down the inside go Edinburgh. Edinburgh take the lead of the race. race!
Who expected that in all this? I don't think it's all over yet, though, because look, there's Holloway around the outside. They're side by side with Edinburgh now. Bit of a switch back here as we head into the carousel, and now it's going to be Holloway back in the lead effectively now. What a development at the end of this race.
This is the most fantastic battle here in the British Universities Karting Championship Intermediate Championship. They've all got to be careful. The F car of Reading F is still right there trying to get involved, and I think they've got through. Reading F are through on Edinburgh. That puts another car in between them. They need to be careful here, Royal Holloway. They've bumped a few drivers as they've been coming through the back markers here. I know they've got a track limit warning, but we watch the live timing with bated breath here. Less than a minute and a half left to go in this race. They've managed to clear a number of these drivers, but let's wait and see how it all plays out here. There might be a spin ahead. Oh, they're going to all miss them. I think they've just about missed them. All three of our leaders managing to get through. They're still line astern, heading down to the carousel, Reeve.
That was Birmingham C spinning out then, luckily avoided by our front runners here. It's Holloway who are still at the front end of this pack, but still feeling that pressure. They've managed to work their way through a lot of this armada of carts that they had in front of them, and somehow they're still out in front for the time being. Lancaster C with a bump and pass, but we're going to go side by side here. Bit of contact for Holloway as we head down the S's once again.
This is Reading F trying to take back the track position. Edinburgh have been massively held up there through the final couple of corners. Is this the last lap of the race? Or have they, no, sorry, they've just started, haven't they? Liverpool C are so far ahead. They've just started the last lap of the race.
Yep.
So this is it then. Holloway will actually lead us on to it. Liverpool C and Reading F aren't eligible for points here. It's a fight between Holloway and Edinburgh B, but Edinburgh were massively held up there through sector number 3 on the penultimate lap. Nearly 1.5 seconds lost then. It's going to have to be a miracle for them to chase down Holloway for the lead.
It will indeed. They're separated by that cart. Things looking a bit more comfortable now, but that is certainly not. By no means is that an easy feat, because it was just so tricky for our front runners here a couple of laps ago. Holloway still leads, still maintaining this fastest lap of the race. No penalties coming in, which is good news for everyone involved. Realistically, at the front end of the pack here, we head down the S's, and it's still Holloway in front of Reading.
Yeah, Edinburgh B still getting held up by more back markers. Liverpool C are going to see the checkered flag first. Royal Holloway don't need to worry though. They come round the final corner. They go
they go wide.
No, that's not a bother. Reading F aren't eligible for points. Royal Holloway hold on there. They lose out to second place on the road, which they're probably going to end up being a bit gutted about, but it's not going to matter. Both the two drivers ahead not eligible for points, and Holloway doing a brilliant job there of picking their way through the traffic. And at one point, the entire road was blocked by about 7 or 8 carts up towards the top of the hill. Somehow they managed to pick their way through, and Holloway take the race win in our final race of the day here in BUKC Inters. Well, if anyone was questioning why are we back to streaming BUKC Inters, that is why.
I'm pretty lost for words after that one, it must be said. What a race. What a way to end a fantastic day's worth of racing. GYG, thank you so much for delivering. Thank you to our drivers. Thank you to all the crew behind the scenes in terms of production, in terms of looking after the carts and everything, because what a couple of days worth of racing we've been treated to.
Absolutely fantastic. Both days, the BUKC mains and the BUKC Inters were completely unforgettable. Let's run you through the final results then from our last race of the day. Of course, if you missed BUKC mains yesterday, you've just tuned in to support someone, you can find them on the Alpha Live channel to watch back at your leisure. The same with this stream as well. Here we go then. Liverpool C winning the race on the track ahead of Reading A, but it's Royal Holloway A, the first eligible driver there in third place, wins the race for team number 115. Brighton A, then Nottingham Trent B, then UWE D, Edinburgh B, Oxford Brook C, UWE B and Imperial A, your top 10 on the track. Then Surrey A, Southampton D, Imperial C and Birmingham B. Then just behind them, UWE C, Coventry E, Hertfordshire A, Loughborough F, then Surrey C, Brunel A, Lancaster C, Derby B, Coventry G, then York B, Leeds A, York A and Warwick D. And then finalising the field then were Coventry H, Leeds C, Birmingham C, Swansea C, Manchester Met A, Cardiff C, Leeds B, Leicester B and Warwick C. 36 drivers in that one, and my goodness was it exciting. Like you said, Reeve, a big thank you to everyone behind the scenes here with Club 100 and BUKC. A big thanks to Alpha Live for bringing us the pictures throughout 2 very exciting days of racing. I mean, it's goodbye from us in the commentary box. You got anything final to say then, Reeve?
No, I'm just really blown away by a fantastic couple of days worth of racing. As you said, I'm looking forward to Clay. It will be our final time out, but it should be a good one. So, been an absolute pleasure to share the commentary box with you,
It's been
John.
fantastic, Reeve. Thoroughly enjoyed it, my friend. However, we still got to hear from a few more drivers, particularly in that one. I'm very excited to hear from a few more drivers. We hand it down for the final time to our pit lane reporter, Piers Prior. Take it away, sir.
John, Reeve, thank you so much for taking us through today's action and what was a thrilling finale to the day's racing here at the British Universities Karting Championship in the intermediates. And it was a lot of the drivers coming through right now that were part of that entertaining battle. But I'm going to hopefully grab a word with our eventual winner, Royal Holloway, who managed to take the win just about, barring the ineligible drivers. But again, we don't worry about those. We just talk about the drivers that were actually eligible for the race. And that is our Royal Holloway A driver there in the yellow highlights. I don't think he knows if he's won or I don't know if he knows if he's won or not yet. So I'm going to grab a word with him and inform him of that if he doesn't. Here he is, our Royal Holloway A driver and race winner after all the drivers ahead of you were ineligible. You finished second on the road. Third on the road, second on the road, but you managed to take the win there, so congratulations.
Just on the...
Yes, but you still took the win of the points.
Phew. Thank God, that's good news.
It would look like a good race out there.
It was interesting, very fun, very close at some points as well. And I started 7th, so I was just trying to make my way up. And then I think I got caught up with the 2 Reading drivers. I think they were working together. So yeah, it was quite a challenge to try and keep them 2 off of me, but I managed to keep ahead and do a bit of business. But
We enjoyed with about 3 or 4 laps to go when you came out of turn 1 and you were confronted with a wall of back markers.
I was just like, what do I do here? Like,
you had nowhere to go.
No idea. Didn't know what to do, but I mean, it worked out in the end. So, sorry.
You were being pushed very hard by the Edinburgh B carts through a lot of that second half of the race. Unfortunately, they fell down the last couple of laps, but it would look like a good fun fight.
Yeah, it was a very good fun fight. Very fun. Very enjoyable.
Amazing. Will we see you back at the next round in?
Clay Pigeon, I'll be there, yeah. 100%.
Absolutely, we love to hear that. Right, I'll let you go now and celebrate with your team. I'm going to get the results up so that I can hopefully give you the overall podium ceremony, which will be overall results. Yes. Oh, hang on, we've got sock cam. Let's have a look. Who are you and who do you race for?
I'm Kieran Wakefield again. I race for Reading F today.
Look at these socks. That is a serious sock. Do we know, is there a name for the man on those socks?
Kermit.
Oh, they're Kermit socks. Nice. I quite enjoyed that the boots match the socks as well.
I didn't even realise.
Well, that's brilliant. Are you going to bring us? Are you going to bring us some excellent extra socks at the next one as well?
Yes, I'll have to get some more.
Because we're live streaming the final round of Clay, so.
Absolutely, I'll have to go shopping.
You'll have to go shopping and get the rest of your team involved as well. Absolutely. What team do we have here? What team do we have here?
Hello. Very
excuse me. That's my microphone.
What's going on?
Anyway, I just need to figure out how did this man do in this race? Rate his performance out of 10.
That was a 10 out of 10 performance. He's overtaken him right over the finish line. It was beautiful.
Oh, it was you! It was you! Sorry, I didn't realise. So you actually did take it on the last lap. That was a good race.
I did get a penalty though because the guy in front of me up at the top braked really early. It was a bump and pass.
Braked really early.
No. But then when we went down the hill, the marshals didn't see I actually let him back through.
Ah, so you were a sporting man. You were a gentleman. It just
Absolutely. Was. No, I wanted the podium. Unfortunately, it didn't happen today, but yeah, it was really good fun out there.
It looked like a really good race. I'll let you go and weigh up so that you don't get disqualified for any of that, even though he's already got his penalties. What a brilliant day's racing. I think we've got time for a couple more interviews before I round out the show. Let's have a word with some of these drivers, find out how they did in that final race of the day here at GYG. And what a day's racing it's been. Hello, who are you and who are you racing for?
Coventry G.
And your name is?
Maximo Varela.
Maximo, how was that race for you?
Pretty bad.
Pretty bad?
Yeah. I had a guy in front of me, he defended all the way, I could not pass him. I bumped him several times by accident. And then I was working with a guy behind me, he bumped me on accident and I went into the grass.
Oh, well, hey, have you had a good day?
Yeah.
Will we see you back at Clay Pigeon?
No.
Oh no, why not?
I have to go to my country for something. Yeah.
No problem at all. Well, I'm glad you've enjoyed your day. I think that's about time that we wrap this up. What an amazing couple of days it's been here at GYG. Thank you so much to the circuit and all the organisers for letting the BUKC, the British Universities Karting Championship, visit one of the best circuits in the UK once again. We've really enjoyed it. We hope you've enjoyed it at home as well. If you have, drop us a like, maybe comment what your favourite moment was, and if you haven't already, subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel, as we've got plenty more live racing coming pretty much every weekend for the next, well, hopefully forever. Thank you very much to Club 100 for putting on the event with the amazing karts. We've had pretty much faultless reliability, and the karts have taken a pretty hefty amount of running this weekend, what with, of course, 12 races yesterday, 6 qualifying sessions this morning, 6 races this afternoon, all of about 25 minutes long. Thank you very much to everyone at home for watching, and thank you to Alpha Live for providing this wonderful broadcast. We hope to see you in a couple of weeks' time, a few weeks' time, on the 25th and 26th of April for the mains in the morning on the 25th, and then the Drivers' Champs in the afternoon on the 25th, and then 26th will be the finale of this, the Intermediate Championship here at the British Universities Karting Championships. Until then, thank you very much and goodbye. Oh, were you now? Okay.